What's up? What's up, y'all? Come on in. Come on in. We got to talk about these Palisades fires. Why is Los Angeles burning down? Why? Come on in, y'all. Come on in. I'm having some technical difficulties getting on this live stream. Y'all to see how to set it back like 3 or 4 times. But come on in. We got to talk about these Palisades fires. Why is Los Angeles burning down? Why? I want to get into it, y'all. Come on in. Let me know if y'all can hear me in the comment section. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Let me know if I'm coming in clear. Please comment in the chat if I'm coming in clear. So these Palisades fires, man, damn near burnt down most of damn Los Angeles. Hollywood Hills is on fire. Sunset and burnt down to the damn ground. Basically look like a third world country. But what they not telling people is what they plan on doing with all this, burnt down land that they refuse to, because they don't have the money to pay people for insurance. They don't have the money to pay these people, especially these celebrities' homes that burnt down. They don't have the money to cover none of these homes. The insurance company doesn't have the money to cover none of these homes. So my thing is, developers are going to come in and buy up all of this land, all of this burnt down, deserted land in California. And what they going to do with it? All right, so let me switch over here real quick. So I'm gonna get back into the fires and all that, but let me just switch over here real quick, just to let y'all know what's going on. See, Los Angeles, if you go to the ITA, Information Technology Agency, City of Los Angeles, right? This is the government website. Smartla 2028. Smartla 2028. 2028, they plan on building smart cities in Los Angeles. So they got a video on this right now. So let's go ahead and get into this video. All right, let me see if I can switch to. All right, so it's a YouTube video of. Okay.
Hi, my name is Ted Ross, Chief Information Officer at the City of Los Angeles. As you know, we live in a world full of urban challenges, from traffic congestion that time and pollutes our environment, to natural disasters that threaten the safety of our communities. To address these challenges, Los Angeles looks to smart city technology that can positively transform our urban environment. While not a silver bullet, technology provides solutions that were previously unavailable to the generations who lived before us. It is technology that enables transparency and gives a powerful voice to our diverse communities. It's technology that innovates alternative energy sources to reduce carbon footprint. And it is technology that provides ultra-high-speed internet connectivity for LA residents and businesses to do amazing things. Technology enables the city of LA to efficiently and ethically improve the quality of life for our residents, businesses, and visitors. In other words, when done right, technology makes us smarter. That's why the City of Los Angeles strives to be a smart city. And there's never been a more important time for Los Angeles to be smart than now, as we prepare to host the world in the 2028 Summer Olympics and Paralympics.
Bingo.
Technology has transformed almost...
So as you see, they're getting ready to build the smart cities, y'all. Now, I need y'all to understand what these fires is really about, you know. They're not going to tell you that because, this is the plan for them to build these smart cities. So if you have to burn down all this land, all these acres and acres of land, insurance don't have the money to cover all these homes that have burnt down. So what developers going to do? Developers going to come in and buy up all that land, and they're going to build the smart city. That's why on the website, the ITA website, it says Smart LA 2028. They're hosting the Olympics in Los Angeles 2028. So they need to get in there now and start developing this smart city, because you know that's 3 years from now, right? 2025, 2020, 3 years. That's how long it's going to take for them to actually get that city up and running. You know what I'm saying? But they're not going to tell y'all that. They're not going to tell y'all that's what the issue. That's what what they plan on doing. Now you got all these people speaking out. We got all these celebrities' homes that have burnt down. You got a few of them speaking out. All right, so you have actress Yvette Nicole Brown said it's time to start considering that some of these fires may be being set at this point. This Sunset fire is looking very suspicious. Arson. All right, let me see if I can go to the next slide here. I need y'all to like this video, so I need y'all to double tap the screen on this. And she said, Yvette Brown said, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, nor an arson a myth. A myth. She said, I said what I said. To me, this latest fire seems sketchy. If you disagree, feel free to disagree. We good. We should be good. This new blaze is sketchy. There are people who would benefit from the finger pointing and this chaos tragedies like these create. If you pay attention, a few of them are trying to benefit from it now. So who would benefit off this the most? There would be land developers that would benefit off this the most. Insurance companies are not going to pay all these people for all these acres of land because they don't have it. Let's be clear here. They don't have it. So what are they going to build these cities with? What new financial system is coming to play? Cryptocurrency. That's the new financial system that's going to build these new smart cities in Los Angeles and various other places in America. If y'all think that Los Angeles is the only thing that's going to be set on fire, they got another thing coming. It's like Los Angeles and New York are the two main states in America where they like to push the agenda. So y'all remember the movie with Kurt Russell, Escape from LA and Escape from New York? Those two movies right there are basically showing you the blueprint of how they're gonna have this shit set up and ran. And if you think I'm just janking your chain and pulling your leg, go back and watch both of those movies. Escape from LA and Escape from New York. Watch both of those movies. So yeah, I mean, if she implicating Trump, I mean, Trump is a cryptocurrency president. He got Elon Musk on the Department of emergency. What is it? The Department of it's the DOGE acronym, Department of Emergency something, or I forgot the acronym for that. So he selected Elon Musk. They've been talking to various cryptocurrency CEOs. So they definitely gonna move forward with this cryptocurrency financial system. And I mean, technically, that's the only thing that's gonna be able to bail out the debt anyway. I mean, country is like $36 trillion in debt. The weak ass American dollar ain't gonna be able to get us out of debt. So you need a whole new financial system. So what comes along with new financial systems? New architect, new developments, new land developments to go along with the new financial system. So you have Saudi Arabia building the line in the desert. It's called the line. That's the smart city that's going to house 9 million people, and the smart city is transparent, so you can't even see it in the desert because it's like a big ass mirror, and it's just one straight line. I mean, and then what that tell you right there? They're drawing the line in the sand between the wealthy and the poor. They're drawing the line in the sand. That's what that represents. All right? And it's the shit nobody going to tell y'all. They're not going to tell you none of this. They are not going to tell you none of this. All right, so let's switch to this real quick because there's been prediction that, that these smarts, that Los Angeles was going to be, engulfed in flames and basically burnt down to the damn ground. I'm going to pull up this clip from. Let me pull up this clip from Joe Rogan. Let me pull up this Joe Rogan clip real quick. Hold on, y'all. If y'all ain't smashed that like button yet, go ahead and smash that like button. I wasn't live without no notification, so whoever catch the replay of this catches it back or whatever. But I mean, if y'all can share this live stream, if you can, share it on your social media platform. Let people know that Night and Day Talk Media is live, but we talking about why these possible fires are being set at this particular time. So let's go ahead and get into this Joe Rogan clip.
This is one of the reasons that freaked me out. And he was telling me, he goes, dude, one day, he goes, it's just going to be the right wind and fire's going to start in the right place and it's going to burn through LA all the way to the ocean. And there's not a fucking thing we can do about it. I go, really? He goes, yeah, we just get lucky. He goes, we get lucky with the wind. He goes, but if the wind hits the wrong way, it's just going to burn straight through LA and there's not going to be a thing we can do about it. Because these fires are so big, dude. When they're talking about like thousands of acres that are burning simultaneously with like 40-mile-an-hour winds. And the wind's just blowing embers through the air, and those embers are landing on roofs, and those houses are going up, and they're landing on bushes, and those bushes are going up, and everything's dry. And once it happens in a way where it's so spread out that there's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do. You
just have to evacuate, right?
Nothing they can do.
And it so happened that no water is available to even fight these flames. Like that whole area where that water was supposed to be at is all dried up. So this was like, I feel like this was definitely staged and planned, and these fires were set at the right space. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's a coincidence. All right. So let me get into this video. Sorry, this guy put together a video of all the celebrity homes that have burnt down. I mean, from Tom Hanks to Adam Sandler to all these different celebrities. Let's go ahead and get into this video real quick. I need y'all to go ahead and smash that like button. Let's go ahead and get into this.
Let's go through a list of celebrities' houses that burnt down in LA. I found some very, very interesting things as well. Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks' son comes out and says the fire burned the family's neighbor to the ground. But you remember when Tom Hanks and Rita left the United States? Check this out. The Hollywood stars were granted honorary citizenship for helping the victims of a wildfire in Greece. You might want to go back and listen to that again. The end of this video is going to be crazy. Now, Steven Spielberg. Of course, he's with Tom Hanks. Would you believe it? He had a mansion in the same place. Pretty crazy how they're all in the same exact area. And by the way, a brand new fire just started on the Hollywood Hills, right off the Solar Drive. How about Adam Sandler? Look at the area. Jennifer Aniston is also on this list, and also, Yahoo liked the list. Adam Sandler has the most ridiculous pizza party with Jennifer Aniston and George Clooney. All big friends in that neighborhood. Paid $4.1 million for the home. Adam Sandler, Jennifer Aniston, Reese Witherspoon is on that same list as well. Lived in the same place. Here's her with Adam Sandler when he was being Satan, I think it was. Dr. Dre with multiple properties there. This is a very large concentration. We have Matt Damon who's trying to get rid of the property. I think a few of these properties were for sale. I wonder if his eye was itchy. Look where Chris Pratt's house was, and he was trying to sell it as well. What are the chances of all this? What'd Ali say? They have some extremely bad luck. Should we continue this list tomorrow? Let me know. Let's go through a list of celebrities' houses that burnt down in LA. I found some very, very, very interesting things as well. Tom Hanks.
All right, so who now? These celebrities are not going to get the insurance money. None of the people in that area, period, is going to get that insurance money from these homes. Because where is the money coming from? So let's go ahead and switch back to this Ted Ross character, and this whole ITA smart cities coming in 2028. Let's go ahead and finish off this video. All right, let me bring it back just a little bit so y'all can understand what's going on. So this is from the ITA website. They plan on building the smart cities by 2028. The project is called Smart LA. So my take is that developers is going to come in and buy all this land up, and they're going to go ahead and start developing these smart cities. Elon Musk already got the smart tunnels that you could drive all the Teslas through and all that. He already got that already built. They already using that already. So the smart tunnels is already built. Now they need the smart cities to be built on top of that. So let's go ahead and finish off this video here.
Quality of life for our residents, businesses, and visitors. In other words, when done right, technology makes us smarter. That's why the city of Los Angeles strives to be a smart city. And there's never been a more important time for Los Angeles to be smart than now, as we prepare to host the world in the 2028 Summer Olympics and Paralympics.
They're about to tell you why.
Technology has transformed almost every facet of our lives. According to the Pew Research Group, 81% of Americans connect with each other through handheld smartphones, and 71% are active on social media. Our nation has fundamentally become digital, connected, and online. Likewise, at the city of Los Angeles, technology is fundamental to how we function in managing traffic, planning our communities, engaging our constituencies, and protecting our residents. Through the coordination of both existing and emerging smart city technologies, we are positioned to transform the way we live, work, and move around LA. In LA, we believe smart cities are much more than software you purchase or sensors that you install in the cityscape. A smart city is an integrated, intelligent urban ecosystem comprised of multiple ingredients that must work together for the benefit of the public. This would include, first, smart city infrastructure. This is the physical technology used to deliver smart city technologies, such as Department of Transportation's ATSAC traffic management system, which uses 4,500 connected traffic intersections to reduce travel time by more than 13%, or the Public Works Street Lighting's 165,000 LED street lamps that saves $3 million a year in electricity. Second, are smart city data tools. This is the ability to share information across the smart city when you need it, where you need it, such as sanitation's Clean Streets program that proactively improves street cleanliness across 6,500 miles of LA streets, or our Data Science Federation, which every semester matches university data scientists in training with LA urban challenges. Third is Smart City Digital Services, which are the apps and websites used to digitally deliver city services to the public, including the award-winning MyLA 311 mobile app, providing access to 1,500 city services through your smartphone.
Bingo.
Or the Shake Alert LA app that provides up to 45 seconds of advance warning of a coming earthquake. Fourth, are smart city connectivity and digital inclusion. This is the work that we do to ensure that all LA communities and businesses have access to the internet. It includes the distribution of over 5,000 computers by the City of LA to families in need through our Cycle LA program. And finally is smart city governance. This is how we coordinate investments in smart city efforts across all of our 42 city departments. In fact, the City of Los Angeles is a founding member of the I3 Consortium, along with the University of Southern California and 90 other partners, which has built an open source Internet of Things data aggregator as a smart city data marketplace.
There you go. All right, so that was their chief breaking down why they want to build these smart cities by 2028 in LA. Like I told y'all, these fires are not coincidence. These fires are meant to happen because they need the land to go ahead and build these developments in Los Angeles. New York is going to be the next development as well, at the same simultaneously as they build smart cities in Los Angeles. So y'all asked what the benefit of them building smart cities. It's called the new financial system needs new developments. So, and they plan on going full-fledged with the crypto. So everything is going to be in crypto. Everything is going to be cryptocurrency. Everything's gonna be credit. You know what I mean? Cryptocurrency. That's what the new smart city. You already got the stadium called crypto.com, and it turned the Staples Center into crypto.com. So that's giving y'all inkling right there that cryptocurrency is in full effect. All right. They're not going to change the whole stadium to call it crypto.com if they're not going to plan on using crypto. I mean, or using crypto to build these infrastructures. The American dollar too damn weak to build anything. It's not going to build nothing. It ain't even worth the, wiping our ass with that shit. It's nothing. So they need this new financial system to go ahead and start building these new developments. Well, let's continue. This is their smart city strategy. Let's get into it.
As you can see, LA's vision for becoming a smart city is already becoming a reality. As a 3-time United States Digital City Award winner, the city of Los Angeles has been investing in the infrastructure, the apps, and the data tools to be a globally recognized smart city.
Bingo.
But as technology evolves, so our smart city must evolve too.
Bingo.
That's why we have developed our Los Angeles Smart City Strategy, known as Smart LA 2028. As a roadmap,
these fires ain't for nothing, y'all. Let's continue. Double tap the screen to like this video and share this video. Because ain't nobody talking about this, and nobody else is going to even talk about this damn topic. Let's get into it.
To the 2028 Summer Olympics. It includes 56 new goals that use technology to transform the way we live, work, and move around LA. Check it out here. Thank you.
So like I said, you go to the website. This is the website. Information Technology Agency, City of Los Angeles. The project is called Smart LA 2028. All right. All right, so let me go ahead and switch to, all right, so we got Marlon Wayans. Y'all know Marlon Wayans? From the Wayans brothers, the Living Color, Wayans brothers, White Chicks, all that good stuff, right? So he posted a picture of the Hollywood Hills on fire, the Hollywood sign on fire, engulfed in the flames. All right? These are signs and symbols, y'all. They need to burn down the old development to build up these new developments. All this shit is part of the Great Reset, which me and my brother Isaiah, we plan on doing a live stream on a Great Reset. So if you ain't subscribed to this channel, make sure you subscribe to this channel because we will be talking about the Great Reset. All this shit is a part of it. You know what I'm saying? They burning down all these old developments so they can, start building on top of this shit. And like we said, they're going to use cryptocurrency to do it. So Marlon posted this post, and he said, wow, this image got me thinking spiritually. He said, to all my tribe of friends, family, executives, agents, managers, crew members, this ain't Hollywood burning. It's a rebirth. See, even he talked about the rebirth. Rebirth, you're going to hear that. You're going to hear a lot of that shit. The Great Reset, rebirth, you're going to hear all that. You know what I'm saying? You're going to hear all that shit. So this is Marlon Wayans. Said it's a rebirth. He said this is the rising of our souls of all the devastation we have endured over the past 5 years, COVID, strikes, fires, etc. This is the moment we come together as an entertainment community. He said, through all the tragedies, let's focus on the triumph. He said, everything is God. May we all hear him. He is screaming at us. Everything will be okay, even better than before. He said it's not the end, it's a beginning. Love and prayers to all those affected. I love all of U.S. I guess he love all of us, but he put it as capital U.S. So that could mean the double meaning. Us as the U.S. and us as people. You know what I'm saying? So he said, to all my friends that have lost their homes, I am saddened yet happy that you have your lives. He said, these things are replaceable, but life is not. Big hugs and love. All right, so that's Brother Marlon Waynes posted a picture of Hollywood on fire and saying this is a rebirth. I need y'all to like this video. I need y'all to double tap that screen or hit the three dots at the top, tap that like button, share this live stream, because this live stream didn't send out no notification. So we winging it right now. We winging it, all right? We are winging it. So let's go ahead and get into some live coverage footage of this damn fire. And let's go ahead and see what this shit looking like, y'all. And I got some other videos I want to pull up as well. So y'all go ahead and get comfortable, man. This is crazy. Now I want to show y'all what the after effects look like. I've just seen a video of a drone flying over all this rubbish. This should look like a third world country, man. All right, let me see real quick. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and switch back to that, but I need y'all to see what this shit looks like. All right, now this is the after effect of all this. Look at this shit, y'all. Let me see if I can zoom in a little more. I'm trying to, I don't know what the hell is going on right there. Look at that, man. Y'all see that? That shit is a third world country, man. That's insane. Did y'all ever think y'all was gonna see Los Angeles look like this? Did y'all? Especially y'all that live there. Anybody from LA in here? What's up, baby? My incoming opinion. Y'all ever thought y'all was gonna see LA look like this? This is insane. Yeah, this shit is insane, yo. Hey. Sheesh. Yeah, that's insane. Anybody from LA in here? Y'all good? Gotta make sure the LA people's good, man. Shit burnt crazy, yo. That is insane. And it burnt down the whole damn sunset. Whole damn sunset burnt down to the damn ground. All right, I see G Mars said, yeah, I'm good. Fam's good. All right, man. Y'all from LA, man. Y'all check in, man. Let us know y'all good, man. Let us know y'all good. Let us know everything, you know what I mean? I know a lot of people had to evacuate. You know what I'm saying? And they said at least 130,000 residents, man, had to evacuate. He said, thank you, Mr. White Man, for all this. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's just white man. I just think it's, you know, people that's going to benefit off this. And like I said, before, for y'all that's just tapping in, I played y'all with the project, Smart LA Project 2028. They plan on building a smart city. So, you know what I mean? I kind of broke that down on why these fires may be occurring. I mean, you got some people that saying it's possible arson as well. It could be natural, just natural, a natural disaster. I mean, who knows? But I know for damn sure they want to build them damn smart cities. That's for damn sure. That's 1,000% for sure. You know what I'm saying? So what you think they're gonna do with all this undeveloped land right here that's burnt down to the damn ground? They're not gonna pay these people for these homes. They don't have the insurance money to pay these people. They don't. So developers is gonna come in and just buy all that shit up. Possibly BlackRock, because you see BlackRock buying up most of the land in America and shit. You might have China come in and buy up some property. I mean, it's gonna be all types of different developers and investors, man. First of all, the funds is already there to build these smart cities. That's what the cryptocurrency is about. The funds is there. You know what I'm saying? So, they definitely moving forward with that plan. I don't even think they're gonna build more prisons. They just gonna build smart cities. They're gonna have designated areas, because if you build 15 minutes cities, you'll be able to sector off everything. You know what I'm saying? So they build 15-minute cities in various places, they'll be able to sector people off. You know what I mean? Y'all niggas seen the Hunger Games. Don't act like y'all ain't seen the Hunger Games. They're able to sector this shit off. You got to already talk about the sector. Even YouTube, they got fucking content creators talking about the sector. This sector, that sector. This sector, that sector. These 15-minute cities, they'll be able to sector off populations of people, man. And if you don't ever watched the show Silo, that still comes on. I think the season finale come on this Friday. If you ever watched that TV series called Silo, then you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Or the Hunger Games. If you watch the Hunger Games, then you know what the hell I'm talking about. They're going to sector the population off. They're going to force people into designated areas. So if you ever watched a movie called Demolition Man, you understand that on top of the city, there was all new developments, smart city. That whole city was smart city, right? For y'all that watched Demolition Man, right? With Wesley Snipes and Sylvester Stallone, what was at the top and what was at the bottom? All the poor motherfuckers was at the bottom of the city, down in the sewers, you know what I mean? Eating rat burgers and all types of shit. What was at the top of the city? All new developments, right? Smart city, right? You know what I'm saying? See, these Hollywood movies be commercials to push the agenda. Y'all be watching this shit, be thinking, this entertainment. This, you know what I mean? This is just Hollywood. This is just entertainment. Nah, nigga, that shit is predictive programming, man. They use these movies to push the agenda. These motherfucking movies be nothing but big ass movie production commercials to show your ass where they taking it at. But only certain people will know only certain people decode that shit. Everybody else will be watching it and just thinking it's cool for entertainment, but nah. Yeah, this is a lot of land, bro. This is a lot of land, bro. There's definitely enough land for them to. So if they trying to pull this off by 2028, they had to do this shit now. That's why I'm be thinking this fire wasn't no damn coincidence. It wasn't this no natural disaster. I'm thinking these shits was set, just like the sister Yvette Brown. She's she's skeptic that these fires was done by arson. You know what I'm saying? And like she said, it's people that's gonna benefit off these fires and shit. Let me go switch back to her. Yvette Nicole Brown. She said, I'm not a conspiracy theorist nor an arson, a myth. She said, I said what I said. To me, these latest fires seem sketchy. If you disagree, feel free to disagree. You You know what I mean? She said these new blazes are sketchy. These people are there are people who could benefit from finger pointing and chaos tragedies like these create. She said if you pay attention, a few of them are trying to benefit from it now. You know what I'm saying? So this shit is crazy though, man. I'm going to switch back to this real quick. Yeah, motive. Definitely, these fires were strategically done. You know what I'm saying? These fires were strategically done. Because, like I said, we switch over, show y'all again for y'all that just popping in. Go to the ITA website, Information Technology Agency, City of Los Angeles. Smart LA 2028 is their new plan to build the smart cities. I already went through this video. There's a video in there y'all can watch of this Tab Ross, Chief of Information Officer, breaking it down. They plan on building these cities now. So let me pull up Elon Musk tunnels. We pull up Elon Musk tunnels because y'all probably didn't. A lot of people probably didn't see this. They probably did. A lot of people were probably, because they bombarded us with so much bullshit. Diddy, Jay-Z, they bombarded us with this dumb shit. So they trying to, people don't be really tuned into it because they be having us focused on celebrities too damn much. But it's the channel right here. If you want to see what, deeper information, this is the channel right here you come to. We break the shit down. Why? You know what I mean? But let me pull this video up. We'll pull this video up right here. I mean, shit, a lot of y'all in Los Angeles should know. I'm pretty sure y'all been seeing, a lot of sketchy shit, going on in that city. Things looking strange and out of place, and you know what I mean? All right, y'all.
Latest big disruptive idea. Underground. Last night in Los Angeles, he unveiled the first tunnel and what he hopes will become a network of.
All right, so this is Gayle King did an interview with Elon Musk. He actually took her through those underground tunnels. So we're gonna go ahead and get into this. So this shit is already built. You know what I mean? This already built. They already using these Tesla tunnels already. You know what I mean? So a lot of privileged people are actually using these as well. A lot of privileged celebrities, a lot of A-list celebrities, a lot of them are already using these tunnels. So they're not driving through regular traffic like the rest of the population. These individuals are using these Elon Musk tunnels. So we're going to go ahead and get into this. As Gayle King doing an interview with Elon Musk about these tunnels. Thank you, Jelly, for sharing, liking, and sharing this video. I appreciate you. Because we didn't have no notification go off. So let's go ahead and get into this video.
Frustrated commuters across the country may welcome tech titan Elon Musk's latest big disruptive idea. How about this? Underground tunnels to beat traffic congestion. Last night in Los Angeles, he unveiled the first tunnel and what he hopes will become a network of underground highways, he says. Now, this initial stretch is only for test and won't be used by the public. It runs between the headquarters of Musk's SpaceX company and a parking lot behind a closed business a little more than a mile away. When Musk took me for a ride the other day, it was an eye-opening 4-minute journey.
You can go ahead, I think.
How fast is this?
This is still slow. We're only doing 30 miles an hour.
Oh my God.
After we get around the corner.
This isn't just any tunnel.
We can get 100, no problem, but we'll take it easy for you.
It's Elon Musk tunnel. And to understand why we're speeding through it, you need to go back a couple of years when he decided he had had enough of Los Angeles traffic gridlock.
Either we try something new or we will be stuck in traffic hell for the rest of our lives. I started thinking, well, maybe this could be underground.
This is the underground network he envisions. Electric cars using street-level elevators to drop down into a series of tunnels. Autonomous technology in the cars ensure that they don't run into each other, despite going speeds over 125 miles an hour.
Tunnels are, in my view, the only solution to urban congestion because we have a 2D road network and we have buildings in 3D. And everyone wants to pile out of those buildings and into those buildings at the same time. Obviously, you're going to have a traffic jam.
No one was building such a system, so Musk formed the amusingly named Boring Company and started building it himself. He hired Steve Davis to be the company's new president. Because Steve, you're an engineer at SpaceX. You've been there for
15 years.
So when Elon came to you and said, I have this idea to do what did he say to you?
Go dig a hole.
He had no experience doing tunnels and said, I'm just going to do it.
Yeah.
Steve, that didn't give you pause?
Yeah, but
From scratch. So probably the first day you won't be the best at it, but then you'll get better.
About a year ago, that company started digging what has become today's 1.2-mile-long test tunnel. It's in Hawthorne, near Los Angeles.
Unless we can make tunnel digging at least 10 times cheaper, then digging tunnels will not be an effective means of alleviating traffic. It'll just cost too much. These are tunnel reinforcing segments.
Musk's vision depends on him being able to do it all, faster and cheaper than current industry standards. While modern subway tunnels in Los Angeles cost around $900 million per mile, he says he built this for about $10 million. One way he saved money, he literally made it dirt cheap.
When digging tunnels, it's quite expensive to have all this dirt trucked off somewhere. And we're like, well, why don't we try to use that dirt for something useful? So we're creating bricks on site. And you can pick them up for they're very cheap, 10 cents a brick.
So all of these bricks came out of the tunnel?
Yes.
But speeding up the process was also a cause for concern. The city of Hawthorne granted Musk an exemption from typical environmental impact reviews required under California law. And in nearby neighborhoods where the tunnel runs, some residents told us they never even heard about the project until it was almost finished.
Yeah.
Some members of the community seem to feel that they didn't really have input into that decision.
We actually sent letters to everyone. I think that there's only like a...
See, that's the thing. They're not going to tell you what they, you know what I mean? Like, they be having a lot of shit already in development that the general population don't even knowing about until, like he said, until the damn project is damn near done. That's when everybody gets to know about it. But yeah, certain shit they're not going to tell the public. The smart cities, they definitely want us to know about them. They definitely want, because you can't hide that development. I mean, you're going to start seeing new shit be, new construction coming in, and a lot of roads going to be blocked off and closed. So they want to definitely prepare people for that. You know what I'm saying?
A radius that you have to inform people. We doubled that radius and inform people. And I think in any situation, it's going to be a few percentage of people that grumble.
There was also grumbling from another area, the wealthier Los Angeles neighborhood of Brentwood, which is nearby Musk's proposed second test tunnel along busy Sepulveda Boulevard. Community groups sued the city of Los Angeles for also granting an environmental review waiver there. In August, Musk announced he was no longer building that tunnel.
There's some retired lawyers in Brentwood that all they do is sue, literally. They just automatically sue. It's like a hobby.
But those lawsuits sort of shut it down in Sepulveda, did it not?
No, we decided that another test tunnel isn't really needed. I am not fazed by lawsuits.
You can't go off the tracks, right?
No,
that's what you're saying?
You cannot go off the tracks.
At first glance, the tunnel is a bit daunting. It's only 12 feet in diameter, so it's much more claustrophobic than most transportation tunnels.
We'll be able to go 150 miles an hour if we want.
If you're going that fast, what's to prevent it from crashing into another car ahead of you? That's what I worry about that.
Because the autopilot has radar and cameras that will automatically slow you down before you impact another car. You would only be allowed to go through the tunnel on autopilot.
At the end of our 4-minute adventure, the verdict? That was scary, but that was kind of cool. And by the time we started up the elevator that returned us to the surface...
It'll be faster in practice. This is just going slow because it's early days.
I don't want to go any faster than what we just did. No, thank you. And when it was all over, it was easier to see how this proof of concept tunnel could actually be a preview of the world to come.
At this point, I'm confident this can revolutionize cities and get rid of soul-destroying traffic.
Well, I had lots of questions. Elon Musk is a very confident young man. So obviously, first thing I thought about California, earthquake-prone area. But for anybody worried about that and a tunnel collapse, he has an answer for that too. He's told me that earthquakes really do all of their damage on the surface, not underground. He says they're like waves hitting a boat floating on top of the ocean, and that you'd rather be in a submarine deep underwater if there's a big storm. He also points out that historically, people who were in subway tunnels during earthquakes escaped serious injuries, like the 1968 Mexico City quake, when 0 people died in their subway tunnels. I mean, so I kept saying, but what about this? What about this? What about this? And he has a question for everything. I think by the time I was done, he was ready for me. That's okay. You may go along now. You know, he's been in the news lately. There's a lot of controversy about his personality. It was very clear. He made that very clear to me in no uncertain terms. That's not what this conversation was about. We'd booked this interview a long time ago. But I love how his brain operates. He looks at a problem. What he did with the bricks is ingenious. You know, it costs a lot of money to take away the dirt. Why not make bricks that we can sell? And if you're working with a nonprofit or something that is helping people, you get the bricks for free. So, you know, he's always thinking about how he can make things better. And I admire that about him.
I read what another reporter who'd gone down that tunnel as well wrote, and he said that Batman would have been jealous.
Yeah,
that's a good way to sum it up.
That is a good way to put it. That's a very good way to put it.
We've got to address that. We'll have cars underground. We'll probably have cars flying in the future, but something to alleviate what is this traffic and infrastructure mess.
He's thinking 2 steps ahead. There is much more of our interview with Elon Musk on our website. You can see the wild ride through the tunnel and hear what we talked about when it was over. And he said, Gail, time for you to go. Check it out at cbsthismorning.com.
So there you go. Mr. Elon Musk. Go to his little smart tunnels. You know what I'm saying? Go to his little smart tunnels. For Tesla, for his little Teslas. Or whatever else they plan on driving through them damn tunnels. Who the hell knows? But yeah. This is crazy. See, all that land burnt. It's crazy, yo. Dang. It's crazy. That's like the worst wildfire I think Los Angeles ever seen. Because it's a lot. Let me see if I can get some updates too. Let me see. All right, so it's a press conference they just had. Let me go ahead and pull this up. They just had a press conference maybe half hour ago. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull this press conference up. So they get updated on these wildfires. Make sure y'all like this video and share it if you can. Double tap the screen to like this video. I appreciate y'all tuning in. All right. Yeah, but how these celebrities home burn down like food. And praise out to y'all that's in Los Angeles, man. Y'all that's tuning in. Praise go out to y'all, man. Y'all fans. Well, that's cool. That's good. Thank you, Chris K, for sharing it on Facebook. Appreciate you. Y'all don't hear nothing? No sound? What the hell? All right, let me see. Let me stop. Let me refresh this real quick, y'all. And let me damn, I didn't even know y'all could hear this shit. The hell? All right, let me know if y'all can hear it. Let me know if y'all can hear it. Let me know if y'all can hear it. No sound still? All right, let me stop. Let me share. Let me share it again. Hold on, y'all. Sometimes this shit don't. Sometimes the audio go out. I mean, it be on some nut shit. But let me stop sharing it, and then we'll reshare it again. See if that helps. Because I can hear it on my end. That's why, you know, I don't know. I can hear it on my end and shit. That's why I didn't know. Because I was trying to check some more updates. That's why I didn't hear. All right, so hold on, y'all. Let me share this shit again real quick. Damn. All right, y'all. Hold on. Close off some of this shit. All right. Let me see something else. All right, hold on, y'all. Let me know if y'all can hear it.
By burglarizing and looting homes. This is simply unacceptable. You will be hearing from our DA
Let me know if y'all can hear it.
shortly regarding his efforts to hold these individuals accountable, and I promise you, you will be held accountable.
All right, cool, y'all.
Shame on
Yeah,
those who are
sometimes I
preying
reset this
on
shit.
our residents during this time of crisis. The emergency order will be strictly enforced by the Sheriff's Department, who are proactively patrolling to protect these communities from looting and any criminal activity. They have made 20 arrests of individuals who
Shout out to y'all
will
that
be
can
held
silent.
accountable for the actions that they've taken. I want to thank President Joe Biden and Governor Gavin Newsom for pledging to bring federal and state resources to help Los Angeles County in our moment of need. President Biden's disaster declaration includes the promise of public assistance and individual assistance. We will begin the process of rebuilding. We will have critical resources available to ensure the residents of our communities are not fighting these battles alone. I intend to bring in a motion with Supervisor Horvath as my co-chair or co-author to ratify the county's emergency proclamation at the next Board of Supervisors meeting. Make no mistake, this board and this county will continue to do everything in our power to ensure the safety of our residents as we look forward to the path of recovery. With that, I would like to introduce Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. Okay, so Mayor Bass. I'd like to introduce LA City Mayor Bass.
Thank you, Supervisor. One voice, that is the way we speak, and that is the way we stand here united. Los Angeles will stand united and stand strong. So first of all, my thoughts are with the thousands of Angelenos who are impacted by this emergency, as more Angelenos were forced to make the terrifying decision to evacuate. Our priorities, of course, are to keep Angelenos safe and to protect homes. The winds continue to be of a historic nature and a key factor of this firestorm. For much of Tuesday, the unprecedented winds prevented air operations to continue. However, as of yesterday, the winds have allowed for air operations, and that has enabled significant progress against the fires in Hollywood and Studio City last night. And as of 7:30 this morning, evacuation orders in Hollywood have been lifted. Angelenos cooperated, the community stood together, they evacuated, and Angelenos should continue to proceed with caution. Air operations are continuing rapidly in the Palisades, in Sylmar, and across our region. We continue to see our heroes from our LA firefighters and from personnel, families, neighbors from across the county and the state. We thank you. However, we continue to confront a big one-level firestorm. Historic winds and extensive drought have created a perfect storm that has driven people from their homes and have taken people's homes, and that has taken people's lives. I've been in the fire zones, and you can see how fast and devastating these wind-driven fires are. I know people from all over the nation are asking how they can help. So here are two essential ways. First of all, support the California Community Foundation Wildlife Recovery Fund at calfund.org and support the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation at supportlafd.org. And in addition to shelters, Airbnb is offering free temporary housing. Go to 211LA.org for more information. This, as we know, is a regional crisis. So working together is the only way we will get through this. That's why I've been in constant contact with my colleagues at the county, state, and federal level. President Biden, Governor Newsom have assured us of full state and federal support. And of course, County Chair Barger and I are fully coordinated, as I am with all of the local elected officials. And our fire departments, police departments, utilities, and other critical agencies are coordinated as well. We have pre-deployed, we are executing a strategy, and we are adapting to conditions on the ground in real time. This is absolutely an unprecedented historic firestorm, but we are all hands on deck. We need to continue to cooperate. We need to evacuate when asked to do so. We need to help others, help our neighbors. And first and foremost, we need to stay united. We need to stay strong. A united LA is the way we will recover, is the way we rebuild our communities. And with that, I believe I'm introducing Supervisor Lindsay.
We showed y'all how they're going to build their new communities. These new damn smart cities are going to be the new communities. What the hell?
Good morning. The strength and resilience of Los Angeles County is more than anything we are seeing on the ground. I know this because of the relentless fight that our first responders, our firefighters, our law enforcement officials are putting forward, giving it everything they've got to take on each of these fires throughout the region. That being said, this is testing even the strongest among us. Last night, I personally received an alert from Nixle that I too was under evacuation warning. And I was put in the shoes of tens of thousands of Angelenos who have been facing this from the moment the fires broke out. No one should have to choose which priceless memento they're going to take with them or leave behind in order to stay safe, for their families to stay safe, for their communities to be safe. I've heard from so many community members about the pricelessness of the community centers, the faith centers. I know that in the Palisades alone, there are more than 20,000 Jewish community members, and I was contacted by the Jewish Federation and the work that they are doing throughout the region to support the Jewish community. We've heard with the Eaton fire, the loss of so many faith centers throughout the Palisades fire and so much more. These are not just structures. These are places where people have made lasting memories, memories they will hold on to. But as they look at their community now, their hearts break, and we are in mourning with them. This is a time of grief, and that is why it is tremendous that our governor and our president and all of the leaders behind me and all of the leaders out throughout Los Angeles are standing strong for all of our Angelenos who are suffering great heartache. The Pacific Palisades has suffered immense loss, and my heart goes out to all of the residents who are continuing to try to understand what is left of their homes. In the Topanga Canyon, I've been speaking with residents throughout the night, and I know that One Topanga and TSEP have been in constant communication with those on the ground, and we are in communication with them to ensure that we are supporting Topangans on the ground. I know there's this morning a fire active behind the lumberyard, and the chief has personally deployed resources to ensure that we are actively fighting the fires in Topanga. Topanga Canyon is a treasure, and we are fighting to protect it. Sunset Mesa, when you look at what is left, is heartbreaking. The community members of Malibu and Santa Monica, which last night declared a curfew because of the tragedy that they're experiencing on top of the fire, people trying to take advantage of this crisis. It's absolutely unacceptable, and we will all stand together to keep each and every neighborhood safe. The Hollywood Hills, my heart broke with you last night. I am grateful for the swift work and the aerial assault that took place in order to protect our Hollywood Hills quickly. When you saw a home go up in flames in Studio City, you wondered if that was going to be the next outburst. The residents of Studio City, we stand with you. And in Sylmar, we have at least achieved some containment of the Hearst fire, but we have a long way to go. And we are watching and standing with you. This is a moment where we will share detailed updates, but we will not forget that behind each of these updates is the person who deserves our support. With that, gas shutoffs continue to affect more than 15,000 people in Malibu from Brentwood Country Club to Pepperdine. A boil water advisory remains in effect for the Sunset Mesa community from Topanga Beach and Coastline Drive to the south on Shore Heights Drive on the north, and Topanga Canyon to Carbon Canyon Road in Malibu, including communities of Big Rock and Carbon Mesa. Metro fares remain suspended today thanks to the leadership of Metro Board Chair Han and our CEO Stephanie Wiggins. If you have essential travel today, please do so safely away from the areas of the evacuation orders. If you do not have essential travel, please remain indoors. For the latest updates and service impacts, you can go to alerts.metro.net. LA County Assessor Jeffrey Prang has shared property tax installment deferral applications, misfortune, calamity, damage reassessment applications, and disaster relief FAQ for property owners affected by the fires at assessor.lacounty.gov. All LAUSD schools and Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District schools in the 3rd District are closed. With that, mental health supports are available through the county's Department of Mental Health. You can call 800-854-7771. Please use this resource. We know you are experiencing traumatic pain, and we want to do our best to help start healing. Thank you for the outpouring of support from across the county and across the country. Emergency Network LA is coordinating volunteers and support through enla.org. Our county is doing everything possible to respond to these fires until they are contained. And as Chair Barber referenced, today is a day of mourning. And in the words of former President Carter, our faith calls us to do all that we can, wherever we can, with all we can. And in this spirit, indeed in this moment calls us to do the same. Thank you. Next, I'd like to welcome LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
All right, we're going to switch back to Anthony Maroney, but I wanted to do this real quick. Hold on, y'all. All right, we're going to switch back to that, but I wanted to do this real quick. All right, so these are the Hollywood stars' homes that burnt down. Hollywood star homes burnt down to the ground. Wildfires destroyed LA. So these are some of the people's homes that was destroyed. Ain't none of them getting no insurance money back neither. Nobody's getting insurance money. They ain't got enough insurance money to cover all that. You know. Sir Anthony Hopkins' home burnt down to the ground. Damn. He be on his damn. He be on his social media heavy as hell, filming from his house too, doing doing his little his little reels and shit. Damn. That shit is nothing there. Damn. John Goodman and shit. Hey. Man, I think Paris Hilton shit burnt down. There was some other people shit that burnt down too. Let me see if I can find that. All right, let me go ahead and pull this video up, y'all. We're gonna jump back into that press conference, but I'm all over the place with this shit because there's a lot to endure with this. There's a lot of news coming out. There's a lot of new updates and all types of shit. So just bear with me, y'all. I mean, we winging it right now, so. Let me know y'all can hear that. Good? Okay, man. No audio? Y'all don't hear nothing? Y'all don't hear nothing? Hey, cool, y'all. Y'all gotta be on it, man. Y'all gotta let me know. This should be going out sometimes. Damn. All right, hold on, y'all. There we go. Sound went out again. All right, I'm gonna bring this shit back, y'all. Sound went out again. All right, let me hear this again. Hold on, y'all. Sound be going out every once in a while and shit. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, but I need y'all to hear the video. I need y'all to hear the video. Hold on, y'all. Let me know if y'all can hear that. Let me know if y'all can hear it.
Instagram, quote, 7 p.m. personal fire update. Evacuated Malibu so last minute.
Let me know if y'all can hear that, though. Go ahead, bring this shit back. Sound be going. I don't know how the hell the sound be going out. It's crazy.
Celebrities are speaking out as devastating wildfires spread through Southern California. The fast-moving fires, which ignited due to extremely high winds on January 7th, prompted the mandatory evacuation of more than 80,000 people, per NBC News. Among the evacuees include several celebrities like Mark Hamill, who writes an update on his Instagram, quote, 7 p.m. personal fire update. Evacuated Malibu so last minute there were small fires on both sides of the road as we approached PCH. He then later includes an update saying he evacuated safely to his daughter's house in Hollywood, adding, quote, most horrific fire since '93. Celebrity chef Sandra Lee shares terrifying videos of the flames tearing across the Malibu coastline. She writes in her caption, quote, my home in Malibu has got me through some of the darkest moments in my life. I've loved creating it, embellishing it, building it, caring for it, and protecting it. The 58-year-old continues, I've cherished every moment I have had with it. As the fire draws closer, I pray for it. I pray for everyone in Los Angeles right now. What an incredibly terrifying moment for my community. Actress Mandy Moore takes to her Instagram stories, writing, quote, evacuated safe with the kids, dog, and cats, praying and grateful for the first responders.
Say a prayer for the Palisades here.
On social media, reality star Spencer Pratt chronicled the fire inching up to his home, posting later that after he and his wife Heidi Montag and their 2 children evacuated, his home was destroyed. Imploring social media users to post facts about the fire, Jamie Lee Curtis writes on her Instagram, quote, my community and possibly my home is on fire. My family is safe. Many of my friends will lose their homes. Many other communities as well. There are so many conflicting reports. She continues saying in part, quote, if ever there was a need for use of the phrase, my hand in yours, it is right now. Take care of each other. Others simply sent thanks and prayers for the firefighters and first responders battling the blazes, including Khloe Kardashian, who takes to her social media, writing in part on her Instagram stories, quote, your selflessness, resilience, and tireless efforts to protect lives and communities are deeply appreciated. You are true heroes, and we are incredibly grateful for all you do. Guardians of the Galaxy star Chris Pratt echoes her statement in his own post, writing in part, quote, thank you to the brave firefighters and first responders who are working tirelessly to protect lives, homes, and wildlife as they battle fast-moving wildfire fueled by fierce winds. You are true heroes, and we are endlessly grateful for your sacrifice and courage. Let's all come together to support one another during this tough time.
Well, Vanessa, that's the point of this title of this live stream. Yeah, said somewhere he setting fires, but why? I told y'all why. Smart LA 2028. Smart LA 2028. That's why. Smart City 2028. All right, so let's jump back into this conference. Let's get some more updates on this.
So good morning.
All right, I got you, baby.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. I will be providing an Eaton Fire update in addition to a Region 1 update. The Eaton Fire remains estimated to be 10,600 acres, and growth has been significantly stopped. And we have 0% containment. We have over 879 firefighting personnel assigned, and mutual aid resources continue to arrive to assist with this firefight. From this point forward, incident fatality information and reporting will be the responsibility of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. We have several reported injuries and over 1,000 structures damaged.
Got some more updates, y'all.
The cause of the fire remains unknown, and it continues to be under active investigation. As I stated yesterday, as soon as a cause is determined, we will advise the media. The Lydia fire that started yesterday in Acton has been 40% contained, and forward progress has been stopped. It is limited to 348 acres. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege event has increased significantly, and we have a much better posture than we did on Tuesday.
Last night and this morning, we are up
out-of-state resources continue to arrive in Los Angeles County and
go into our areas.
and we are appreciative to our fire partners
All right, some idiots are looting.
Western United States
Of course, that comes
for
along with
providing
it.
assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning, the National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday. I would like to also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Lori Moore Merrill from the U.S. Fire Administration, who flew out with her team from Washington, D.C. last night to be with Fire Chief Crowley and I, so they could witness firsthand the challenges and the devastation that have resulted. Lastly, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of my LA County Fire Department personnel, both on the front lines and those behind the scenes, who continuously place themselves in harm's way to protect residents and property in our great county of Los Angeles. Thank you for always being there, and continue to be safe as they take care of themselves, those around them, and the people we serve and protect. Thank you, and I'd now like to invite up Fire Chief Kristen Crowley of the Los Angeles Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief Maroney. So good morning. We continue to battle multiple major brush fires in the city of Los Angeles and across the Los Angeles region. Today, we expect winds to subside somewhat, which will allow fire crews to increase containment lines. However, I want to be very clear here as well, we are still under red flag warning with extreme fire behavior possibilities. Before I give you an update on several fires in the city of Los Angeles, I have to take a moment, for all the right reasons, to thank the residents of Los Angeles and our surrounding areas for heeding our instructions. Today, it is absolutely imperative that as we move into day 3 of this firestorm, all members of our Los Angeles community maintain vigilance. I will now give you an update of our activities that occurred overnight. Palisades Fire, as we know, started January 7th at 10:30 hours in the morning. Size at this point is 17,234 acres. We're in unified command, LAFD, CAL FIRE, LA County Fire, LAPD, and LA Sheriffs. 0% containment. Extreme fire behavior continues to challenge firefighting efforts for the Palisades area. Wind gusts are up to 60 miles per hour and are expected to resume throughout the entire day. Firefighters and air resources will continue to work to protect the community and infrastructures and gain control so that we can contain this fire. Damage assessments are ongoing at the Palisades Fire. However, preliminary reports estimate the damage or destroyed structures to be in the thousands. It is safe to say that the Palisades Fire is one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles. We will continue to provide additional information as it becomes available. I'll move on to the Hearst Fire. January 7th start. The size, 855 acres. We're unified in command, LAFD, United States Fire Service,
This is so sad.
Angeles National Forest, and LAPD.
It's like really sad.
0% containment. Firefighters held the fire within a planned containment area and are successful, and we have established a perimeter. Crews were able to get a handle on a few of the flare-ups over the night. We will continue to strengthen our containment lines and create a number of dozer lines to minimize the fire growth. Next, Woodley Fire started on January 8th. Size 30 acres. Containment, fully contained, and we are using fire patrols to monitor the area for any flare-ups. The fire has been declared as a knockdown, and there are no current threats. Next, Sunset Fire, which is in the Runyon Canyon area. Started last night, January 8th. Size 42.8 acres. Forward progress, I'm very glad to share with everybody, was stopped and the crews are working to put out spot fires within the perimeters and to keep the wind from spreading any additional embers. As of 7:30 this morning, all evacuation orders have been lifted. This fire was rapidly and aggressively attacked by using coordinated air and ground fire suppression efforts. Residents heeded our timely evacuation orders. More information to come on that. Next up, the Sun Swept Fire, which is in the Studio City area. As I talked about all the previous incidents, on top of this, our fire department was faced with another massive challenge. A very large structure fire encompassing 2 large hillside homes with heavy fire, which exposed brush, broke out in the Studio City area of Los Angeles. The high winds caused the fire to extend within the adjacent brush, potentially causing another additional brush fire. Our LEFD poured all available resources into this fire, and through a combined effort, were successful in preventing another devastating brush fire. Our firefighters stopped the forward progress at just under 1 acre. Also, to be clear, all of the incidents that I just spoke about are all under an active investigation.
Whoa.
Let's talk about the preparations for today. The LAFD continues to augment and recall all of our firefighters to fill every single available seat on every single available apparatus within the city of Los Angeles. Firefighters continue to move into the Southern California region from across the Western region of the United States, and we are very, very grateful for any assistance that we are receiving. Weather conditions are beginning to turn favorably, which will allow us to increase our containment lines. Again, our primary focus remains on impacting and effecting rescues and saving lives while protecting property. The multiple incidents across the city and the region continue to tax our firefighters. However, rest assured that every single firefighter, first responder, law enforcement officer across the region remains 100% committed to protecting our communities. Here's your call to action. Stay informed with trusted news and official updates. Be prepared to evacuate if you live near a wildland area. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. We also ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any impacted areas, which we want to make sure there's zero room for any other issues when it comes to delays for our firefighters, first responders to get to where we need to go.
All right, hold on, y'all. I'm gonna jump back. I want to jump back into that, but hold on real quick. All right, so got some more things that came in real quick. All right, so Janae Aiko, is that her name? Janae Aiko? She said, me and my children home is gone, burnt down to the ground with all of our things inside. Lord have mercy, we thankful that we still have each other. Starting from scratch, my heart is so heavy. That is a damn shame. This is a damn shame. She said all of her belongings and her children's belongings gone, burnt down to the ground. But I wanted to change over to this. And this is what I was talking about it. Insurance is not going to cover a lot of this shit. Now, this is a nurse. Nurse shares that her parents' fire insurance was canceled by the company before the Eaton fire. Let's get into this, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of this shit ain't gonna be covered, man.
You decided not to leave.
I know I'm not supposed to be here, but this is my parents' home.
I know the feeling.
And they just they got canceled from their fire insurance. So they're dealing with this. They're 90 years old. And through the state of California, because of this, they're 90 years old, that they've lived in this house for 75 years, and they've had the same insurance, and these insurance people decided to cancel the fire. And we're going through this, and it just happened, and they have no fire insurance. So thank you, California insurance companies, supporting residents who pay taxes and love California. And they wonder why people leave California.
First and foremost, you did get your parents out safely.
I live in Sierra Madre. My parents are in Sierra Madre, but...
And now you know that it is under evacuation as well, north of Sierra Madre Boulevard.
Yeah, I snuck here. You know, there's a will, there's a way. Probably shouldn't do it, but you know what? Under the circumstances, send me to jail. That's fine.
It is unbelievable what's happening here to the neighbors. Your parents' house is still standing. You had a hose. You're doing what you can.
I mean, I have a hose. It doesn't compare to these beloved neighbors that I've known. I was born and raised in this house, and I live in Sierra Madre, and I'm now 62 years old. And this is the house I was born and raised in, and I've never moved out of Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Hastings Ranch.
I know people are dipping in and out of our coverage. As we speak to you, let's have my photographer Romeo pan right over there to where we were and what's happening across the street. When you see that of your neighbors' houses, what are you thinking?
There's no words to even describe how heartbreaking. That's a life. That's your entire life. You don't get that back. The memories are gone. I hope they're.
You decided.
Yeah, insurance companies, pulling out right before the fire happened. Like, that's crazy, right? That is crazy. What a coincidence, right? What a coincidence. How convenient is that for the insurance company to pull out right before the fire? Seems like a scandal, a scheme, a scandal going on here. Yeah. They're not going to pay most of those people for those homes burning down. Some people might get, something, but a lot of them ain't. You know what I mean? Chris K, he said, which company? Shit, all of them. All of them. You know what I'm saying? All of them crooked in the barrel of sneaks. A lot of them, all of them crooked in the letter I on the goddamn St. Ives bottle. That's St. Ives 40 ounce. You know what I'm saying? Let's continue though. Let's go and get back into
I want to
this.
take just a moment to thank every single Los Angeles resident who's
Let me know if y'all can hear
impacted
that.
by this, for staying vigilant,
Sound
supporting our
incredible.
first responders, and helping your neighbors. Thank you to Mayor Batts, our city leadership, everybody that is here. As you can see, we stand with every single community member, business, anybody that's been negatively impacted by all of these incidents. We stand with you. We're going to remain strong with you as well. And I tell you, we're throwing everything at this that we possibly can. We're going to move through this and continue to support one another. With that, I will go ahead and introduce our next speaker, which is Sheriff Luna. Sir.
Good morning, Robert Luna, Sheriff of Los Angeles County. Currently, we have well over 400 sheriff's personnel that are still actively deployed to the fires, in addition to our normal staffing for patrol-related functions throughout the county of Los Angeles. Deputies continue to assist our residents with evacuations. They are performing a lot of humanitarian missions. So many stories to share, don't have time right now. Providing food and blankets to people, rescuing people who unfortunately did not evacuate when they were asked to. So you've heard it over and over up here. A lot of the stories of heroic actions by our deputy sheriffs, police officers, or firefighters, a lot of them are taking place from people who did not choose to evacuate, putting their own lives at risk. So please, if you're asked to evacuate, because it's not only your life you're putting in danger. We continue to conduct roving patrols, manning hard road closures, providing security in evacuation areas to prevent anyone who may be tempted to engage in criminal behavior like looting. It was mentioned earlier before by the supervisor, and I'm going to make this crystal clear to everybody out there. Over last night and this morning, we are up to 20 individuals who chose to go into our areas and deprive these poor people who have been through so much of their property. Absolutely unacceptable.
Ignorant. Of course, we gotta have ignorant individuals.
I'm going to give direction.
They gotta be looting and stealing during the damn fire.
As you know, when we have an evacuation order by law,
slacker,
if you remain in that area, you are guilty of a misdemeanor. If you commit certain crimes, it could jump up to a felony. I'm going to be asking our employees to start enforcing that.
That is very different than a curfew. Why? Because it's 24/7. I don't have to wait for the sun to go down or the sun to come up. If you are in one of these areas and you do not belong there, you are going to be subject to arrest. I hope that is as clear as I can make it, because our first choice isn't to do enforcement. It's not to make arrests. It's to help people. But if people choose to commit crimes, they're going to be held accountable. And the DA who's standing next to me will clarify even that a little bit further. This continues to be a fluid and evolving crisis, and the numbers that we release throughout this incident are going to fluctuate. So anything we say is subject to change. We're getting information from our boots on the ground. It's very chaotic out there because it's still so fluid. So forgive us if we give a number and then we have to modify those numbers. I talked about the 20 arrests that have been made so far. Unfortunately, I do expect that to go up. We're not going to tolerate that kind of activity. We have substantially increased our deployment of deputies at the fixed traffic post, and are trying to limit and clear out any unauthorized vehicles or people in these areas. I do want to talk as we are summoning more resources. I have been in contact with the chief of the Office of Emergency Services for the state of California. Obviously, that's done at the direction of Governor Newsom. From the get-go of this, he has offered any and all resources to us in law enforcement, and they're doing the same for fire, but I'll specifically talk about policing. The California National Guard is on standby at our direction, specifically my direction, and we, along with my partner Jim McDonald at the LAPD, are currently in discussions if we are going to need them or how we would deploy them as the hours go on. So stand by for that information as the hours tick on. Chief Maroney mentioned this regarding any death toll information. Yes, we had preliminary numbers yesterday. I got to be honest with you, as I reviewed some of those last night and this morning, I was not satisfied with some of the information that we're getting. And it's not the fault of our people. The people that are working under very difficult conditions are doing their best to do what they need to do. At one point, we'll be able to do a more thorough search of these impacted areas. Some of them look like a bomb was dropped in them, where we will be able to bring in canines and other things to help us hopefully not discover too many fatalities. That's our prayer, but this is a crisis and we don't know what to expect, but we're ready for everything. So all information, at least on the county side of this equation, we're working with our coroner's office. We'll figure out those numbers. So be patient with us when you ask us about death toll numbers. Right now, frankly, we don't know yet. We eventually will. Evacuations overall for Palisades, Eaton, Hearst, and Lydia fires, the number in both county and city areas, evacuation orders are impacting 179,783 residents. That's nearly 180,000 people in Los Angeles County that are currently under evacuation orders, with another close to 200,000 residents that are under evacuation warnings. I cannot emphasize enough that I urge residents that are asked to evacuate to follow our warnings. I gave some examples earlier. I'm going out through my staff, hey, give me some stories where our deputies are just constantly putting their life on the line. And in every example I'm given is as a result of somebody who chose not to evacuate. I don't want to tell those stories anymore. I don't want to give stories of our first responders being injured, specifically our communities being injured. Please, if you're told to evacuate, evacuate. Two of our sheriff's substations are out of power, running on generators. That's both our Altadena and Crescentia Valley stations. They're right in the thick of things. They're engaged in all of the work that I've described. The issues of mutual aid. Will consistently evaluate and reevaluate the needs for more law enforcement personnel. But I can tell you, I'm getting calls from all over this region, from other sheriffs and police chiefs. Everybody wants to help. And that's awesome. That's part of our profession. Very proud to be part of it. The last thing I'll say is, for any specific information regarding evacuation orders or warnings or any road closures, and there's a lot of them, please go to lacounty.gov/emergency. Thank you very much. And with that, I am going to introduce the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDuff.
Morning, and I'll start off with a sincere thank you to all who have cooperated and supported the first responders and others who've been out there doing the best they can to make this as manageable as it can be. We're still on full tactical alert at the LAPD in support of our fire partners to be able to accomplish their mission. We're assisting with safety as well as the evacuation sites. You heard the sheriff quote the numbers of people who are out there using those. And again, we want to provide every level of safety we can for the involved in that effort. We've been joined by our port police and Los Angeles World Airport police partners as part of the city family in doing the jobs that we're doing as we move forward today. But I want to thank our team. Many of our team and many of the people who are here behind me have left their families in fire areas to come to work to be able to help others. We've had a large number of people who have been evacuated, a large number of people in this group here who either family or friends have lost their own homes and lost everything they own and are dealing with taking care of young families at the same time while they're trying to balance the needs of work with the needs and responsibilities of family. We truly are all in this together, and we have to look at it that way as we move forward. The advice I would give is consistent with what you've heard. The air is not healthy for people who are challenged from a respiratory standpoint. So if you don't have to come into an area that's so impacted, please don't. Traffic, we are trying to maintain ingress and egress to our emergency areas for first responders in particular. We had, as you heard, people coming in still from other states to be able to help in the fire suppression effort. And we need them to be able to get in and be able to do what they need to do as easily as possible. The evacuations, they will probably still continue as the winds pick up. So we want to be able to do that as effectively as we can. Again, I said thank you for the cooperation, but I ask for additional cooperation should the need arise as we move forward. This is anything but predictable. We're thankful for the wind conditions we have now and the ability for our fire partners to truck for lost time, to be able to put containment around several of our burn areas and to be able to move forward on that. But again, I just want to say that you've heard from, and you'll hear in a minute from the DA, but from the sheriff about our crime suppression efforts. For those who want to take advantage of others, we're there.
I want to pause this real quick, y'all, because I want to jump into this. Thanks to my baby for giving me a heads up on this one. So now, LA fires cost over $50 billion. That's why I said they're not going to have this money to pay. $50 billion in damages, yo. They don't wait a winner. They can have the money to cover all this. Over $50 billion, probably more than that. No way in. These insurance companies are not going to pay out for all these things. They're not. the script right there. I mean, a lot of this shit was arson. Yeah, a lot of this shit was arson. Be like, damn, how the fuck that catch on fire? Like that's in the middle. But I mean, I understand wildfire spread like crazy, but some of this shit just look arson to me. I don't know. What y'all think? Some of this shit look arson. Mm-hmm. It could be both. It could be mixed in. You know what I mean? Because of the wildfires, it could be some arson shit involved too. You know what I mean? Based off of the wildfires covering it up or type of shit. You know what I mean? Right. You said like the world leave the world behind, right? Shit crazy.
We're gonna be there.
Yeah, that movie was a whole commercial for the agenda. That whole leave the world behind shit. The Obama, Michelle and Obama, the Barack movie and shit. Yeah, that shit that was on Netflix. That was a whole damn agenda piece right there. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. And so, and then they showed the Teslas and shit. Spoiler alert! For the people that ain't why they showed all the Teslas dysfunction in this shit, crashing in a whole damn pile up. Come on now.
Be working to hold you accountable for what you're doing in that regard. But as this runs its course, fatigue will certainly become a significant factor for those who are both directly involved in the operation as well as members of our community. So again, we are very thankful for the people who are doing this on all of our behalf, but we need to stick together. We need to support each other. And this is a thing where morale is a big deal for both the community and all of our folks. So take care of each other out there and let's do the best we can. Thank you. Now, I mentioned our DA Hockman. It's now my pleasure to introduce the newly elected District Attorney of Los Angeles County, Nathan Hockman.
A lot of this should be suspicious, man. Move our votes. You'll find this suspicious.
Yesterday, I bore witness by walking and driving through Pacific Palisades. I ended up at my sister's house, a house where she and her husband had raised 4 boys, celebrated birthdays, barbecues, and whatnot. And that house has been burned to the ground. And not just her house, but all her neighbors, up and down each one of the blocks I traveled. Those houses no longer exist. They are now basically rubble. And I haven't seen something like that. I've lived here almost over 60 years. In the entire time I've been here, it looked apocalyptic. Not since the 1990s, when Los Angeles was hit with the fires, the flood, the earthquake, and the riots, have I seen such disaster occur here in our city. But like back then, Los Angeles has true grit. It has resilience. And it will rebuild, and it will rebuild better than ever. But along the way, there might be people out there.
Now, peep the rebuild and build better than ever, right? Yeah, Smart LA 2028. That's their new new development. Yeah, smart cities. Come on now. Now they plan on hosting the Olympics in 2028 in Los Angeles. They got to get this city built before that happens. As the ITA guy, the chief ITA guy said, we need to get this city built by 2028 because the Olympics, we plan on bringing the Olympics to Los Angeles. Yeah. So they're going to launch the crypto. They're going to launch that crypto shit. Definitely. Full force. Probably when Trump get in there, you know what I mean? They set up, all the, set up his whole cabinet and shit. They going to definitely pass that crypto bill. And These new developments is going to be built off cryptocurrency. You know what I'm saying? Staples Center is what? Crypto.com. Like I said earlier, crypto.com, man. So you're going to hear all this new development shit. You're going to hear all this, we got to rebuild. But they ain't telling you what they're going to rebuild. You know what I mean? Until you start digging and doing the research, and like, oh, you niggas want to build these smart cities. Because y'all plan on bringing the Olympics to, Los Angeles by 2028. But that ain't just it. And that's just not just why, because of the Olympics, but this is the new developments that they want to build. Simple and plain. Let's continue to the press conference with this guy here.
There want to take advantage of the people who are suffering these tragic losses. These criminals need to hear, as they've heard from the sheriff, as they've heard from Chief McDonald, an unmistakably clear message that if you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law.
Go arrest some of these.
The reason I want to send this warning now is I don't want any mistake later that somehow they thought, oh, it's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment. So I want to make sure that message is received loud and clear, because the first responders in this situation have been simply heroic. As I was in Pacific Palisades, I not only saw fire departments from LA County and LA City, I saw Rialto, Howard, Redding, fire.
What's all these polys burning in train wrecks? And yeah, Palestine, Ohio, with the goddamn train wreck, all that chemical spill shit. Got the war over there in Palestine. You got Palisades burning. What's all these polys, man? What's up with all these polys, man? Is all this shit connected? You know what I mean? Is it all connected? Is it all a conspiracy? You don't find all this shit suspicious? I don't know, man. Now, y'all let me know.
Engines from across this entire state that have come to our rescue. And thank you. Thank you to all the first responders. When it comes to law enforcement, it's an all-hands-on-deck operation with law enforcement and the DA's office. Again, detectives are putting on uniforms and getting out there on the streets to protect us. We owe them a huge thank you. And from the DA's office, if we do get these cases, please be on notice that we are going to try and deter you from committing the crimes in the first place. But if you do commit these crimes, do not expect anything else than maximal punishment. I'll now introduce LA County Public Works Director, Mark Priscilla.
Palestine, Palisades, all types of poly.
Good morning. As stated, my name is Mark Pistrella. I'm the Director of the Los Angeles County Public Works Agency. First I want to say my heart, of course, goes out to everyone affected by the devastating event. I personally toured many of the areas yesterday and met with residents. And as everyone here has described, it's an absolute tragedy, including the life safety support system, our infrastructure that has been destroyed that supports life in these communities. I know from personal experience that feeling a loss from a wildfire, and I have tremendous respect for our firefighters and other first responders, our police force, the Sheriff's Department for the work they are currently doing. In fact, our current mission, which has been going 24/7 for 3 days now, is to support our fire department and our sheriff's department and the local PDs in their efforts to save lives. That is our #1 mission right now, and what we are currently continuing to do, unfortunately, as this event is still active. We are also focusing on the inevitable recovery and repopulation of the areas that we will build back and build back strong. The current focus is on utility restoration. And I know many people are already asking about that. Your sewer, water, your power system and the transportation system have all been significantly damaged. The heat of this system, the wind that blew also knocked down thousands of trees in the roadway. So what we have is a tremendous amount of debris throughout the communities that have had experienced this fire. This debris has been moved enough to let our firefighters and our sheriff PD into the area to do their work, but it's going to need to be processed and moved safely out of the area. And we are working on a coordinated effort across LA County to do debris removal, the debris removal that it will be necessary to restore the community back to its former way of life. The debris can be hazardous. The debris that is on the private property is considered hazardous and may be toxic. And so I want to warn everybody now that is either there who's remained behind or who is visiting the areas. As was mentioned earlier, it is not safe. It is not safe to touch the debris. It is not safe to remove the debris yourselves. There is a process for that, and we will be mobilizing with the City of Los Angeles to provide a health review of every property and make sure that when we move that debris, that it's done in a way that's safe for you and for the other residents who remain behind in the area. We are also working on water supply system. The water supply system currently is still supplying fire suppression. Last night we got to see the wonderful use of our reservoirs, the city's reservoirs and our reservoirs, to take water from the reservoirs and actually use firefighting event aerial attacks to the system. You saw what a difference that made in the firefight last night. And those reservoirs are full and continue to be ready and at the disposal of our firefighting friends. The municipal water system continues to suffer poor water quality due to the introduction of ash and debris into our reservoirs, into our filtration systems. So there are specific areas that we are asking for water to be boiled. I would just say with all caution, anyone who's remained behind, if there is any residence in your area that is burned to the ground and you are still there, you should just go ahead and boil water. We will be actively coming to communities in the next day, within this day or next day, delivering domestic water to people who remain in the fire zone area. LA County will be coordinating that effort, not only for the District 29, but also we'll be working with the City of LA to deliver water to residents who've remained behind or who again have partial damage and are maybe staying in their homes. I want to again just mention that a firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from municipal water systems for several hours is just not sustainable. That's why the air support is so important. Our residents in the Sunset Mesa to Topanga Beach area, Coastline Drive on the south to Shore Heights Drive on the north are up in the area. This is a partial damaged area or a threatened area. The Topanga Canyon Road to Carbon Canyon Road Mesa as well as another area that's threatened. So all what I just talked about applies to you residents who are there. Now, what can we do? What can the public do? What you should be doing as we sort of still active fire. I will reiterate that it's extremely important to listen to the sheriff and to PD when you are asked to evacuate immediately. Do not hesitate. Do not wait. Your life is not worth it. The systems that you're leaving behind, they are going to be impacted and they cannot be restarted easily. So I know a lot of people are talking about, starting up. If you're thinking about creating your own water and sewer and power system at your home, I want you to be very careful about that. That is not something that a licensed contractor should be doing or our utility folks. Please don't do that. As I said yesterday, if you're leaving your home, I want to make sure that you lock that home, that you close that home up tight, and that you leave access for firefighters by not closing gates or creating a situation where they can't get to your home to fight off fire. The road system is impacted heavily throughout LA County, including city and county areas. There are multiple, in fact, hundreds of stop signals that are currently flashing red. I want to remind everybody that you treat that as a stop sign and you stop for that flashing. And if you come to a barricade, you need to turn around because those streets are closed for the purpose of recovery and not for looky-loos. Please do not argue with the sheriffs that are there or the PD. If the road is closed, there's a good reason for it. It's because it's not safe for you to be in that area. And that safety includes the debris that I was talking about. Trees down, potholes, road systems destroyed. There could be breaks in the roadway that could cause major damage to your vehicle. So I'm asking that you comply with all road closures until further notice. We are available as a 24/7 agency. You can reach our department at 1-800-675-HELP. We do need every citizen. There's something else you can do. If you see something, please tell us about it. Whether it's a gas leak, whether it's a utility line down, if it's a signal that's not malfunctioning, if it's a sewer system leak, any of those things that keep our life safety system going, we need to know about them so we can catalog them and get to them. Please know, and I do need to mention that all of the utility workers, not just my folks at LA County Public Works, but the folks at the City of Los Angeles, the folks at the Southern California Edison, the gas company, we are all coordinating with each other to restore your systems. And our folks are all working 24/7. There are many heroic stories, like the sheriff and fire have, of our utility folks out in the middle of the night, 24/7, getting those systems back up into place. And I want to thank all of the utility workers who are out there doing their job, who are not going home to family at night. They are actually working 24/7 as well. With that, I want to introduce the CEO and Chief Engineer of the Department of Water Power, Janice Quinones.
I am Janice Quinones, CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. LADWP crews continue to work around the clock to restore power and support firefighting efforts. On the power front, we have restored about 200,000 customers so far since the windstorm started. And as of this morning, we have approximately 95,000 customers out. We have 118 crews, DWP crews, working around the clock to restore powers as fast and as safe as possible. We're expecting our mutual aid crews coming from PG&E to arrive today and support the restoration efforts.
All right, let me pause there real quick. I'll switch back. Chris Brown says someone started these fires. Shit don't add up. Chris Breezy, we've been thinking the same damn thing, and we said why Chris Breezy. Like they need the land. They need these people out. They need the new developers need to come in and buy all this shit up, so they can go ahead and build them smart cities. Chris Breezy. That's the reason why they starting these fires, Chris Breezy. So Chris Breezy is skeptical like I am that these fires do not add up. And I feel the same damn way. These fires do not add up. But I digress. Let's get back to the press conference.
Restoration times are ranging from 24 to 48 hours. We are prioritizing wires down. So if you see a wire down, please call 911 and we'll send crews immediately to make the area safe. However, if you live in the fire impacted areas or near those areas, you might experience longer outages, mainly because either our equipment has been compromised due to the fire, we're not able to access the area yet, or we're proactively shutting out the power for the safety of our firefighters and first responders. On the water side, the boil water notice for Palisades on zip code 90272 continues in effect, and it will continue in effect for at least 48 hours. I have water quality engineers taking samples around the system to ensure that the water quality remains a priority for our consumers. We continue to support LAFD and CAL FIRE and water supply issues and firefighting response, including opening our water reservoirs, as mentioned by Mark yesterday. Hollywood Reservoir was a critical asset when we were fighting the Sunset Fire. So all our reservoirs are open, that are open air for air assets, and we continue to work around the clock with other water agencies to increase the supply and pressure of the water system, including Metropolitan Water District. I want to end this by thanking DWP crews and personnel for their commitment and efforts to support the restoration of LA. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And now,
I also want to, we recognize President Biden and Governor Newsom, but we also have here with us today Congressmember George Whiteside, Congressmember Laura Friedman, Senator Sasha Renee Perez, Assemblymember Celeste Rodriguez, and Malibu Mayor Doug Stewart. Make no mistake, we are all working together, and I want to thank you all for being here. I know Our Congress representatives flew in, and we appreciate it, and we are all in this together. With that, we'll take some questions.
Thank you, Chair Barker. So just a couple rules of the road. So I'll call on you. When you get called upon, please announce your name and which media outlet you are with. We'll start right here in the middle.
Jonathan Figliotti with
All right, from the
News,
question.
for Mayor Bass, please. Mayor, LA County is in a panic state. It began 2 days ago with the Palisades fire. My crew and I arrived shortly after it started. And for several hours, we watched as hundreds of homes in a neighborhood burned to the ground. We did not see a single fire engine. We watched as Good Samaritans guided traffic. There was fear and there was a lot of confusion. You were out of the country at the time. Shortly after the fire started, a press release was put out warning of this fire behavior. My question to you is, what explains this lack of preparation and rapid response?
Let me just say, first and foremost, my number one focus, and I think the focus of all of us here with one voice, is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that when rest assured, let me finish. Rest assured, when that is done, when we are safe, when lives have been saved and homes have been saved, we will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work, and to correct or to hold accountable any body, department, individual, etc. But my focus right now is on the lives and on the homes.
Do you think your leadership was effective while responding to this disaster?
I just said what I believe is the most important thing for us to do right now, and that is going to continue to be my focus. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the middle with the laptop.
Before we go on, I want to introduce, because this is an important announcement we made, the U.S. Forest Service Fire Chief Robert Garcia has an announcement regarding a decision being made on the National Forest.
Thank you, Supervisor, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to share that in the overnight hours last night, the U.S. Forest Service, in an effort to reduce calls for service and reduce potential risk for wildfire, we've made a decision until further notice that the Angeles National Forest is closed. So we'll get some additional information out, press release, that kind of information on the details of that closure, but it's similar to the types of orders that the county and the city had instituted regarding curfews and access and that type of thing. So the Angeles National Forest will be closed till further notice, likely until we get through this current fire weather.
Thank you for that. We'll go in the middle. Name and media outlet, please.
Hi, Thomas Fuller from the New York Times. For Chief Luna, I just wanted to follow up on what you said about you weren't satisfied with the information that you were getting on fatalities. It's been widely reported that there were 5 deaths, at least 5 deaths. Do you believe that death toll is not accurate, and do you think it's less than that?
Based on all the information that I've received in the last probably 8 hours, I want to be more confident in the specific information that I'm getting. So what we're doing now is going back through everything, because you got to understand the urgency, the chaotic nature of what we're dealing with, and we're still in the middle of that. So I want to make sure that as we go forward, at least for the sheriff's department, we're actually having our homicide unit involved, because they don't only do murder investigations, they do death investigations, that I'm going to change the system and verify each number. Because I don't care if it's just one, that's somebody's family. That's somebody we love and care for. So I want to make sure that's solid before we start presenting that information. Unfortunately, based on the preliminary information I've seen, at least in the two large fires that we're dealing with on each side of the county, unfortunately, I think the death toll will rise. I hope I'm wrong, but I think it's going to rise.
Thank you for that. Let's go right over here in the front.
Yeah, Josh Haskell, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Mayor Bass, I've been on the fire lines the last 2 days. I've never seen firefighters this desperate. At fire hydrants, water not coming out, the pressure so low, the number one tool that they use to fight these fires, not there. How frustrated are you about that? And also, I'm getting texts right now from the Palisades Highlands community. We're almost 48 hours after this fire started. There's not resources up there. The hydrants aren't working. Where's the National Guard? Where are miles and miles of water tenders? How are we addressing this?
Well, first of all, you asked me, was I frustrated by this? Of course, because we all know that this has been an unprecedented event. We also know that fire hydrants are not constructed to deal with this type of massive devastation, and that the number one problem, especially on Wednesday, was the fact that we weren't able to do the air support because of the winds. And so, of course, I am absolutely frustrated by that. I am not sure that is correct, that there are no resources up there, but rest assured, as soon as we are done here, I will follow up on that.
But those homes, the first day and a half, there were homes up there that had been protected by the fire. And then I went up there yesterday and there were
that had been protected?
That it basically had been saved. Obviously, the fires moved in different directions, but when I went up there yesterday, there were not a lot of resources. We drove around, and then I know that things got worse up there. I'm just wondering, now that we move 48 hours past, how are we addressing these water problems that are continuing? And is it acceptable that they continue?
Well, let me just say that the water problems are a little better now because the winds are such that we can go up and have the air support. And you know that that was the reason that the devastation was so bad, the unprecedented wind, the strength of the wind, and the fact that the air support could not go up.
But if Chief Crowley wants to talk to this, there have been many fires before where air support is not available, and we depend upon these ground resources and crews. Was there a plan in place for that, and did the resources get here quickly enough? Because and talk about an update to air support today.
Right, so thank you for that question. As we know, and you heard all of the incidents that are occurring at this point. Palisades was the first brush fire that we were attacking at that moment. You talk about specific pre-deploying. We put resources in place, pre-deploying, knowing that the winds were coming. With that, when the fire did light and take off, rapid response, very dynamic situation, air to ground resources coordinating. Now with the winds, I don't think we can overstate that enough. There's no excuse in regard to the winds were too much, but the reality is the winds are so dynamic. And at that tipping point, when our resources, air resources were grounded, that changes our strategies and tactics. We called for the world in regard to the number of resources and what we needed, who we needed, immediate need. Every single resource that was available at that moment responded. You talked about 48 hours later, where are we now, right? Again, I already spoke on if we don't have water, we find water, we use water tenders, we draft water, fire department, first responders, we're gonna do everything in our absolute effort to do what we can do with what we've got. The good news is with the wind subsiding, you're gonna see water drops, you're gonna see rotary, you're gonna see fixed wings all day, unless something changes. Again, I did say 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts even today. So very, very dynamic situation. With that, also you said about the other homes, no fire resources there. As winds change, our resources change, we redistribute, we move, and that's the dynamic situation that we are in even in day 3. That's what I wanted to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, I have another question for you. Bob DeCastro over here from Good Day LA. Fox 11, another issue, another concern about resources and in particular staffing as well. And we heard from firefighters even on the front lines expressing frustrations about, obviously it's a challenge right now. They're bringing in firefighters from all across the Western region. But can you address the criticism now over the budget issue and the slashing $17 million?
I think if you go back and look at the reductions that were made, there were no reductions that were made that would have impacted the situation that we were dealing with over the last couple of days. And then there was a little bit of confusion because money was allocated to be distributed later on, which was actually going to support salaries and other parts of the fire department that were distributed a little later. So I think it's most important to understand that we were in tough budgetary times, everybody knew that, but that the impact of our budget really did not impact what we've been going through over the last few days. Again, back to the unprecedented windstorm, wind at such ferocity that we haven't seen in years. is the context in which we were dealing with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go over here on this side. Did you have your hand up with the blue name and media outlet, please?
Hi, Grace Tui with the Los Angeles Times. I was hoping Chief Crowley could talk a little bit more about the start of the Palisades fire. We'd heard that, I know we don't know why it started, but we'd heard that it started possibly in a garden in someone's backyard, if you could confirm that. And then how long do we know it took for it to actually reach homes? And I know you said that resources were pre-deployed, but do we know were there actually fire crews in the Palisades when it did start?
Right, so I'll start with your second question and go back. Actually, start with your first one. As for where the start of the fire was in the Palisades fire, again, currently under active investigation. We have our arson investigators that are out right now as we speak, and they are actively investigating. As soon as we have information, we will share that with all of you. I know there's obviously, for the right reasons, a lot of interest in that. So with that, we'll circle back. When we come to pre-deployment, yes, we had our local fire stations that are assigned, Fire Station 69, Fire Station 23 in the Palisades area. They were fully staffed. Also pre-deployment in those areas, and we can also share the exact locations of where they were, how much we bolstered in regard to resources in the Palisades area. And also, mind you, we pre-deploy in the very high fire hazard severity zones, knowing that those are the communities most at risk during a wind event. So not only did we pre-deploy in the Palisades area, but also in other critical areas within the city. I don't know exactly, but we certainly can get that to you. Thank you.
Right next.
Hello?
Hi, Dakota Smith with the LA Times.
You still
I have
at
a two-part
Joe in the
question
house?
again for the two fire chiefs. First
Oh,
off, have drones,
I forgot to see
unauthorized
it.
drones been a
You guys,
problem
did
and
we
have
do
they
ZLA?
hurt firefighting efforts? Secondly, in terms of
Oh,
the
we must be
LAFD
doing pre-order.
hydrants, was there any scaling back of the inspection of those hydrants in the last year for the
I need
that
some ZLA.
the
I
firefighting
need
efforts?
some ZLA.
Sure. So as for your first question with the drones, I don't have any information on that, so I can't share anything with you on that. In regard to the hydrants, historically, January is our hydrant testing phase. What I can tell you is we work closely with the Department of Water and Power. Those hydrants themselves are DWP's hydrants. They're to service the fire department. We partner with DWP in regard to that testing. Now, the very dynamic situation of where we are currently with the wildland season, if you may, there was a decision to postpone. We did not, in regard to the January start date, we have all year to test them. And also, mind you, our local fire stations are every single day going up and down the streets and looking at our hydrants. If there's any damage to hydrants, we report those as well. We're just kicking off that time frame of the beginning of the year when we normally would. What we did was postpone that until, because of the call volume that we're dealing with, and we're working closely with DWP at that point. I don't think it negatively impacted our abilities in this specific area.
Thank you. The third brother.
David Zonizer with the Los Angeles Times. I have a two-part budget question. My first part is, can you talk about the reserve fund? Last year, there was a lot of concern that the reserve fund had fallen below 4% and was heading toward that 2.75 number that I think makes it difficult for the city to authorize spending. Do you know how low it has gotten at this point, and how quickly you're burning through the reserve?
Do you want to go with your second question too?
Sure. The second question is, do you have any concern about blowing through the reserve before the state and federal money will arrive?
So let me just say that, as I said a few minutes ago, our number one priority right now is to save lives, to protect lives, to save homes. I'm not here to talk about the status of our budget. If you would like to do that on another occasion, that would be fine in terms of the reserve fund. I don't have those concerns right now. And I will say that after our first priority, then we will look back at everything that was done to do an evaluation to see what worked and what didn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. We are over time. However, we will have one-on-one interviews.
CAL FIRE wants to give an update on structures, et cetera, to get a clarification. I think it's important for you to highlight the numbers.
Good morning. My name is Todd Hopkins. I'm one of the incident commanders for CAL FIRE incident management teams. Of the thousands of structures, I just want to clarify that have been destroyed. We get this initial intel from flights, and what they do is they pick up heat signatures. We base off those heat signatures an estimate of what structures are destroyed. What I want to clarify is that a structure doesn't necessarily mean that it's a residential structure or a commercial structure. It could be a vehicle, it could be an outbuilding. So we do have people, damage inspection teams that are on the ground that will go out to every single home and they will catalog whether a house is destroyed, if it's partially destroyed or just damaged, and all that information will be turned over to the city and to the county once the damage inspection teams get done. So although we know that there are many homes destroyed, the thousands of structures can mean many different things besides just a home.
But it is thousands plural that have been destroyed?
Thousands of structures, yes, but that could be a motorhome, that could be a car, that could be a shed, it could be a residential structure. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you very much. And we are end of press.
Let me go ahead and switch it over.
That is something that fire crews, especially Ventura County Fire, are sending a lot of resources to. There is a report of structures threatened there, but that's only burned 5 acres at this time. That's being called the Freddy Fire at PCH and Mulholland Highway. We're going to keep an eye on that one. But as you can see, that's relatively small compared to the big fire that fire crews are taking a look at now, the Palisades Fire. As we're kind of doing laps up and down the north side of this fire, we're not quite allowed to traverse on the south side, on the beach side, but occasionally we'll be able to poke through the smoke and see PCH, and we see a lot of destruction. More homes are burned down than not.
Hold on. Edit this shit, please. Yo. Yeah, this shit freeze. Hold on, y'all. Oh, shit. Man, did this shit just stop playing? Oh, what the hell is that?
And by the way, your mom's name, if you don't mind?
Dr. Billy Phelps,
All right.
Phelps.
Dr. Billy Phelps. All right.
Yeah. So happy you are okay, Ms. Phelps. And David, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you just talking to us about what you guys experienced. We are so, so happy that you guys were able to get out.
All right. We want to bring in, if we can, Chief Sam G. Giovanna. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to, my bad. I'm sorry. We're going to bring Karma Dickerson, who is there in the Pacific Palisades. And again, as we split screen here, as we get her live shot up ready to go. Karma, you look like you're ready to go. We said the word chaos before there on where you were. Have things smoothed out a little bit?
They have, and you know what really smoothed them down was the car fire we were talking to you about. You still see the remnants of it over my shoulder. I'll give you a better look. But things have gotten quiet. No, nothing like a fire breaking out in the middle of a road where people are stuck. To make people focus, listen to law enforcement, and make people jump into action. And it was clear that turned that into a priority for law enforcement. I want to give you an idea of a little bit of panic in the chaos. Take a look right there. Let's see if I can show it to you. Those are shoes that on the side of the road. We've seen keys abandoned, and just beyond, right there, if you see on the right-hand side of your screen, the red sort of shuttle truck there, that was the car that was on fire. I talked to a gentleman who says he watched it unfold. He said it seemed like an ember landed on the windshield. He said the car was abandoned at the time that it caught fire, but an ember landed on the windshield, and then that fire erupted. Fire crews did make it here. They started actively fighting the fire. They were also fighting the fire that had made it into the palm trees above, which may well have been where that ember came from. But that's not all. We continue to see fires in this area. As a matter of fact, it looks like just beyond this cyber truck, there's a fire that a firefighter is trying to put out right now. Oh, actually, excuse me, that looks like someone filming the fire, not fighting the fire, but there are some flames beyond that cyber truck. And just beyond us, we see rows and rows of abandoned cars. Now, just about 10 minutes ago, before the previous car fire, these cars were full of people. Both lanes of traffic were blocked in each direction, but that really cleared out once the fire started breaking out on the road. We saw people leave their cars and essentially just make a run for their lives. So it doesn't look like the cyber truck itself is on fire, but something beyond it certainly is burning. Take a look. That's Palisades Drive. All these cars, this is opposing traffic. These cars should be driving up the hill, but they were abandoned coming down the hill, giving you an idea of just why we've seen this gridlock. It does look like officials have put some roadblocks in place, and we're finally seeing some daylight here on the streets where emergency crews are able to get through to some extent. But if you take a look just beyond, you can see the fire on the hillside and the winds that are whipping. Seeing the danger that still remains, and people still little by little trying to make it down that hill.
Yeah, Karma Dickerson there setting the scene for us live there on Palisades Drive. And she said things have actually sort of, excuse me, calmed down, smoothed out here a bit from her last live shot here.
Yeah, we want to bring in Chief Sam G. Giovanna. Chief, we see those flare-ups there next to those cars. I mean, this is so concerning. Again, we could see another car catch on fire because of this. And then, of course, we've got those embers to deal with the winds being so erratic. Hello, Chief. Chief, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Gotcha now, yeah.
Yeah. Those could be palm fronds that are dropped, that caught fire and are burning. But I want to go back to something, we talk about this wind and topography driven, but it's also, let's go back. We've had a lot of rain over the past few years. There's a lot of heavy fuels in these hillsides. And then let's not forget these homes can actually become a fuel itself. If we go back to the coastal fire in May of 2022 in Orange County, it was not a Santa Ana wind driven day. It was just a normal day with an ocean breeze going up a hill, caught a home on fire. That home spread to a home, which ended up resulting in 20 homes destroyed. So sometimes you get the fuel that's the problem, the topography, the wind, And then even homes are like fuel themselves that can spread from home to home.
So again, we will say, Chief Sam, based on the conditions, based on the topography, we're not at all surprised at what we're seeing here and how it's all playing out.
No, not at all. You know, and we talk about this, Michael, you know, even days when we did not have such strong winds and such a significant event like this, the danger, living in Southern California, it's just here. Let's fast forward this. If the wind stopped, let's say Friday or Saturday, the threat still remains high because everything now is even more dried out. We may not have the wind, but we certainly have the topography and the fuel. If a fire breaks out, the risk is going to remain with us for a while. We're going to need at least 5 to 7 inches of rain before the fuel moisture content in the hillsides change where it doesn't burn so easily.
All right, Chief Sam, with that, we're going to put you on pause here for just a second and remind our viewers here, it's now 1 p.m. and you're watching the NBC4 News live breaking coverage of the wildfire burning now in Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, this is the latest information from LA Fire. About 200 acres have burned so far. Evacuations have been ordered between Merrimack Road west to Topanga Canyon and south to PCH. The Westwood Recreation Center is now open for anyone, and then evacuated people who do need a place to go can go there. They also allow small animals.
As we've been showing you all morning long and into the afternoon, we're seeing gridlock on PCH and on other major roadways as people try to get out of that area. The LA Fire Department now telling everyone head southbound on Palisades Drive to westbound Sunset, the southbound Pacific Coast Highway.
As you can see, there's a significant loom up behind us. We're going to show you on the map where the fire is, where it's going, and what our evac concerns are. This is the Pacific Palisades Highland community. The fire is burning in a westward direction through here. So we want an evacuation warning for all of this area that is going to be from Topanga Canyon here to the east and from Rustic Canyon here to the west is all going to be that area of an evacuation warning, and be prepared for evacuation orders to come through. And the command post is going to be relocated down to Will Rogers Beach.
Now, schools are being evacuated in the Pacific Palisades because of this fire. Here's a list for you. Palisades Charter Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary School. Students will be moved to Brentwood Elementary Science Magnet, Paul Revere Charter Middle School. Students are being taken to University High School Charter.
That's right. And schools are communicating directly with those families. If you have any questions, you can call the LAUSD Family Hotline. That number is 213-443-1300.
All right, 102 here on a Tuesday. We want to bring in now on the phone Margaret Stewart. She's with LA City Fire. Thank you for being with us here this afternoon. Okay, we seem to have lost communications there. We'll try to reestablish, but we want to bring in meteorologist Melissa McGee. And again, we talked about this earlier. We'll continue to talk about it. You know, what we're in the midst of now was just a little taste of what's to come here later this afternoon and into the overnight hours and now into tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. So this is a precursor, an appetite, so to speak. The main event is happening as we go throughout the rest of tonight, overnight, and into your Wednesday. Chief Sam talked about it. I want to elaborate just a little bit more on the points he was making in terms of topography and fuel and weather. We've got the wildfire triangle. So these are essentially things that help fuel flames and spread fires more quickly. So the topography is a situation in terms of what you're seeing on the ground. The fuel is all of the brush, the trees, anything flying embers in the air as well. Things have been very dry here in Southern California. We've seen 0.16 inches of rain here in LA County. We should be closer to a little bit more than 4 inches at this point in our season. So the relative humidity will continue to drop as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. And that's a problem because that will only help to spread fires more quickly because of the dry vegetation and low humidity on the ground. The other aspect in terms of the weather, the Santa Anas. This is a significant Santa Ana wind event. The National Weather Service has called this life-threatening in some instances. instances. It's also said this is particularly dangerous. The third time they've used that type of language this season. So in terms of fires and the way fires spread more rapidly uphill. You've got the rising heat from the flames rapidly preheating the fuel further up the slope, causing it to ignite more quickly. So for every 10 degrees of slope, it doubles the speed of the fire. The latest observation data, specifically with the Palisades fire, we've got the Palisades winds gusting up to 12 miles per hour. Santa Monica Mountains, we've got gusts close to 50 miles per hour. And the issue is that as we go throughout the rest of tonight, the winds are only going to intensify. The relative humidity is going to drop, which will elevate the fire concern. Michael and Annabelle.
Much for that. We want to touch base now with NBC4's Alex Rosier. He's live. Alex, what are you seeing? Who are you with? What information do you have for us now?
I don't have IFB. Hey guys, we are live right here. I want to give you a live look behind me and show you what we're seeing in this neighborhood. We're at Glen Haven, Lockman. The winds are intense. A large portion of this neighborhood has evacuated, but you can see the plume of smoke. A very residential neighborhood with hundreds of homes. There are schools nearby. Joining me now is Stuart, who his mother-in-law has lived here for 30 years.
We got that big tanker dropping over there.
Yeah, I'm talking about the airdrop that's happening right here. Stuart, tell us about your experience so far today.
Well, it started out as a brush fire pretty far up the hill, but with the winds, I had a feeling it was going to be driven down into all the neighborhoods, and it's starting to happen. This is Lockman, and it's burned sort of around this knoll for some reason. We're on a ridge, but it's burned down into Palisades Drive, down into that canyon, and it's gone over to Bienvenida down that canyon. So there's that school, St. Matthew's over there, and Calvary on Palisades Drive. Both, I'm sure, are evacuated.
So schools and homes impact. A number of neighbors have already evacuated. What was your plan in here right now?
Just if there's like a little ember-driven fire right around the house that we can deal with, we'll do that. You know, if it fills in really hot and heavy, we're out of here, obviously.
And you can likely hear the wind that's hitting our microphone right now.
Exactly.
You said you've lived in the neighborhood for decades.
Yeah.
Has it ever gotten this close to your family's home?
It's never gotten this close. Yeah, not our house down by the village and not this home on Lockman. It's been in the Highlands. We lived there for a little while. It's been around, but it's never burned this area.
As you stand here, the wind's blowing, the smoke around us. What's going through your mind?
It's a strong wind. It's stronger than normal. So that's what drives the fire. There could be an ember a half mile away, and it catches the wind, and it lands over here and starts a whole new deal. I've seen several of them just start out of nowhere. Like a big plume took off over to our right, and it's like, there goes another one. So if something like that were to land around us, we could put it out. That'd be great. But if not, we'll get out of here.
Stuart, thank you for your time. Stay safe out there. I wish the best for you and your family and your neighborhood.
Take care of yourself.
I appreciate that. But we again are here at Lockman and Glen Haven, watching this fast-moving fire, the wind shifting in a variety of directions, smoke around us, and at many times we've seen flames on the hillside so close to several homes here. At this point, from our vantage point where I'm standing, we have not seen homes. A strong effort today, a coordinated approach by the fire department and the police department who are helping with the evacuations. We'll bring you the latest as we have it, guys. We'll send it back into you.
Boy, Alex, we can really hear that wind just whipping through that particular area. And then we could also hear, I don't know if you picked up on it, Michael, but Stuart was out of breath, so it just goes to say how heavy the smoke is because of the fire.
Yeah, Stuart there being interviewed by Alex. This is at the intersection of Lockman and Glen Haven. Stuart out there helping his mother-in-law, and he's lived in different parts of the Palisades, he says, but it's never burned in this particular area. And he said those winds are stronger than ever, and we picked it up there on Alex's mic for sure. All right, so we want to bring Chief Sam back in, and Chief Sam, it's one thing to talk about the winds, but it's a whole other animal to actually hear those winds via that microphone.
Yeah, they are blowing strong, and as the meteorologist reported, it's only going to increase, and the threat and the danger and even the spread of this fire is going to increase due to this wind.
Chief Sam, we saw Stuart He's helping his mother-in-law out of that neighborhood. We've also spoken to someone who was helping his mother get out of the neighborhood. And something that he told his mother, which I thought was interesting, you know, forget about the animals, forget about the dog, open your garage because you don't know if power is going to go out. And that garage door may not open because it's all power-based. Get the car out and point it in direction of the street. Those were the instructions not only David, but his sister gave to their mother. Same advice you would likely give, you know, as a firefighter.
Absolutely. But if you're getting to the point where you're going to have to pull your car out, back it out, that's a good time to evacuate. Don't wait until it's too late. If you feel that you need, I mean, evacuate, get yourself prepared. You know, there's different stages of preparedness, but if you feel that you're going to have to leave soon and you want to move your car out, go ahead and leave.
Yeah.
Take your belongings.
Yeah, and in all fairness, he was there to help his mother. So these were the initial steps as he was making his way up to get to his mother's property. So, you know, just providing the instruction. And again, he says his mother and her neighbors always seem to be prepared.
Yeah, and he did the right thing. And I'm saying this right now to people in this particular area, do that. But if you feel that you need to leave, then leave. This is a good time to do it. Don't wait. We know if you're in the path of this fire, the direction this is going to the west, maybe this is a good time to just get your belongings, get your pet, go to a friend's house or an evacuation shelter and ride this out. Don't wait until it's too late.
Chief, you know, when we were looking at Karma Dickerson's shot, we saw a lot of abandoned cars there. I mean, that's got to add to the challenge now that firefighters are facing, is that the roads are getting that much tighter because people are just abandoning their vehicles on the road there.
Yeah, it's very congested, and then you have a lot of cars, and sometimes people will just leave the car right in the middle of the road. Some of them have pulled off on the side of the curb. That helps for access and egress, but again, this is why it's important to leave now. You don't want to have this. We know this is coming. This is coming. So to the communities to the west of this, that if you're in the path of this fire, leave now so that you can get out safely and not have to abandon your car and walk.
You know, Chief, you're talking about if you're in the path of this fire, but how do you necessarily know that? Because you could be fine and the fire could be, you know, a few miles away, for instance, in a completely different direction. You think you're fine, but then all of a sudden an ember will come flying and maybe hit your neighborhood. I mean, so how's a person really supposed to know if you're in danger there?
Well, if you're in the hillside areas and you know this fire is burning and you may be 2, 3, 4 miles away, that should register in your mind. The winds are blowing this strong. It's coming this direction. Just go ahead and leave. I know it sounds so simple, and really, if you follow that advice, it really is. Do not wait until it's too late.
You know, Chief Sam, sadly, you know, a lot of these homeowners are at a disadvantage because this fire broke out while most folks are, you know, at work, if you will. Their children are in school. So, you know, you leave your house thinking you're going to return home to it, or at least return to your neighborhood, and this is happening. You're so vulnerable. You don't know what to do. In fact, you feel helpless at this point.
Yeah, you do. And that's why we talked about this. And, you know, a lot as of lately, prepare your home now. Think about before you leave for work or you run errands. What happens if a fire does break out and I'm not able to get back into my neighborhood or to my house? Just start thinking. Having a plan ahead of time is key for everything. Plan ahead.
All right, Chief Sam, and with that, if we can just keep you on the line, and if we can we bring in a meteorologist, Melissa McGee? You spoke about this, and this is really stuck at the forefront of my brain here. This wind pattern with ebbs and flows, and, you know, from 6 to 8, we're going to see wind gusts of 35 miles an hour, from 8 to 10, 44. And then tomorrow morning, they ramp back up once again.
Right. And that was just for the basin, Michael.
Right.
I mean, they're going to get stronger for the coast, for valleys, the inland valleys, the foothills, and the mountains. So overall, we're calling for winds for the coast and the valleys anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour. The mountains can have winds anywhere from 65 to 80 miles per hour. Some spots in our mountain communities could have gusts near 100 miles per hour. And like Chief Sam was talking about, we're dealing with the Santa Anas. This is erratic fire behavior. Unfortunately, watching the Palisades fire, it serves as a reminder if you are in one of these fire zones or an area that's prone to seeing wildfires, make sure you have that ready, set, go plan in place. So what does that really mean? Ready is creating and maintaining defensible space. Clearly in the Palisades fire, as they are acting now, that's not something that they can do, but this is a reminder for other communities to make sure that they are prepared. Harden your home against any flying embers. Set is to make sure you're well prepared in advance of the wildfire. Make sure you have that emergency supply kit and know your evacuation route, and then go is go when it's time to go. So we've got red flag warnings that are going to stay up as we go throughout the rest of our Thursday, guys. So this is an extended event as we're dealing with long duration Santa Ana winds moving in across Southern California, and the winds will continue to get stronger. Santa Monica Mountains, they've got winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. And as we're watching the images on the right of your screen, the firefighter tackle the flames of what looks like a structure. Now you're dealing with flying embers in hot spots. So this is a concern, and this is why we say erratic wind behavior, because we're dealing with a specific fire. And on top of that fire, you've got flames that are burning in between those hot spots.
You know, Melissa, you talk about these, fire-prone areas and how, preparation and being proactive is key. But we're now seeing wind gusts in these wind-sheltered areas, and we typically don't see winds like this in these areas. So those folks are now at risk to some degree.
Exactly. So we're talking about areas like Altadena, Burbank, San Fernando Valley, Beverly Hills, areas in Pasadena that are typically not going to see a lot of these strong winds that we see through the canyons and passes,
Right.
For example, the Cajon Pass, the Banning Pass. That's an area that is prone to seeing strong winds. Same thing up across areas in the IE, up through Fontana, San Bernardino County, San Fernando Valley, the Santa Clarita Valley. So this is why it's particularly stressful here in Southern California right now, because you've got the winds, and the wind will help to fuel the erratic behavior of the fire.
And I'm so glad that you're talking about how long this red flag warning is going to last. We've got it until 6 p.m. on Thursday.
Right.
So we're seeing these images, live images of the fire here, but this is a reminder for anybody else who lives elsewhere just to be ready to go as well. Because yes, it's in this neighborhood right now in the Pacific Palisades area, but it could very well go to the Inland Empire. We could be talking about the Inland Empire, God forbid, later on. Today, right? Or in the OC. I mean, we are talking about so many different areas that are affected by these gusts.
Right. So the height of the wind gusts, Annabelle and Michael, that's going to be later on tonight and into your Wednesday. We'll have to wait and see if the National Weather Service extends any of these high wind warnings or wind watches that are posted here in Southern California. But that's where we're anticipating those strong winds, increased wind across our region. On top of that, even when the strongest winds exit Southern California, it is still going to be dry. So that's where that red flag warning comes in. And that has been extended now until 6 p.m. on Thursday because of the Santa Anas, because of the low relative humidity, pardon me. This will certainly help to elevate and spread fires quickly. And we're starting to see that this afternoon.
I got one more question for you.
You got it.
I know. You're working overtime over here. But
We're here for you.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier, and correct me if I'm wrong with this number here, but you said so far we should have at least experienced 4 inches of rain.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And we have not.
At least, and this is just for LA County.
LA County, okay.
Right. So we should see at least 4 inches of rain at this point in our water year. Our water year starts October 1st and it continues on. We've only seen a little bit more than 1/10 of an inch of rain here in Los Angeles. So we've got a deficit specifically of 3.40 inches of rain. The reason that is taking place is that all of the storms this season have been up across the Pacific Northwest. We've been talking about all of that rain and snow in Washington and Oregon, and we're not seeing any of that activity move down here in Southern California. All we need is one storm to change all of that.
Yeah.
But as of now, it's been months, at least 6 months, where things have been dry here in LA County.
All right.
All right.
Melissa, as always, we're going to keep you on deck here.
I'm here for you.
All right.
Thank you. We
Okay.
appreciate that. All right. We want to bring in Chief Sam back here. Chief, Melissa was talking about this plan, or this Ready, Set, Go plan. What does that include? And we should probably talk about, families, people who have families in scenarios like this. You leave for work, you drop off the kids at school. Everybody needs to have a plan in the event of.
You're right. And you have to practice that plan, just like we drill at the fire department, just like exit drills in the home during fire safety in your home. You have to have a plan, put it together, communicate it with your family members, and practice it. But the thing is, and sadly, most people feel it will never happen to them, and it is.
Yeah, and therein lies the problem. Really quickly, Chief Sam, Melissa hit on it. 4 inches of rain we should have so far this year during our water year, which started in October. We've only had about 1/10 of an inch. This adds obviously to the challenge that firefighters have. So when they see dismal numbers like this, what are firefighters thinking? What is the game plan? How do things change?
Well, we know living in Southern California, this is what happens. As I mentioned earlier, several years ago, we had a whole lot of rain, then it stopped. So the fuel in the hillsides grew tremendously. Now it's all dry and even more drier with no rain. We know we contend with this. Our game plan is just what we do. We plan, we prepare, and train for events like this. And here they are. They're right on our doorstep right now. So doing just what they're doing. I'm going to give kudos to all the firefighters out there from LA City, LA County, Verdugo, the South Bay cities, the fire departments that have brought in from Northern California. They're doing a tremendous job under these circumstances right now. I know I've been on these fires. This is some of the most challenging work that can be done.
And Chief, to that point, yes, kudos to them. We know they're heroes. They've been preparing for this, as we mentioned earlier. They had days to prepare for this. I mean, they got a call, I'm sure, alerting them that they were going to be coming down to assist those firefighters from Northern California. This is around the clock. I mean, none of these firefighters are going to be taking breaks. No, they won't. And, the thing, too, is this is one fire. This fire may go out here, hopefully soon. It's going to take a little bit of while, and they're going to be here. They're going to be here for a few days. But then some of them will end up going to another fire. So we get deployed from one fire to another. So I'm going to give them kudos again. I can't give it enough.
Chief Sam, we no longer have a traditional fire season here in Southern California. But typically we would be out of fire season as of now. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right. I mean, normally, traditionally, we will, but we have seen where this has happened. I mentioned this earlier. January 2014, we had the Colby fire in Glendora that burned 6 homes. In 2017, the Thomas fire started in December and burned all the way into January of 2018. That fire burned 280,000 acres and destroyed over 1,000 structures. So we really are year-round fire season.
Chief Sam, we're looking at these images. Again, we're seeing that blaze there. How does this differ from the mountain fire? Again, the mountain fire was also wind-driven. And that one we had in, November?
Yeah, it's just, the proximity of homes, to say how does it differ? Well, it's just the different terrain, the slope, the topography. The mountain fire, we saw that burn down into lower lying areas that were not even in the hillside areas. And that's what my point earlier, these homes can be. We saw this in Santa Rosa years ago, where towns that weren't even near the foothills that burned down just because of the wind. So, there's challenges. Every community has a unique set of challenges due to the number of homes in the area, topography, access and egress. A lot of dynamics go with this. So, it's just, you take it fire by fire, and we're doing the best we can.
All right, Chief Sam, we are going to, again, we appreciate your insight. If you can just hold on really quickly, we want to get to our esteemed former colleague, Patrick Healy, who is on the phone with us here now, from what I understand. And Patrick, you're still well connected to us, and we appreciate your time here this afternoon. Do we have Patrick?
Okay, something must have happened with the connection here. How about in the meantime, we touch. Okay.
Are you hearing me now?
We got you, Patrick.
Right.
Okay, good. Michael and Annabelle, first of all, thank you for your coverage of this. I'm watching with extreme alarm. This was my community for 40 years. I know the geography extremely well from hiking in the hills behind the Palisades. And what I want to convey to our audience is the nature of the topography. There are several ridges and canyons, and only a slight shift in the wind can change the entire trajectory of this fire and threaten new communities and save other communities. So where the fire is burning, above the highlands, above the Lockman Lane development, there are several ridges that converge there. And if the fire burns down one more ridge, it will threaten the main part of the Palisades, the main community at the base of Temescal Canyon. If the wind shifts more towards the west, the fire will move beyond the highlands and move into two communities called Castellamare and Miramar, and ultimately threaten Topanga Canyon, and beyond Topanga Canyon is the community of Malibu. That is the big danger right now. Which way this wind shifts, which communities it will threaten.
You know, and so that's why Topanga Canyon now is one of those road closures, right? They typically close it because of the threat of a fire. And then, of course, we've seen it happen in Malibu with fires. We saw with the Franklin fire, you know, also affected those homes, those residents who live in that area. So, yeah, we are seeing the concern. We are seeing the traffic that it's causing as many people try to evacuate that area, Patrick.
Yeah, and that's the problem, because the Palisades really has only two escape routes, Sunset Boulevard and going down to Pacific Coast Highway. Once you get down to the Coast Highway, you can go north or south, but of course, it jams up very quickly. One thing the Palisades does have going for it, most of the areas that are up in the foothills, and after all, these are the foothills of the Santa Monica Mountains. So there is some very rough terrain just above the Palisades. But most of the newer communities, as well, David, the resident on Lockman Lane, who was speaking to Alex a short while ago, pointed out, it was developed mostly in the 70s, and so it conforms to the newer building codes for hillside communities. The roads are wider, it's easier for access for fire trucks, the homes are farther apart, they have fire-resistant roofs. So there are a lot of precautions in place that say areas of Malibu and areas of the Hollywood Hills do not have. But, you know, all bets are off when you have a wind this severe. I might add that ordinarily, because of its location, kind of at the crook of Santa Monica Bay, the Palisades does not ordinarily get winds as severe as Malibu, which gets the winds coming directly from the north. But this is one of those exceptional days. Well, like 1978, which was the last year a really horrific fire reached the Palisades. Those are the kinds of winds.
All right, Patrick Healy, a former NBC4 reporter and good friend of ours. We appreciate your insight. Again, lived in the area for more than 40 years. And as Stuart said, a phone we had not too long ago, he said that he's lived in different parts of the Palisades, but it's never burned like this before. In fact, he was being interviewed by our very own Alex Rozier.
Yeah, and actually, why don't we talk to Alex? He's in that area. Alex, we were looking at your shot there. We saw those winds just gusting over there.
Yeah, the winds are definitely howling here in the area where we are in the Palisades. I'll give you a live look behind me. It's cleared a bit where we are at Glen Haven and Lockman Drive. I'll tell you that we have been talking to neighbors. For the most part, the people who live in this neighborhood, they've heeded the evacuation warnings and they have the neighborhood. There are a few people that still remain that continue to check on their property. About 5 minutes ago, flames came dangerously close to one home, and the person who lives inside the home just down from where we're standing, he is still there right now, if we can show you that place right there. But the other part that I'm going to tell you that's complicating things for people who may be still up here and trying to reach family is that anybody who's traveled through this area before, cell phone service is not good. So the folks' ability to make phone calls, send text messages, and get in contact with loved ones is challenging in many spots. We've ran into that same problem here since we've been covering this fire. But the winds, they have just been howling, and dangerously close flames to many homes. And it's not just homes here, also schools in the neighborhood. As we were driving up earlier in our broadcast, you may have watched as we had several buses that were on the right side of where we were. People were trying to evacuate schools too. So a very tense situation, a fire that's burning in the middle of a work day, in the middle of a school day, and threatening many homes here in Pacific Palisades. Annabelle and Michael, we'll send it back to you.
Alex, so Alex, you're in that area now. What seems to persist is obviously those winds, but if you can describe the scene for me in terms of what it was like when you got there compared to what it's like now.
You know, Michael, in the process of you asking that question, as I mentioned, the cell phone service is a bit spotty, so I lost it. If you can try one more time, I'll attempt to answer that.
What persists out there now obviously continues to be the winds, but I want to know if you could just sort of describe to us what the scene is like now versus when you first got to that neighborhood. And I believe you're at Lockman and Glen Haven.
Yeah, you know, I think the scene is very different depending on just a couple of blocks. I mean, you can see this man who's standing on his roof right here. He's about the only person I've seen that remains in the neighborhood at Glen Haven and Lockman. There are very, very few people. I'll tell you, just a few blocks over, less than a half mile away, frantically, we saw many folks who were evacuating the neighborhood about a half hour ago. So it seems as many people are heeding the evacuation warnings and getting out of the Palisades right now, but there are a few who continue to remain. That steward who we heard from earlier, he said he was going to stick around and do his best protection as possible, but he said if it gets too bad, he's going to have to go, and he's prepared to do that. So we're going to continue watching things here as the story develops.
I'd like to get the inside the head of that guy who's standing on that rooftop right now. I wonder what his plan is next. As you mentioned, Alex, most of those in that neighborhood have already evacuated. All right, Alex Rozier live for us there on Lockman and Glen Haven. Melissa McGee is here in the First Alert Weather Center, and again, we're not surprised by the winds that we're seeing here right now. And hold on one second. All right, so we're getting some more sound there I believe, from Stuart. But Melissa, let's talk about what we're hearing and what we're seeing where Alex is right now.
Right now, Alex probably has winds anywhere from about 20 miles per hour to 52 if he's in and around that area. So that's a large range. But the latest observation data around that area, we rely on specific sites to give us the most accurate information. So in the Palisades right now, we've got winds gusting close to 20 miles per hour. And in the Santa Monica Mountains, those winds are up to 52 miles per hour. Something that I'm also noticing is that when we got on the air and we broke in telling you about the Palisades fire, relative humidity was anywhere from about 35 to 45%. It is dropping, and it's dropping fast. So that's where that red flag warning comes in. So if you look at the map we have on your screen here and then look up above where the Palisades wording is, you see 28% there. And then Santa Monica Mountains, relative humidity, and at 33%. This will continue to drop as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon into tonight and into our Wednesday. So the drop in the relative humidity in combination with these very fast moving Santa Ana winds helps to accelerate fires like we're seeing right now. I want to take you into time because we're talking about what's happening now. The big question, what's next? And specifically for the Palisades, as we go throughout the rest of the evening into Wednesday, I want to show you what's going on. And we talked about there are going to be some ebbs and flows in terms of the weather pattern, and the track and strength of the wind. So as we go throughout the evening, we'll have winds anywhere from 6 p.m. Tonight to 8 p.m. tonight, ranging anywhere from 34 to 36 miles per hour. So that's a little lighter than what we're currently seeing. But then, as we've been saying, late tonight, I'd say between 9 and 10 o'clock tonight, those winds ramp up, and our graphic is displaying that very nicely. Winds close to 44 miles per hour. They will weaken or wane overnight, and then they're going to pick up in intensity once again as we get into Wednesday morning. So that's where the red flag warning comes into play. The most intense winds are going to be tonight, and winds. The red flag warning remains because as these Santa Anas come in from the mountains with that strong northeasterly wind, they blow through the canyons and passes, and in this case, all the way down to what are typically wind-sheltered spots, the basin and the coast. It dries out the atmosphere significantly. So we're starting to see extreme fire danger as we go throughout the rest of tonight. So let's time it out for other communities here in Southern California. For the rest of the afternoon, we'll have winds gusting anywhere from 20 to 50 miles per hour. Aside from the wildfires, blowing debris, branches, leaves, trash flying on the freeways and some of our local communities. Down trees, a big concern. Outages, power outages as well. Then once we get into tonight, the winds peak later on tonight, Michael, ranging anywhere from about 60 to 80 miles per hour, a little stronger for our mountain spots. And then Wednesday morning, like I mentioned, there's another burst of wind coming in from Mother Nature. So a slower morning commute. This is one of those situations where high profile vehicles will be impacted if you're on the freeways like the 118 to 210, for example. And then watching these firefighters on the left, looking at the imagery, now they're putting out what looks like structure fires. So you've got the Santa Ana winds that are carrying these flames and these embers that are clearly traveling in some spots more than a mile. So not only do you have to deal with containment with the actual fire, you've got structure fires on top of that, or at least spot fires, I should say, in between unburned fuel in these spot fires.
Yeah, we've seen evidence of those spot fires early on during our coverage. And Melissa, you mentioned the peak of the wind in the Palisades, because we're focused obviously on that with the fire that's currently burning.
Sure.
44 miles per hour tonight at 10.
Right.
Right. But I look at these numbers, 60 to 80 miles per hour along the coast and mountains. So again, we're a significant jump in other parts of our region.
Oh, that's right. And that's why we say this is just the beginning. And it's erratic behavior. You know, when you're in a fire, it kind of creates its own weather conditions where you have a rising heat and smoke and air, but you're going to have stronger winds in other parts as we go throughout the rest of tonight. And that's just a nice cue for you, so to speak. As we're saying 44 miles per hour, it's likely going to be stronger in some spots, even for the Palisades later on this evening.
All right, we'll talk about those ebbs and flows.
Ebbs and flows in life and weather.
That is for sure.
Yes.
All right, Melissa, if you can stand by, we want to bring in, and if I'm not mistaken, we're going to bring in Camilla Rambaldi.
Yes. Hi, Michael. Can you guys hear me okay?
We got you, Camilla. Yeah. Give us the lay of the land. Where are you? And what are you seeing?
So I am, due to service, so I'm giving you guys, so not being able to do a FaceTime right now, but we are I'm close to Sunset Boulevard up North Las Casas Avenue, and I was initially stuck in that gridlock of traffic on Sunset Boulevard, as we've been seeing. And right now, one of the lanes has been shut down, so it's only going in one direction. So a lot of people just trying to figure out how to leave this area. I spoke to one woman earlier who was in the process of evacuating. She just didn't want to take that chance, so she just packed up her things and was just ready to go. But in this area here, in this neighborhood that I'm at on Las Casas Avenue, you can just see those embers flying, that wind picking up, and just that plume of smoke surrounding this entire area. And I know earlier we were talking about that air quality, so that's definitely going to be impacting this neighborhood here. A lot of people, wearing masks, and as they're walking around assessing the area, because it's just very hard to breathe right now in this area.
Camilla, you talked about how you were caught in that gridlock there on Sunset. We had Karma also caught in some gridlock, as well as Alex Rozier. What is the situation like now? Has most of that been cleared up, or are we still in the midst of what you were experiencing earlier on?
There is still a gridlock. There are right off Sunset Boulevard right now. There's just back-to-back traffic. People just stuck, not being able to move. So I think there's obviously a growing sense of frustration, people not being able to get out of this neighborhood. So right now, everything appears to be at a standstill here, at least from what I see from my vantage point here on Sunset Boulevard and Las Casas Avenue, which is one of the streets here that goes up to one of the neighborhoods in this area.
Okay. We saw earlier during Karma's live shot, folks coming down the hill, coming out of the neighborhoods there. Are you seeing folks at all? If I recall, I saw somebody with a box in their hand, for example. Are you seeing any scenes like that where you are?
Yes, earlier, not right now, but earlier, as I was driving, through this neighborhood here, this stretch where I spoke to that homeowner who has lived here for over 2 decades. She was getting ready to leave, but just across the street from her, I saw several people coming out of their homes. I saw one person walking around with a bag. Just you can tell that people were, figuring out their next steps on, deciding to evacuate. So obviously that sense of urgency.
Camilla Rambaldi there for us. Again, if we can establish your FaceTime at some point, we'd love to see what you're seeing. Again, you're at Las Casas Avenue there near Sunset. We'll check back in with you here in just a bit. We want to bring in now, if we can. First, I want to mention here, we split our screen here. On the left, this is a live picture from our camera. Compliments of our photojournalist Khalid Shabazz. This is the 1300 block of Lockman Lane, and we've had some different scenes and scenarios out, but it looks as if one home here on Lockman Lane, the 1300 block, is damaged. You see that live shot there on the left of your screen, as well as some video that's just come into the NBC4 newsroom there on the right. I believe we have our fire expert, Chief Sam Giovanna, there still on the line with us. And Chief Sam, are you with us?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right, so I can't help but think about these numbers that Melissa McGee, our meteorologist, continues to give us in terms of what the situation will be like in terms of winds tonight in the Palisades area, where we're actually in the midst of this fire, 200+ acre fire, but within other regions of Southern California, 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts into Wednesday morning.
Yeah, that's a good point, Michael. And I'm shocked that we have not seen another fire of this magnitude with these winds. So I guess if there's any silver lining, we can say that. But Melissa also brought up another good point about the flying debris, the leaves, needles, and twigs. We may have a little lull tonight, but that's a good sign if you get them home tonight and your area has not been impacted by a fire. Clean those up, because I saw a lot of them in my neighborhood leaving the house this morning. There were leaves, needles, branches everywhere in people's yards, around their house, on their rooftops. Those are those hot spots for embers. That's what we want to do to prevent something like this happening to your home.
Yeah, and and Chief Sam, we hit on this earlier about those flying embers, and on any given day, with any given fire, we talk about a mile and a half perhaps. With these strong winds and strong wind gusts, you've mentioned anywhere from 3 to 4, possibly even 5 miles from where the fire initiated.
Yes, they can go up to 5 miles an hour. That's rare, but it can happen depending upon the wind. And with the winds forecasted for this evening, I would not be surprised if the fire breaks out with those kind of winds. We see that.
Wow. All right. We talked about with Melissa those ebbs and flows with winds, but again, you just stay focused, remain focused, as if this is going to be consistent, because this will be a consistent pattern, at least through Thursday. All right, Chief Sam, if you can hold on for 1 second, we want to bring in, and I mentioned him not too long ago. NBC journalist Khalid Shabazz. Khalid, are you with us? I know we have Khalid's live shot there on the left side of your screen.
Michael, you're going in and out.
Okay, we're still trying to establish constant communication or consistent communication with Khalid, but
Michael, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you, Khalid. Can you hear me?
Let me reestablish the IFB.
Okay, why don't we do that, Khalid? You take care of what you need to take care of, and in the meantime, let's bring Chief Sam back in here right now. Chief Sam, we still got you?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So challenges for firefighters. We're having a challenge with communication with our crews out in the field in this particular area. How do you guys circumvent that as firefighters there on the scene trying to put out the flames?
Well, we have some of the most high-tech radio capabilities and communication systems out there. So that's really not the issue with them. Landline. It goes horizontally right against the ground. That means the wind, obviously strong wind gusts are coming. Very erratic winds creating erratic fire behavior. That's one of the big challenges for the firefighters right now.
As we attempt to reestablish our communication with Khaled there on the left, we certainly don't have a confirmed number of homes that have been damaged. But based on our coverage, based on what you've seen, what you've heard, since this fire broke out, one structure is all we got thus far. Are you at all surprised by that number, Chief Sam?
Yes, I'm surprised, but until this calms down and we get a little bit more out of the dynamic state and then we do damage assessment, we'll get a bigger number on this. But I am surprised. Kudos again, and I know, but I just could not be more proud of the firefighters out on these fires, and those are ready to go on a fire at any given moment right now. They're doing a tremendous job. They're incredible.
Chief Sam DiGiovanna, we appreciate you as always. And if I can just ask you once again to hold tight. When we bring in Melissa McGee here right now, and again, we talk about the valiant work of the firefighters out there on the front lines and the challenges they face. But again, what we're seeing in terms of weather, is it any better?
Right. And you mentioned some areas that are not close to the Palisades that will likely have some issues, Michael. Look at this in San Bernardino. We've got winds gusting up to 55 miles per hour. Santa Clarita, 52. Van Nuys, winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. And even in Santa Ana in Orange County, winds up to 43 miles per hour. Then you look at the pictures on the left here, these live pictures coming in from the Palisades and the fire. You've got a lot of smoke, a lot of ash. So in terms of the conditions with the firefighters, they are dealing with all of that on the ground with the smoke, the debris, the ash. It's going to be a major challenge as we go throughout the rest of tonight, and they're only going to strengthen as well. So with the latest conditions close to the Palisades fire, we've got winds anywhere from about 41 miles per hour out of the northeast there in the Santa Monica Mountains, and gusting up to 58 miles per hour. So they're really starting to strengthen. So you've got all of these northeasterly winds coming from the mountains through the canyons and passes all the way down to the coast, and it's blowing that smoke around, and it's also blowing the flames around, which is why this is a concern in terms of dealing with the wildfire triangle and the topography. That's the fuel, the grass, the trees, the fuel as well as dry conditions. And then we've got weather. The Santa Ana has helped to exacerbate or grow the flames of the fire tremendously. So this is a big concern. So as we go throughout the rest of the evening and into our Wednesday, the winds are going to pick up for the Palisades, but really everybody. Also, I want to show you the relative humidity because we've been talking about how this will continue to lower. We've got relative humidity in the teens, and these will likely drop even lower as we go throughout the overnight hours and into our Wednesday, which is why this red flag warning is a bit of a concern. But looking at the flames on the left, it really looks like the fire is really close to some of these homes here. And that's scary.
Yeah, we see the fire protection there in these neighborhoods. And Colleen Williams joins me now here as we continue our coverage here of the Palisades fire. And again, it doesn't look as if it's getting any better at this point.
No, and what is amazing is the fact that you can see this from almost anywhere in the city. I was driving in on the 134 and was stunned to look up over the Griffith Park Observatory and see this huge plume of smoke. I've seen the pictures from LAX today. You see a lot of white smoke, you see black smoke, but pretty much anywhere you're positioned in the city.
Yeah.
And the winds, Michael.
Yeah.
You'll hit spots where the winds die down a little bit and then they pick right up. It's hard even keeping a small car on the road right now.
Yeah, we talked about what the winds were like driving into work this morning. I saw, yes, it was breezy on the west side of LA, but obviously I got over the hill and again, a much different scene, a much different scenario. We want to bring in, I believe we've reestablished our connection there with Khalid Shabazz, our NBC4 photojournalist. Khalid, are you with us?
I'm with you, Michael. How are you?
Hey, not too bad. Appreciate the images you continue to give us. I believe you're on the 1300
Hi, Michael.
block.
Yeah, I'm at
Lockman Avenue, Lockman Lane, correct?
That's correct. I'm at 1377 Lockman Lane, and this home is completely a total loss. And right next to it, the home is still here, but there's some damage. I'll pan. There's some damage to this home right next to it at 1377 Lockman Lane. Also, at 1408, there's some structural damage from fire as well. At Lockman Lane, 1408. They had me move back, as you can see the yellow tape, because there's a gas leak now. And as you can see, more fire trucks pulling up at this location.
Khalid, Colleen here. Can you describe the neighborhood? I mean, we saw the two houses you're talking about there. Is this just like a small cul-de-sac, or does it stretch up into the hills there?
Not at all. It's not a cul-de-sac. Not this particular street. It stretches into the neighborhood. There's windy roads here that stretches around the neighborhood. There has been quite a few evacuations at this location. And at this particular street now, it's closed down. It seems like most of the residents have been evacuated at this location.
We want to explain to our viewers, too, that the reason we don't hear from Khalid for a few seconds here, there's a long delay in getting his signal from Lockman Lane back to the studio here. Khalid, you mentioned a gas leak. Can you give us an idea of where that is and what firefighters are doing about it now?
Yes, as you can see my picture here, this is the home that's a total loss. This is the home where the gas leak is. I don't know if you can quite hear the gas, but it's a permanent sound. And so they have the yellow tape here for folks to be careful and to stay back just in case there's an explosion or anything like that. But this home here at 1377 Lockman is a complete loss, as well as right now there's the gas leak.
Okay, so Khalid, we obviously want to make sure that you're not in peril here. If there's an active gas leak, I'm sure authorities would move you back even further if that were the case. But you mentioned something about 1408 Lockman Lane, perhaps another damaged or destroyed home in this neighborhood?
That's correct, Michael. 1408 is another structure fire. They were attacking it from the inside of the home. It didn't spread to the front exteriors, but there's damage to the rear, in the rear of that location. Once again, I'm on a delay because the cell connectivity up here is very bad. As you can imagine, a lot of folks are making calls or on their cell phones and trying to reach loved ones up here. So the cell phone service is kind of bad right now.
Okay, so Khalid Shabazz there, photojournalist, live for us there on the 1300 block of Lockman Lane, where we've been told that one home destroyed, possibly caused by a gas leak. And fire crews are moving our crews back. And again, another home that is sustained damage there to the rear of the home, 1408 Lockman Lane.
You know, Khalid was talking about that hissing. That's probably the sound that we heard. We weren't sure what it was. What we're looking at now is another home that appears to be on fire here. This is at the Glen Haven, I believe, the 1000 block of Glen Haven. As you can see, firefighters doing some sort of structure protector. They're about to go into the backyard, obviously, to check out the situation there. But just to the right of the screen is where you see the fire there. Okay, and we have with us on the phone as well, CHP Officer Luis Quintero. Officer, can you give us an idea of what you're doing at this point in terms of helping with a fire?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. At this point, where CHP assistance has been requested to assist with closures in the area of the Pacific Palisades area. We do have on the north end, Pacific Coast Highway, we have all lanes closed at Las Flores Road. And on the south end, we have all lanes closed at Topanga Canyon Road. We are moving officers in the area. We're going to push people back even further south on the south end. So we're just advising people to stay out of the area. You won't be able to utilize Pacific Coast Highway at this moment. You're going to have to use 405 and the 101 as alternate routes.
Officer, can you give us, we talk about the PCH here. It's a major thoroughfare. As we're looking at a house here, we're trying to get a location on this as well. Can you give us an idea of how far that stretches on PCH that it's closed down?
It's not too far from the actual fire, which is why our officers are actually working on pushing that closure down south to, I believe it's Temescal Canyon Road. There was actually also talks about closing all lanes on the 10 freeway at 4th Street. That hasn't happened yet, but we are trying to push people back further south away from this fire.
And possibly closing those lanes at 4th Street on the 10 freeway. Is that imminent, perhaps? Or are we talking down the road here?
This probably down the road. There was talks about doing that. However, fires are unpredictable at this point. We're still analyzing the situation. We're trying to get officers in positions as we speak. We're still analyzing to see what's going to happen. The high winds aren't helping the situation as well. However, we'll keep the people informed.
All right. So you're advising people, obviously, to stay out of the closures in place. Don't use PCH. Only use the 405 and 101 at this point, and perhaps some closures here on the 10 freeway at 4th Street. Again, we will stay up to date with you on that to get that clarification.
Officer, before you go, can you speak to the wind situation and the freeway system throughout Southern California right now? Any advice for people who may be out driving? I know the wind comes and goes, but we're talking about gusts anywhere from 80 to 100 miles an hour. Are you advising truck drivers to pull over? What are you telling people?
We're advising drivers to be aware, be very careful of your driving, especially in these high wind conditions. Slow your speed. That's the biggest thing. And speed is a huge factor when it comes to traffic collisions or vehicles overturning. If you are driving a high-profile vehicle, whether it's a caravan, a semi-truck, or just a big van, it's important that you reduce that speed, especially during the connector roads. And just be aware of flying debris as well. These high winds do tend to kick up trash and could cause a collision or a major incident.
All right, to Officer Luis Quintero with the CHP. Again, we appreciate your time here this afternoon. I'm sure we'll lean back in on you here as the hour progresses. All right, folks, we are continuing to monitor this fire here and keep a very close eye on this breaking news out of the Pacific Palisades here right now. I believe we still have Chief Sam Giovanna with us. Chief Sam, are you with us?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
We talk about with the officer there, with the CHP, those road closures on PCH, advising folks only to use the 405 and 101. And now possibly there's talk of some closures on the 10 freeway.
Yeah, there's, need a lot of access for fire apparatus and equipment coming in, and people need to have open pathways to escape. The access and egress is so important right now. So this is just going to escalate, Michael, especially with the weather forecast, with the winds increasing. And like I said earlier, go ahead, Colleen.
Chief Sam, we're going to put you on hold for just a moment again. Apparently, we are going back to where Khalid was just a moment ago. Our Karma Dickerson has arrived on scene as well. We'll get back to them in a moment. But Chief Sam, when you see the smoke throughout the area, This is just the one fire. You see white smoke, you see black smoke. Can you explain the significance for viewers, please?
Yeah, that's a good point, Colleen, because a lot of people think that just because you see white smoke on a brush fire that there's water on it, it's going out. Light grassy fuels are going to put white smoke up. Heavier fuels that have oils in them, they're going to be a lot darker in the smoke. So you're going to see a combination of both.
All right, Chief Sam, we now have Karma Dickerson back live on our scene. Here, Karma, you are exactly where Khalid was. We spoke with him not too long ago. Possible talk of a gas leak here where you are.
Yes, we can hear that hissing just going on over my shoulder behind me. As a matter of fact, the first thing that happened as I got on scene is Khalid pulled me back a little bit and he said, stay clear, there's a gas leak, and firefighters are working to work around it. So you can imagine what a dangerous situation on top of a dangerous situation they have here on Lockman. We can show you the scene that we have here behind us. The sun is up, the sky is a little bit more clear. It gives us a picture of the destruction that we have of a couple of homes here. The gas leak coming from the house over to the left. If you listen carefully, you can hear the difference between the gas leaking and the fire hoses going. They're doing their best to work around that. And so that's just a little bit of what's going on here along on this street. As you know, I came to you from Palisades Drive, and trying to make my way here was pretty extraordinary, navigating all of the different roadblocks and trying to make my way up the road. I ultimately had to come through a fire road that, honestly, when I got to it, there was so much smoke, I didn't feel comfortable driving it, so had to hike part of the way in. And as I did that, I encountered many neighbors who were expressing their concerns and their fears, because they feel that this is an area that it's not easy to get in and out of. And so when you have major thoroughfares like Palisades Drive or the fire lane inaccessible, they feel a little bit trapped. On the one hand, they're told to get out. On the other hand, there are not a lot of ways to safely do so. So met many people trying to navigate whether or not they should leave or stay or pass a roadblock, and what the best practice is at this point. Taking a look, it looks like that fire has flared up right here in the window. Again, there are firefighters on scene that are in that house trying to fight back those flames. But every time a wind gust comes up, that's another opportunity for those flames to just take over more, like what we're seeing right here.
Would not have expected that. We thought this was out.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is not the only scene of this sort that I saw making my way through the neighborhood. Saw another home, at least 3 others that were in a really similar state. Firefighters doing what they could, but fires in attics, fires in roofs, fires that were in backyards that were clearly starting to take over homes. And so on the other hand, you have homes that are completely untouched. So it's really a house-to-house situation, and that's how firefighters are treating that, as a property-by-property approach to just trying to see what they can save and what they can protect at this point.
All right, Karma Dickerson reporting live for us at the scene of that gas leak on Lockman Lane. Karma, stand by if it's safe. We'll get back to you in just a couple of minutes. Right now it's 2 o'clock, and you are watching the NBC4 News live breaking coverage of this wildfire burning now in Pacific Palisades. Right now, this fire has burned at least 200 acres. That number we expect to be updated pretty soon. It could go up. We expect it to go up. We've seen several homes on fire there, people scrambling to get out of harm's way. Evacuation orders are now in effect.
Yeah, schools are being evacuated in the Pacific Palisades because of this fire. Now, Palisades Charter Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary, students will be moved to Brentwood Elementary Science Magnet, Paul Revere Charter Middle School. Students there are being taken to University High School Charter. Now, schools are obviously in communication directly with those families. If you have any questions, you can call the LAUSD Family Hotline. That number is 213-443. If we can pull down the prompter here just a second so I can read the rest of that number. Again, 213-443-1300.
Actor James Woods has been posting videos from his neighborhood on X. Here's what he had to say, and I'm quoting here: "We are blessed to have LA fire and police departments doing their job so well. We are safe and out. There are several elementary schools in the neighborhood there. There was an enormous community effort to evacuate the children safely. Cannot speak more highly of LA Fire and LAPD, and certainly a lot of people feel that way when they see the job they've been doing on this fire and every other fire leading up to this.
Absolutely. Well, when I go down to NBC4's Alex Rozier live, I believe, Alex, you're there on Glen Haven.
Yes, Michael, we are at Glen Haven and Lockman. I want to give you a live look behind us. The wind has just been going in. It's moved from a slower wind to big gusts here. Right now, you can see on the branches of that tree, give you a little bit of a sense of what we're experiencing right now. But Stuart, who we earlier, backyard of his mother-in-law's home, and we've been watching to the east here. It's a bit tricky to see now in this smoke-filled sky, but in the distance directly to the east, there are a few homes, and over the last 10 to 15 minutes, we have watched flames surround those homes, and it's hard to make a distinction between if the home is on fire or if it's the yard directly behind the home. Either way, the homes are definitely threatened by the flames that continue to pop up here. We've been out here for the last about hour and a half, keeping an eye on the conditions here, and the wind is swirling and it's moving in every direction. And just when you think you might catch a break, it picks up once more. Let's walk you out to the street here to give you a sense of what we've been seeing in this neighborhood. And you can see a few cars, and that's what we've been seeing throughout the day, is that we've been seeing a couple of cars that have been leaving at a fast speed, but for the most part, it's quiet. People seem to have been heeding the evacuation warnings. But as I noted earlier, the thing about the situation that we've experienced to this point is that you go about a mile away and there was a frantic rush to evacuate. There was a line of cars that were headed out onto Pacific Coast Highway. But as you can see here now on Lockman, it's an empty road. We have seen a variety of LA County, LA City firefighters and police department as well, who have been out here to assist. So it's a coordinated effort, but it's a chaotic one right now because these winds are just so dangerous and putting so many people and homes at risk. Michael and Colleen, we'll send it back to you.
You know, Alex, before you go, I want to let people know that the acreage on this fire has just been updated to 300 acres at this point. But before we let you go, give me an idea again of the neighborhood you're in. What are the cross streets at this intersection?
Yeah, we're at Glen Haven and Lockman. I heard our photographer Khalid Shabazz talk earlier about Lockman and how there was and Lockman right here. It's somewhere on this road. He was seeing some homes that were immediately threatened, but we're at Glen Haven and Lockman is where we're standing, not far from a couple of schools. Hundreds of homes, but Asusena, you can see in the distance, this is kind of what we've been seeing here, are just these flames that have been popping up. They'd go out, there'd be crews that take them down, and then it'd come at a different spot. So these homeowners that have opted to stick this out for now, they are watching anxiously. One man said, who I spoke with, said he's been here in the neighborhood for about 30 years and never has he seen flames get this close to the homes here at Glen Haven and Lockman. Colleen and Michael, back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you. We have with us on the phone right now Margaret Stewart. She's the PIO with LA Fire. Thank you so much for joining us. We understand there's an update on the acreage, up to 300 acres now.
There is. We do have a current estimate of 300 acres. However, it is being overflown as we speak, and so we anticipate a more accurate estimate once that survey is completed.
Margaret, earlier we saw firefighters on the ground. We've seen the super scoopers out there. What other resources are being used to fight this fire?
We have over 45 fire companies from LA City. We have additional resources from our surrounding neighboring agencies, and there are air assets from CAL FIRE on scene. So it is clearly a very large response. I don't have the numbers from the outside agencies, but we have over 200 LA City firefighters assigned to this incident. And we just want to continue emphasizing the need for everyone, the entire Pacific Palisades area, to heed the evacuation order. You can see the map on LAFD.org. There's a yellow click here button, and it'll take you to the interactive map. But effectively, if you're in Pacific Palisades, you need to evacuate. LAPD has provided the evacuation route of south down Palisades Drive to Sunset, west on Sunset, which would be a right-hand turn, to PCH, and then south on PCH.
You know, Margaret, with the Franklin fire, in addition to the wind, there was a problem with all the smoke and the fact that the aerial assets couldn't even see where they were dropping. Are you using choppers? Are you running into the same problem with this one?
Right now, we have a fixed wing as the primary. We will use our helicopter resources when and where we can. I can't say specifically, you know, how much they're able to fly at the moment, but they will be in there dropping whenever they possibly can.
Margaret, really quickly, obviously with nightfall, does the game plan change at all? And as those gusts increase later on tonight?
You know, our tactics don't really change night or day. We're going to continue to, you know, to battle the fire in the same way. Our aircraft are able, our helicopters, if they're able to fly, they're able to fly at night. So we can continue that process. It does obviously get trickier just in terms of being up in the rugged hills and, you know, the visibility. However, we will continue to fight this fire through night and day.
You know, Margaret, you said they were overflying the area right now, looking at acreage. Is there any, have you noticed any progress at all, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I know we're not talking containment, it's early for that, but is there any progress being made on this fire?
You know, unfortunately, as you know, we're under extreme fire weather with significant gusting winds. So in terms of progress on extinguishing the fire, it's in the growth phase, and we are focusing on defending structures and ensuring that, you know, life and property is protected. But we won't be able to start making progress this early in the stage, given the weather conditions.
All right, Margaret Stewart there with us of LAFD. We appreciate it. I'm sure we'll speak with you here shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you. We just hear, I guess the main nugget here out of all of this is there's been an increase in acreage. 300 acres is what
300 acres now, up from 200. And the way it's moving at this point, it's likely it will get
It will increase, obviously.
even bigger.
We are getting a note here, and I believe we've mentioned this before, that the LAPD is on the tactical alert, which means all officers currently on duty, they will remain on duty until further notice.
All right, do we have Karma Dickerson with us right now? Let's go out to Karma Dickerson. She's live in that Lockman Lane area where we heard about that gas leak earlier. Karma.
And that concern is still going on right now. We can hear the hissing. Firefighters, nevertheless, doing everything they can to try to get the fire behind me under control. You'll notice the winds are still whipping, and that means flames still coming from this home, despite all of the energy and focus firefighters have put into trying to get it out. These winds, when they pick up, they're sending not just debris, but ash, leaves, everything, and it really makes those flames reach and the potential ember cast, the potential for that fire to spread. We have seen firefighters moving in and out of this area, law enforcement keeping an eye on things. One thing to note, this particular road is key here in this neighborhood, Lockman, because it is right off the fire road, and it's one of the main ways in and out of the community. I had so many people stop and ask me, is the fire road open? Can we get through this area? And the answer is, while the road is open, you're going to encounter so many firefighters and hoses, heavy smoke, so many things blocking the roadway. It really isn't safe to try to make your way down because there isn't a safe way. You'll very easily get stuck and impede the firefighting effort. So my best advice would be, don't try to do it. Don't try to come that way down the fire road, down Lockman. This is just one of the scenes that you'll encounter. Again, those flames flaring up. Now, this is an area where we haven't seen a lot of people out on the roads, homeowners. There are still some people clearly in their homes, but most left. As Khalid has been out here on the scene, he said as he arrived, he saw people doing everything they could to get out of the neighborhood. A lot of images of people evacuating. They have had some aircraft dropping water on top of the neighborhood. So they're fighting it from the air in this neighborhood, also on the ground. And every single corner and block that you'll reach, you'll see a similar scenario with firefighters focusing on houses that have gotten flames, that have gotten heavy winds, and may even have some of those additional hazards, for example, a gas leak, and trying to isolate which properties need the most attention and focus their energy there.
All right, Carmen Dickerson there, live for us on the scene on Lockman Lane. Again, Carmen mentioned earlier that she saw at least 3 homes on her way up to Lockman Lane that had been destroyed. So again, she's using as the backdrop of her live shot there one house that has sustained some major damage.
And you can see the winds are still very strong out there. You could hear Karma almost had trouble catching her breath. You could see the winds whipping around. To that end, we're going to call in our meteorologist, Melissa McGee, to talk about the wind situation now. Melissa, earlier you said they're going to get even stronger as we move towards the evening.
Oh, absolutely, Colleen and Michael. I mean, this is just the beginning. In a lot of communities, they're already stronger than what we're currently seeing in the Palisades. I want to show you the satellite radar imagery, or at least our visible satellite. And when we're talking about the winds, Karma was experiencing it firsthand, but I'm showing you what it looks like high up in the atmosphere. So if you look at Santa Monica, or at least the wording of Santa Monica, look off to the north and west, you can see what looks like a plume of smoke. That's not cloud formation. That is actually the smoke and the ash from the Palisades fire that we're tracking, and it's being driven by the Santa Ana wind. So you've got these northeasterly significant Santa Ana winds that are blowing from the northeast all the way down to the south and west, all the way down to the coast and to the ocean. Specifically with the Palisades fire and the weather conditions there for those that are evacuating and for the firefighters. We've got winds gusting anywhere from 16 miles per hour in the Palisades, Santa Monica Mountains. We've got winds gusting up to 52 miles per hour. And since we've been on the air since 11 o'clock and we broke in with the Palisades fire, you can see the relative humidity is starting to drop as well. We're down to 28% in the Palisades and 32% in the Santa Monica Mountains. So you've got a wind-driven fire that's really drying out the atmosphere with that strong northeasterly wind. And it's not just in the Palisades, it's everywhere. We've got relative humidity down into the teens for Lancaster, 17% in Van Nuys, and we've got relative humidity in Thousand Oaks down to 18%. That's why this red flag warning is a big concern. So it's not just an issue with the Santa Anas. The Santa Anas help to allow these fires to grow rapidly in a short amount of time. But then you're dealing with the Santa Anas and low relative humidity, which leads to extreme fire danger. And that's what we're seeing right now. And as I mentioned, it's not just for the Palisades. Look at some of these wind gusts. Ontario, 45 miles per hour. Santa Clarita, and at 52 miles per hour. Van Nuys, we've got a gust up to 46. And if you look and focus your eye in between Van Nuys and Santa Clarita and look at the coloring there, when you see the whites, that's an indication of winds at 70 miles per hour or higher. Let's bring it back to the Palisades and what's next for this community. Later on this evening, we'll start to see a drop in those winds, 6 p.m. tonight to 8 o'clock tonight. The winds lower in the 30 mile per hour range. But like we've been saying for the start of this event, later on tonight, we're saying in between 9 p.m. and 10 o'clock tonight, the winds will re-strengthen once again. And then we've got another burst of wind from Mother Nature. So what's next in terms of our windstorm that we're tracking for the rest of the afternoon? Across the entire region, winds anywhere from 20 to 50 miles per hour, blowing debris down trees. Power outages is a big issue. Then tonight, this is when we are anticipating the peak of the wind. So even though it's a factor right now, it's going to get stronger in a lot of spots. So overall, 60 to 70 miles per hour for the coast and the valleys. And then you've got 80 miles per hour or plus for some of our mountain communities. And then Wednesday morning, we've got another burst of that wind coming in with the Santa Ana wind event that we're tracking. This is the third particularly dangerous situation that we've tracked this season in terms of strong Santa Anas. The first one was in November. The last one is in December. And we're tracking this event today, you guys.
All right, meteorologist Melissa McGee there in the First Alert Weather Center. We want to bring in now Chief Sam DiGiovanna. And Chief Sam, we just got an update on acreage from LAFD. When we first got on the phone with you, we were saying about 20. You said 20 plus 200. Now we're up to 300 acres.
Yeah, and I won't be surprised if that even goes higher just based on when they do their flyover to map this out. But this thing's moving fast. The winds are kicking up still and moving this fire very quickly. So I won't be surprised if that exceeds rapidly.
Chief Sam, we heard from a reporter and our photojournalist on Lockman Lane. There was a gas leak. In fact, we could hear the hissing of the gas out there. Are firefighters equipped to handle that sort of thing when they roll into a neighborhood?
Yes, they are, Colleen. But a lot of times you don't want to just, if there's a gas fire, you don't want to put the gas fire out. You just want to let that gas go, because if you try to put the fire out, if it's a gas-fed fire, let it burn. If it's not, you just try to find the gas shut off and just make sure that is shut off. And I am concerned. I was a little worried about karma there that quick. If you can hear it like that, I would say leave the area. That would be that's my first advice. That concerns me. But yes, they are equipped to handle that.
And you should be able to smell gas, right? Doesn't the gas company mix something with that? Even if you don't hear it, you might be able to smell something that's not quite right.
They sure do. You can smell the gas. Now, I know the winds are blowing and it may dissipate very quickly, but if you can hear it, there's a gas leak, keep your distance from it.
Yeah, Chief Sam, we obviously, crews are moving out of the area by the advice of LAFD. But again, this was something obviously that would be called in to the local gas company. They would be in, I guess, the agency to turn this gas off. Firefighters can, again, continue to let it burn, but it's the gas agency that would have to come in and actually handle this issue.
Exactly. And that's exactly what we do. When we have a gas leak, either in a structure or outside from a broken gas line, we always contact the gas company and have them respond. We do have the capability to shut it off at the meter or at the street, but sometimes it's broken and we just have to let it run its course until evacuate their area, set up a perimeter, and let the gas company do their job.
Chief Sam, as we approach later in the evening, nightfall, we heard from meteorologist Melissa McGee that the winds will no doubt pick up. What would be the strategy as we move forward now?
Well, it's very similar to what LA Fire's PIO said, that the game doesn't change much. It just gets more difficult, Colleen, just because it's nightfall, there's power outages. And just imagine if nighttime and you have no street lights, no lights whatsoever, it's challenging just enough to drive your streets, much less when you have winds of this magnitude and a fire of this size moving through a neighborhood. Very, very difficult.
They talked about, LAFD talked about how many personnel are actually on this fire. 45 fire companies just from the city of LA alone, relying on neighboring areas and their fire apparatus as well as their firefighters. They're getting, those fire assets from CAL FIRE. Seems pretty significant in terms of resources, in your opinion, based on what you're seeing here?
It does. I actually even it looked like I saw an engine from Newport Beach there. So they have resources, I'm sure, from San Diego and as far as Santa Barbara. So bringing in a lot of resources, try to put this fire out as quickly as possible, which is going to be difficult with these winds. And as I mentioned earlier, we're very fortunate right now. This is the only significant injury. I'm very surprised, and I don't want to jinx myself by saying this, that there's not another one of this magnitude.
Talk to us about evacuations here. People have been advised to evacuate the area. Some were advised early on to shelter in place. How important is it? I mean, when you look at the smoke here, describe to us what it's like to be on scene and try to get out through this.
Yeah, it's very difficult. The winds, the power is out, the debris, the smoke. It is difficult. And Colleen, you know probably more than anyone, that's a big pet peeve with me is people not taking the warning serious. They stay and they wait too long. It puts them in danger. It puts firefighters in danger. And it contributes to the spread of the fire.
And we have seen, throughout the course of our coverage here from different vantage points, folks actually heeding that warning and getting out. We talked to a son who was helping his mother leave a house on, I believe it was Lockman Lane. We saw another gentleman here helping his mother-in-law. So again, folks are heeding the warning. That's exactly what you want to hear. But on the flip side of that, Chief Sam, we just saw a guy in Alex Rozier's live shot standing on top of his roof, and we were wondering what's going through his mind right now.
Yeah, and I see that often, Michael, and they're up there in shorts. And like I said earlier, the most seasoned veteran professional firefighters with years on the job can still get injured and do get injured wearing personal protective equipment, much less a homeowner in their pants and a t-shirt just looking around or with a garden hose. That garden hose is no match for it. Pre-treating your roof is about as good as stepping out of the shower, like I mentioned earlier, and putting a hair dryer on your hair for 5 minutes. It's going to get bone dry very quickly. Evacuate. And one thing I also saw is you saw cars driving around, and I saw several running right over the fire hose. You know, that's just so irresponsible. You have firefighters fighting fire, running over a fire hose. The hose can burst, and that firefighter or those firefighters fighting the fire now have no water. You're endangering their lives.
So, Chief Sam, what do you do if you roll up on someone and there is a hose across the street there? You get out, try to lift it over the car. I mean, if it's the only way out, what should you do?
Well, if you do have to drive over the hose, you know, at least if you can, let them know, I need to get over this hose. Drive very slowly over it. If you have to, in an emergency, drive slowly, but avoid it if all possible.
All right, so Chief Sam, we want to just put you on pause here for just a second, and we've split screened here this for you. That shot there on the right is actually from a camera positioned in Playa del Rey, from what I understand. And Colleen, you mentioned when you first came on, doesn't matter where you are in the city,
you can see this.
You can see it.
I was driving in here about 1 o'clock this afternoon on the 134 at the high point, and I could look towards that direction over Griffith Park Observatory, and you could see a plume of smoke, mixed black smoke and white smoke on top, just like this. Even when I got down sort of in the flats of the 134, continuing on, you could see this fire almost anywhere. And Michael, as we're seeing, pretty much the same problem they had with the Franklin fire in Malibu. The smoke is the issue. The smoke is laying down out there. It's hard for choppers to get in. It's hard for the aerial assault. It's hard for people to see where they're going.
Yeah, well, this firefight obviously continues. An update on the acreage here from 200 to 300 acres. We just got that from LAFD about 10 or so minutes ago. They have 45 fire companies from LA City Fire alone, which equates to about 200 city firefighters on this. We have fixed wing aircraft from CAL FIRE. So again, putting as many resources as possible on this fire in the Palisades.
And it bears repeating, you know, PCH, which is a main thoroughfare out there, is shut down. It's closed between Temescal Canyon and Las Flores Canyon Boulevard. Also Topanga Canyon, that route that goes really from Malibu into the valley and the 101, that is closed except for evacuation orders there. The westbound 110 at the McClure Tunnel is also closed to prevent some of the traffic jams out there that we saw early on.
Yeah, we also heard from an officer with the CHP who says a possible closure there on the 10 freeway at the 4th Street exit. So again, this is something that may or may not come down later on, but we, of course, will keep you updated on what is happening. Again, a split screen of what's happening here in the Palisades right now, a 300-acre plus fire burning as our coverage began just after 11 o'clock here this morning.
Two of the neighborhoods that seem to be affected the most from what we're seeing is Lockman Lane. We saw at least 2 homes destroyed there. One was gone. That's where we saw that major gas leak this afternoon. That was in the 1300 block. Also Glen Haven and Lockman. That's where Alex Rozier was standing by, showing people, some of them trying to get out of the area, and some of them, as you pointed out, trying to stay and save their homes.
Right. You know, and we also had Carmen Dickerson, who actually, to some degree, parked their car, drove, or actually walked up, I believe it was Lockman Lane. She mentioned that she saw about 3 other homes that had been either damaged or destroyed as she made her way up to her live shot there at the 1300 block of Lockman. We're getting a new update now. Winston, can you give me that one more time?
What's the number? Wow.
772 acres. This coming now from CAL FIRE.
That has more than doubled since we talked about it, what, 20, 25 minutes ago?
Right.
We have with us on the phone right now Lacey Nouri. She's a friend of one of our reporters here, Brittany Hope, who was in the area. Brittany, are you, Nouri, are you with us? Lacey.
Hi, how are you? Yes.
I think I ran the gamut on names there, didn't I? All right.
That's okay. It's all right. I respond to anything.
Okay, good. Well, thanks for joining us. Talk to us about your experience out there today.
I'm around 40. See out my window what looks like plumes of smoke. LA native, pretty to what fire looks like. So to my husband said, hey, there's a brush fire near us. I think it was on New Year's Day. There's a fire in that same spot. So I kept watching it. I walked outside. I live off of Palisades Drive and continue to monitor it. And it slowly, 15 to 20 minutes, started to grow, started and I texted and said, hey, this fire is moving fast. So yeah, that was my experience with this thing.
You know, Lacey, we're having a slight problem with your cell service there, understandably so. Again, so you live on, you said Glen Haven?
No, we live off of Palisades Drive. Can you hear me better now?
Much better. Yes, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay, Palisades Drive. So you, according to Brittany, we had her on earlier, you were the friend who heeded that warning even before there was any type of evacuation order or any discussion of an evacuation order.
Yes, that's right. At around 10:40, I saw the black plumes of smoke start to erupt, like really small, very small compared to what it is now. And I'm an LA native, so I'm pretty accustomed to what a fire looks like. So I texted my husband and I texted Brittany immediately.
And what did you do? You've evacuated the area?
Yes. I mean, so once I saw that smoke, I kind of took a step, you know, I was on standby a little bit, but I saw it grow pretty rapidly between 15 to 20 minutes. I packed up the car, I grabbed my necessary documents and any kind of valuables of that nature just to make sure I was ready to go in the event of an evacuation. And then I think it was around maybe 11 or 12. That's when it really started to get serious. And we heard that there was multiple fires in the area. And I grabbed everything as fast as possible, hopped in the car, and then waited on Palisades Drive. I did attempt to go down Palisades Drive, but it was like a tornado of fire all around me. So the firefighters were there telling us to turn around. I sped back up the mountain and honestly just waited it out until I felt like, you know, we were good to go and then got the green light to come down the mountain.
You know, Lacey, not to make light of this, but you are a firefighter's dream in terms of, you know, being prepared, having what you needed and getting out and even
taking
before.
orders.
Yeah, exactly. Taking ownership of what you need to do. Again, so when you made it down and you were told to go back up, what were you thinking at that point?
I felt like I was in a video game, to be honest with you. It didn't feel like real life, that it was fire whipping all around me. I couldn't believe it. You know, I had to evacuate when there was the Woolsey fire and several other fires in the past. I've never, ever been this scared or this close to a fire like this before.
Lacey, does it seem to be moving away from your area now?
It seems like it's going towards the ocean and not going up towards the valley. It seems like it's going towards the ocean. Now, when I did actually get down, there were cars parked on the sidewalks like it was an apocalypse and just sporadic little fires everywhere. I'm just so glad to have gotten out, even though it's not coming towards me.
Lacey, you mentioned the Woolsey fire. You had to evacuate then. This, I assume, is your second time. Will you continue to live in the area?
I'm sorry, what was that question again?
I said you've evacuated before. You mentioned this and it sounds hellish what you went through.
Yes.
Trying to get out. Will you continue to live in that area?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is like, that's the beauty of where we live. I love the location. I love being close to the water. It's kind of a trade-off, to be honest with you. We know, and we've known ever since we moved into this house, that fire is a concern. But if it's not fire, then if we live somewhere else, it could be tornadoes. So it's kind of just the trade-off with where we live, in my opinion.
You know, over the course of time, Lacey, since you first made contact with our colleague and your friend, Brittany, this fire has grown from 20 to 200, 300, and now 772 acres. Based on the fact that you're there witnessing this all, are you at all surprised by how fast this fire has moved and how fast it has grown?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I feel like it was within seconds where I thought it was just isolated in one location. And then seconds later, I'm, you know, being told it's in another location. I think that's the scariest part. At a certain point, I thought, okay, maybe it might be safer at my house. But just again, seeing how fast the fire moves and it moves from one tree to the next tree, like it's magic. You know, I just was like, you know what? Like, this does not make sense. Everything in my house is replaceable. I just need to get out of here. So yes, definitely very scary with how fast it moves and how unpredictable it is.
Lacey, talk to us a little bit about community there. You mentioned you're in a home up there. are neighbors looking out for neighbors? Did people stay behind? What did you see when you came back to the neighborhood?
Yes, I was hanging out in my neighbor's driveway, actually, talking to him about like his thoughts and what he, was experiencing, because he was a Palisades native specifically. And then, it was a lot of camaraderie with my neighbors saying like, hey, it's blocked off again. Don't go down there. Like, it was at least like 6 or 7 of us discussing like what our next steps were. And really, we have a close-knit community. So I will say like we're all here for each other, and all the neighbors were like working together on like what we were going to do next.
Yeah, the fact that you you took your own personal advice, you listened to your gut and your husband, and you got out of there.
Yeah.
and your property and your family and everyone within the area, all safe at this point?
Yeah, we're all safe. I've got my 2 dogs in the back seat, my German Shepherd and my Husky. They're pretty upset they're not at home, but I think they'll thank me later. And my husband is also safe. He's driving towards me now. So I feel good about my decision, and everything is replaceable, not myself or my dogs or my husband. So
Lacey, anything you would do differently moving forward in terms of
moving forward?
Yeah, protection of the house, neighborhood, anything like that.
Differently moving forward, I would say, just advice for anyone, always have copies of your documents ready in one singular location. Like, know where everything is, and I don't think I really would do anything different. Maybe leave like 10 minutes earlier. Honestly, I feel like just 10 minutes would have made me not get stuck up there for so long. But I would say just from like a document perspective and all your valuables, like keeping those in one place is definitely key.
All right. Lacey, Nori, thank you so much for your time and this experience and taking us through what we've been through here since early this morning. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Glad to hear that you're safe.
It is one thing to hear from firefighters about what you should do, but sometimes when you hear it firsthand from someone like Lacey about what she did and how she did the right thing, it resonates a little bit more.
I think she's going to be the new LAFD spokesperson
There
now,
you go.
in terms of what
You
to
could be
do.
right about that,
She
Michael.
just nailed it from start to finish. All right, so we want to bring in now meteorologist Melissa McGee, obviously keeping a very close eye on what is happening and what's to come. Melissa?
Yeah, that's right, Michael and Colleen. It's a dangerous situation in the sense that we're dealing with these Santa Ana winds. So something sparks the fire, and then we've got weather conditions. In this case, the Santa Ana winds that help the fire get bigger, faster, and more dangerous. And it's dangerous because those Santa Anas, as we look at this satellite loop, this is a 2-hour loop, it really gives you a clear picture of what's going on. If you look and take your eye just to the west of LA, you can see we've got this area, it looks like clouds, but this is actually our satellite imagery picking up the smoke in the atmosphere. And it's all because of those Santa Ana winds. So we've got those winds coming in really strong, so fast out of the northeast, dropping through the mountains, the canyons and passes, and in this case, through the basin, all the way down to the coast there in the Palisades. And that's why we're dealing with those strong winds. We just spoke to the young lady who said now it looks like the smoke is moving toward the coast, and that's exactly right in terms of Santa Ana wind formation. And it's not just in the Palisades. We've got strong winds everywhere. Van Nuys gust up to 46 miles per hour. Santa Clarita gusting up to 55 miles per hour. Haven't really touched on Orange County and the IE, but still very strong there as well. Santa Ana winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. Riverside 41, Ontario 45 miles per hour, bringing it back to the Palisades. You could see not only do we have the winds, but strong relative humidity that's lowering too, guys.
All right, Melissa, thank you for that. Our Camilla Rambaldi is live at Glenhaven Drive and Lockman Lane. That's an area where we saw a lot of smoke, and it's still going on out there. Camilla.
Colleen, Melissa talking about those strong winds, those gusts. It has only increased here at this hour. You can just tell from our live shot just how intense the wind is. And you can see the plumes of smoke here behind us taking over this hill. Left, you can also see some of those active flames up here on the hillside. And you can just see in our live shot and just hear just how powerful these winds are, and that has just been the biggest concern for this area, moving this wind in every direction. low visibility, and also just the air quality has only decreased here in the last few hours. So very difficult to breathe right now, but you can just see just the amount of smoke that is accumulating here from this fire. We're here off of Glen Haven Drive and Lackman Drive. Earlier, we saw several people using hoses to just put water on their homes, taking any steps they can to protect their property. Earlier in the afternoon, I also saw several people trying to evacuate, but as we've been reporting this afternoon, Sunset Boulevard here at a gridlock, so it's so hard to get out with people stuck in traffic back to back. Colleen.
Yeah, well, Camilla, I'll pick it up from here. Camilla, so we have had a couple of other reporters there near or around the same location you are right now. Are there folks still in the neighborhood? Cars coming in and out? What are you seeing?
I am still seeing some cars come through, not as much as earlier. You know, obviously people have started to leave, but there's still some people coming through. Earlier we were on, I believe it was Charmel Avenue, and you could still see some homeowners in the area trying to figure out, you know, what to do, their next steps as they saw this massive plume of smoke just behind their home. So obviously having to take that immediate action and that concern with
Camilla,
these powerful winds that continue to pick up.
Well, talk to us a little bit about the winds. Are they picking up out there right now? Describe what it was like when you arrived on scene to where it is right now.
When I first got here, just about around noon, the winds weren't as strong, and just in the last, I'd say 20 minutes that we've been here in this area, specifically on Lockman Lane and
All right, so
I heard her correctly. It's like they are picking up right now.
Yeah, she said within the last 20 minutes or so, those winds out there in the Palisades, Pacific Palisades, have actually picked up. Melissa, we want to bring you in now to, sort of piggyback on what Camilla is saying at this point.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's so hard just with reception because of the winds in that area. It's a big concern, and we're starting to see the winds pick up at this moment. Earlier, we were talking about gusts in the Palisades in the teens. Now we're at 24 miles per hour. Topanga Beach, 35 miles per hour. Santa Monica Mountains, and at 60 miles per hour. And these winds continue to get stronger in that area. They're coming through the mountains, through the canyons and passes, all the way down to the beach and the Palisades community here. Also starting to see the relative humidity drop as well. When we first came on the air and told you about the Palisades fire, relative humidity was anywhere from 35 to about 45%. And because those strong Santa Anas are coming in from the northeast, quickly racing through those canyons and passes, that air compresses, it warms at the surface, and it dries at the surface, and that's drying out the atmosphere as well. I want to show you what's going on with the fire speed, because when we first went on the air, in terms of acreage, this was about 200 acres, and you can see it's more than 700 acres at this hour. So as fires move uphill, they spread and they move rapidly. Every 10 degrees of slope, the fire will double in speed. So essentially, you've got the rising heat from the flames preheating the fuel out ahead of it up the slope, causing it to ignite even faster. So let's talk about the Santa Ana wind event. What's next? What does this mean for everyone in Southern California? Because this is a dangerous situation in the sense that the winds are so severe for a prolonged period of time. Looking at the pictures there on the left, you could see that Santa Ana wind is just blowing that smoke in erratic directions right now. And then look at this. We've got what looks like a Porsche there and a structure, perhaps a vehicle fire. A structure fire as well, with some hot spots in the area. So those Santa Ana winds are blowing these embers long distances. In terms of the strength of the winds and what we are anticipating, winds anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour. We could find gusts in the mountains, 80 miles per hour or higher, some isolated spots even stronger than that. widespread impact, multiple regions affected, including these wind-sheltered spots. And the duration, it's today right through Thursday, peaking later on tonight into Wednesday. You could see, just looking at those live pictures, Colleen and Michael, what that Santa Ana wind is doing to conditions out there in terms of that vegetation. There will likely be lots of hot spots. It's not just containment with the actual fire, but then you've got some hot spots in between all of that fuel as well.
Sure, and we're talking about these winds. They're really blowing those embers forward, and that's what's keeping the fire moving. We're going to go back right now to Alex Rozier. Alex, are you still at Glenhaven and Lockman in that area, or you look like you've moved a little bit?
Yeah, so we're at Glenhaven and Lock. The challenge that I've expressed today, and the cell phone service is very weak out here. So this is one intersection where we do have service. Let's walk you out here, though. This door is going to swing open. There's a roof that appears to be on fire there in the distance. As we look directly to the east, we again are at Glenhaven and Lockman. You can see the flames that are coming from that roof right there. We've been watching this for the last 5 minutes after we arrived back at this intersection. And this story continues to change by the minute because the winds change by the minute. And depending on where you are, it could be a quarter mile away. It's a very different situation than where we are. So speaking of that, as I mentioned, the cell phone connectivity is weak. I'm trying to get a piece of video back to our newsroom, but the service is, I want to show you what we saw at Enchanted Way and Scenic Place. And I'm going to show you it on my cell phone because that's my only option right now. But there's a home here that is completely in flames. Again, this at Enchanted Way and Scenic Place. And the home that is next door to this property is also on fire right now. This home about a quarter mile from where we are standing. And the thing about this is that, you know, the home across the street hasn't even been touched at all. And to see if this video continues here, but you can see the flames are raging at this place, at this home specifically. But yeah, so that is about a quarter mile from where we are, again, at Glenhaven and Lockman. You can see this property in the distance. That roof is on fire. So there's just a lot happening in a very dangerous situation that continues right now. Colleen, we'll send it back to you.
You know, Alex, we heard from the LAFD that at least 30 vehicles were just left abandoned at Sunset and Palisades. They're going to have to be moved by the county with a dozer. Did you see any of that as you were trying to make your way into the neighborhoods?
Yeah, I think that there's a number of people who have made a decision here to just leave with potentially someone else. But as Aussie Santa, let's turn you around and walk you back out to the street. And we'll show you what we can see from the street here, because there are people who have made the decision to leave some of their vehicles. And the other part, you know, we've talked about it throughout the day, but the thing that complicates this is this happened in the middle of the workday when a lot of people already were at work. And it happened in the middle of the school day when there were a lot of kids at school. But you can see this road specifically looks a bit empty right now, but it's family by family. The decisions that they made, whether they left their vehicles or what they grabbed. But it's very quiet here now as people likely are watching anxiously and nervously to find out how this is going to play out, guys.
All right, Alex Rozier live for us there. We want to now turn our attention to NBC4's Karma Dickerson. She's live near a home that is actually burning right now. A strategic firefight going on right now here, Karma.
Firefighters doing everything they can to save every home, and just minutes ago, flames erupted this one on Lockman Lane. Now, there had previously been a fire in the back of the home, but a big gust of wind came and then the flames shot up. And you can see they're doing everything they can to beat it back. There are firefighters on all sides of this thing. We watched as they rushed in as the new black smoke erupted from this home. They're working on it, but they recognize, you know, that this is a really challenging situation. So much so, we want to give you an idea of what they tried to do once they realized that the flames were going to overtake this house. We walked up as they were in the midst of pulling these items from the home. Now you can see right here, this is a large clock here, a large what looks like an antique, very beautiful family clock here on the ground. There are also photo albums that the firefighters pulled from the home just minutes before the flames overtook it, because they said that they felt like they at least wanted to save something as they realized that these flames were overtaking the home. We can't really tell what exactly led to the flames flaring up as they did, besides the heavy winds that came through. But you can see even through the windows the glow of the orange, showing that the fire is moving from the back of the property closer and closer and closer to the front of it. And so that work continues right now. Now, the interesting thing is we passed this home maybe 5 minutes before, and we didn't see anything like this. So it shows how quickly things can change here. It really seemed that there was nothing in particular happening at this home. We went past it up the street, and then we turned around and we saw that heavy black smoke. And actually just in front of us, we've had a big leaf from a palm tree fall from those heavy winds. So we're going to try to readjust and stay clear of this tree. Colette, if we can maybe move a little bit further this way so we're not right underneath that tree. So as the fire is one hazard, there's still the heavy wind creating other hazards here on the ground. A reminder that if you are still home, if you are still in the area, or if you're in any area where there's heavy winds, there
obviously we're having issues, everybody is out there, because we're on cell service out there, and everybody's on their cells out there today trying to communicate with people. But we're talking about the smoke and how far away you can see it. I saw it from the 134. We showed you pictures from Playa del Rey. This is a picture of downtown LA, I believe. That's what we see in the background here.
Wow, barely see it in the background though, that is for sure. Here on the right is a camera here from Playa del Rey, positioned there. So two very starkly different views here of the fire, depending on where you are in the city.
What's interesting about Karma's situation with that house on fire is we've been in that neighborhood several times. Nothing else around that house is on fire.
Yeah.
There were two other homes just down the way that caught fire and were destroyed, but everything else seemed to be okay. You would almost get a false sense of security that things were moving out of the area and the wind was taking the fire somewhere else.
We talked about this with Chief Sam earlier today, and even though it might not be happening in your particular neighborhood, there is no safe zone and a fire zone, essentially. So again, he talked about how those embers could be carried by these gusts of wind gusts of 3 to 4, 5 miles away. So again, no one is safe. No one is immune to what is happening here.
A lot of people evacuated in the area. Joining us on the phone right now is Mimi Teller. She's the communications manager for the Red Cross LA region. Mimi, you with us?
Yes, I am. How are you?
We're good. How are you? Talk to us a little bit about what the Red Cross is doing with this fire.
So we are currently opening up, or transitioning, I should say, the current evacuation center in Westwood at 1350 Sepulveda Boulevard. It's been an evacuation center for the last few hours, but now we are transitioning it to a shelter, and it's going to provide a safe place along with snacks and water for anyone who's affected.
When you say transitioning now to a shelter, is this for overnight accommodations as well?
That's correct, yes. And there's hot showers too.
All right. So folks have been evacuated. Either they've been evacuated because they had to or because they wanted to. Have you seen a stream of people come to this location?
I'm not at the location yet, and we just pulled the trigger maybe 20 minutes ago. So it'll take us at least an hour and a half to get it ready to accept folks. So we'll have somebody on the ground there in about an hour. So we'll have more information at that point.
Mimi, what about pets and small animals and things of that nature? Will they be allowed at the shelter as well?
So right now, since it's still very, very early days, we haven't heard what the status is. If we are able to accept the small domestic pets, we do ask that they are in a carrying case or a crate or, their little tag-along carriers. But we will have more information on that all shortly. I mean, this has all just been happening in the last 30 minutes as far as the request coming into us.
Already?
We've
I'm
been
sorry.
on standby, but now the details are coming in.
Yeah, standby. And again, you're already within 20 to 30 minutes of establishing this shelter, talking about transitioning it now into an overnight shelter for these folks. You guys stand at the ready. You don't need to get ready. You stay ready.
That's correct. And we've actually been ready since Saturday night for this. We already had our shelter trailers positioned in the area as soon as we heard this fire started this morning. And we've all been on standby, ready to do exactly what we're doing now, provide safety for those affected.
Mimi, I don't know how long you've been with the Red Cross, but historically, are you seeing many more situations where the Red Cross is being called to assist than you ever have?
Yes, and not just more situations, but bigger, costlier, more damaging situations. So we all know we just had the Malibu fire less than a month ago. So yeah, this is 2 big fires in less than a month already in our area.
Okay, if you can talk about the shelter here for a second, in terms of what people can expect when they get there, how many folks can you accommodate? What can we tell our viewers?
So again, it's early days. I don't know the shelter population, but we usually anticipate at least being able to house 50 to 100 people initially. We have a full staff there. They're going to make sure everyone's comfortable. There's cots, there's blankets. We will provide 3 meals a day, and most importantly, information if they need to connect with loved ones, and also information on the status of their homes.
Maybe when people show up at these shelters, what do they tell you when they see you?
A lot of people are in shock, and some people are so numb, they just, I barely got out, I barely got my pet, and unfortunately sometimes they're not able to get their pets. So we do urge people, if they think they might have to evacuate, get their pets in one room and close the doors so they know where they are. But usually we see people in shock, and we just want to give them comfort and let them know that we are there and we will support them through this experience.
Okay, of course, you guys are likely a lifeline for them in terms of providing information that they need, perhaps want. And again, in addition to the accommodations, the meals, the full staff, the whole nine. Before we let you go, Mimi, anything you would like our viewers to know about the work that the Red Cross has provided, what you do, and how they can benefit from it?
Well, what we do is available to anybody who needs help. So anyone who's affected, it doesn't matter your status at all. Please, we are there to help you. Please come, and you will be safe. You'll be comforted, and be prepared. And download our emergency app, and you'll get alerts and more information on what to do in situations like this.
All right, Mimi Teller with the Red Cross. Thanks so much for your time and all the work that you do.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I believe on the right side of the screen, what we're seeing right now is the shot from Karma Dickerson, or is that the left side? She's on the left side where firefighters are tackling that fire at the house. Karma, are you with us?
Hold on a second.
Karma, you back with us?
I'm sorry?
Well, we can tell you her location. Maybe we can establish contact with her. This is right at Glenhaven and Lockman. It's a place where we've seen, Michael, at least 2 other houses. This may be a 3rd one. Karma's back with us now? Or not?
All right. Well, interestingly enough, what stuck out to me about Karma's last live hit, and that was the fact that she said they had passed that house about 5 minutes before, and then realized it's now up in flames. So you talk about the nature of this fire, how things can change so quickly, and that's proof of it right there.
You know, you also talk about the job that the firefighters do out there. She said they went into this house, they removed a grandfather clock, they removed photos so that the family, when they come back there, will have something. They carried it across the street, put it on the sidewalk there. You don't think of that in terms of the jobs that they do, but they do. They do so much more than just put out the fire.
A little extra. I mean, and we talk about, not only are we dealing with the winds and the firefight at that point, but we saw with Karma, there are other elements involved as well. Palm fronds falling down, and again,
gas
leaks that we've reported on as well. So a lot of challenges, a lot of unexpected situations out there for firefighters and for those who live in and around that area.
Melissa McGee, we're going to call you back in. Are we approaching the witching hour, so to speak, for when the winds pick up out there?
In a few hours, Colleen, later on tonight, I mean, we're still expecting the most intense winds to arrive later on this evening. So the time frame we've been giving is anytime between 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight, right through the mid-morning hours tomorrow. I want to show you the satellite imagery because this really tells a story in the sense that we're dealing with strong Santa Anas. And if you look at the wording of Los Angeles, LA, and then look off to the west, you've got this large smoke plume. So we're able to detect this fire large up, well up in the atmosphere. And that fire, or at least the smoke from the fire, is blowing from the northeast all the way down to the south and west. These are significant Santa Anas on the way, and this is the strongest Santa Ana wind event we've seen so far this season. We've got an update for you for folks living in that area. If you see the smoke and the ash in your neighborhood, we've got a wildfire smoke advisory. This has just been issued, so this will stay up until 5 p.m. on Wednesday. Santa Monica, you're included in that, in areas to the south and west for Calabasas, over into Malibu. So some wildfire safety tips for you. If you see the smoke or the ash, remain indoors, close the windows. Obviously, if you're in an evacuation situation, it's a bit of a different story for you. Do what you can to get out and get out swiftly and safely. Avoid any physical activity outside. And if you are outdoors, keep it brief and use a mask. Let's bring it back to the Palisades fire and what we're tracking in terms of the wind, the relative humidity, and those strong Santa Anas. The Palisades, we've got winds gusting up to 24 miles per hour. Topanga Beach are close to 30 miles per hour. Then look off to the north and west. In the Santa Monica Mountains, we've got winds gusting up to 54 miles per hour with sustained winds a little lower than that, but it's the gust that's the concern as we go throughout the rest of tonight. Also, something of note, and something that I've noticed since we've been on the air talking about this fire, is that the relative humidity is starting to lower significantly. Earlier today, we had relative humidity numbers anywhere from about 35 to 45%. Now we're in the low 20s. This will continue to lower later on tonight and into our Wednesday as well. Let's bring it back to what happens next for the Palisades in this community. We've got winds later on tonight that will start to peak right around that time we were talking about, around 10 o'clock, up to 44 miles per hour. There'll be a bit of a lull. I don't want people to think that they have issues with this wind event being over, but this will likely pick up once again as we get into our Wednesday morning. Let's talk about the wildfire triangle and what's fueling this fire here. We've got Santa Ana winds. We've got a topography-driven fire, a wind-fueled fire. All of the vegetation, the brush, the trees, the palm trees, and the weather helps to spread this fire fairly quickly. Relative humidity will continue to lower as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon into tonight, which is why that red flag warning has been issued right until 6 p.m. on Thursday. Strong Santa Ana winds, low relative humidity. We're seeing it right now. Rapid fire growth up to 700 acres.
All right, Melissa, thank you for that. It is now 3 o'clock. We're continuing our coverage of the Palisades fire. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. Thank you so much for being with us. We have been on the air bringing you this live coverage since 11 a.m.
A race to escape a dangerous wildfire.
I'm seeing a lot of the same chaos along Palisades Drive as people are trying to get away from this fire.
People in Pacific Palisades forced to evacuate at a moment's notice. Homes have been destroyed.
Behind us on Enchanted Way, there's probably 4 homes that were lost.
Whipping winds fanning the flames as firefighters work to try and get a handle on this wildfire. The NBC4 News at 3 starts with breaking news.
Hundreds of homes are now in the evacuation zone. This fire is currently burning more than 700 acres in the Pacific Palisades area, prompting closures and evacuations.
An evacuation shelter has been established at Westwood Recreation Center. It's at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. And we want to show you a map of exactly where this fire is burning. The evacuation orders been established for the fire area all the way down to Pacific Coast Highway, PCH.
Now, throughout our coverage, we have seen several homes burning, including this one here on Pacific Palisades, there on Glen Drive.
NBC4's Karma Dickerson is in the thick of things. There's a fire. Last time we checked with her, fire burning a house directly behind her. Let's check in with her once again. Karma.
Firefighters are still doing work on this home on Lockman Lane. You can see it behind me, those orange flames pouring from the windows, pouring from the roof. And this is something that really just developed in over the course of about 15 minutes. At one point there was no fire, then all of a sudden there was fire overtaking this home. I spoke with one of the firefighters working on this, and he said they're not trying to save the home. They recognize that the home is gone, but they are trying to minimize any potential damages to other neighboring properties, make sure that Embercast doesn't send the fire to the south of it, to the north of it, particularly with what neighbors are dealing with these heavy winds that are out here. While they could not save the home, one thing I do want to note is they were able to save some of the family's keepsakes. I'm not sure if we have the video ready to show you, but as we came up, we first noticed this heavy black smoke. The first thing that caught our attention as we looked down to the ground was firefighters running out of the house carrying photo albums, carrying a grandfather clock, carrying items that looked like they were perhaps antiques or keepsakes. And I asked them what that was about, and they said, you know, at least it's something, at least they'll have something, recognizing that the way the flames were moving, the way the wind was coming, that was certainly going to overtake this house, but they could leave the family with at least just a little bit of home. I asked about these firefighters. This is Station 37 out of Westwood. This is Los Angeles Fire Department. And so they're just one of the agencies on the ground doing their part to try to save this neighborhood, save this community. Again, the concern is that with the heavy winds, those flames could easily be pushed further down this neighborhood. We have seen as we go up and down the street, we want to be clear along Lockman, certainly more that has been saved than that has been lost at this point. But as the winds shift, that can easily change. And the firefighters recognize that, making a stand property by property, doing everything they can to try to minimize the spread of the fire here. Now, in terms of conditions along this road, Lockman's also pretty key because it connects to the fire service neighborhood, wondering if they can get out of the road. While the road is open because they do need to firefighters in and out of that road, you're going to encounter fire hoses, you're going to encounter heavy smoke, you're going to encounter homes on fire. It really isn't safe to be trying to get up and down this street. Making sure you're listening to the best emergency responders in terms of what you're supposed to be doing, whether it's being in your house or evacuations. But Lockman and the fire road that people are so familiar with, it's not a safe place to get in and out of at this point. And so we're going to continue to watch as they make that stand here with this house to try to stop those flames from going any further. But again, they're up against it. It's hard to breathe. The ash is in the air. The embers are falling. So definitely making sure that if you are still in your home, you're inside and you're being safe. That's the latest from the Palisades. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Karma Dickerson live there for us. And again, the valiant effort made by those firefighters to get those belongings out of that house.
Joining us right now, once again, he's been with us all day, Chief Sam. Chief Sam, you see what we're seeing here with this smoke plume. You hear the acreage has more than doubled in just a few minutes. It's, I believe, 772 acres at this point. What goes through your mind in terms of resources for this?
Well, the first thing that goes through my mind, Colleen, is that we're fortunate there's not another fire of this magnitude burning. There's sufficient resources, but I've seen resources from as far south as Orange County on this fire. So they did call in for a lot of resources. That's what's going to help with this. But, you know, we're not out of the woods by far for the next few days, and it's only supposed to get worse. That's what concerns me.
You know, Chief Sam, we spoke with LAFD earlier today during our coverage. 45 fire companies, which is about 200 city firefighters. That's just from the city of Los Angeles, with fixed wing aircraft there, assets there from Cal Fire. We are expecting wind gusts of about 40 to 45 miles per hour between 9 and 10 o'clock here tonight. We talked about earlier today the window slowly closing on this fixed wing aircraft that can be used during these gusts, or these types of gusts.
Yeah, when the wind starts getting above 40, 50 miles an hour, you're going to see aircraft grounded, not to mention the fixed wing that will be grounded at night. If the winds subside a little bit, we could use the helicopters with having the night vision goggles capability so that they're able to work the fire at night. But again, that's going to depend upon the wind.
Chief Sam, if you lived in the area and you heard evacuations, but not necessarily for your area, what would you do as a homeowner, you yourself? Would you take precautions and evacuate anyway, self-evacuate?
You know, if I live close to this, knowing and the winds blowing the way they are and the forecast for a long, prolonged, yes, Colleen, I would. I would find a friend's or evacuation center, get my important documents, medication, eyeglasses, laptop, pick up and leave. You can replace your home and the valuables, but you can't replace your life.
Yeah, we spoke to a homeowner who felt exactly the same way you did, Lacey, who said, look, these valuables, these possessions can be replaced, but, you know, my life, my dog's life, my husband's life, my life cannot be replaced. So, again, heeding the warning.
Yeah, Lacey's my new poster child for evacuation. She did a great job on that, and I wish everybody would follow. And she even said, I wish I would have left 10 minutes earlier. And, you know, that can make the difference between life and death at times.
Chief Sam, we've heard about people just getting out of their cars and going. There's a report from the LAFD that at least 30 cars are just sitting empty at Palisades and Sunset. How much more difficult does that make a firefighter's job when they run into something like that?
Colleen, that makes it extremely difficult, especially that street I saw, that had 2 lanes on it. There's a lot of roads in LA and surrounding all throughout Southern California that are a lot more narrow than that. That was a wide lane, both sides, and it was gridlocked, and they had to evacuate and leave their cars because they weren't getting anywhere. So again, it goes back to that, even like Lacey said, that 10 minutes earlier, maybe even go 20 minutes earlier, or even right now. We know the winds are going to pick up. If you think that you're in the path of this fire, why don't you just go find a friend's home or family member's home, stay out of the area. And that does not pertain just to the Palisades fire. I'm saying that to everyone. Think right now, prepare ahead of time.
We know that this fire has grown exponentially here. LAFD telling us at one point 300 acres, CAL FIRE now bumping that up to 770 acres. Based on the conditions here, Chief Sam, we shouldn't all be surprised by what we're seeing here in terms of acreage.
Not at all, Michael. And I would even I'd expect this to grow a lot more, especially as the night comes and the winds are going to pick up. This is going to grow a lot more. And unfortunately, we're going to see more homes destroyed or damaged.
You know, Chief Sam, Karma Dickerson showed us firefighters carrying out a grandfather clock, photos, things out of a house. We think of firefighters in terms of, you know, stopping the fire, protection in a neighborhood. That's a whole nother side I don't know that people think about.
I like that you brought this up, Colleen. We take this very serious. You know, we want to protect people's homes. We want to protect their lives. And we do go through, and firefighters go through the to the biggest detail and beyond what they should be doing just to protect and to take the homeowners' belongings out of their home. That may be the only thing that they have left standing or having in their home once the home is burned.
All right, Chief Sam DiGiovanna, if you can hold tight, that'd be great. We want to now bring in NBC4's Alex Rozier, who is located live there for us on Glenhaven and Lockman Lane, which has seen a lot of activity here since this morning. Alex.
Yeah, Michael, and it's tough to hear just the reality that the most intense winds have not hit yet, because there are just the images that we've been seeing over the last few hours have been so troubling. But we've had the chance to speak to people like this man's family, who his mother-in-law lived here. He was telling us, Stuart, and she's been here for the last 30 years. Never have the flames come this close to her home. I want to turn you around. We've been watching this hillside in the distance, and in the distance, you can see that home that continues to burn about a quarter to a half mile from where we are right now. And that, sadly, is just one of the homes that is burning right now in the Palisades. I want to show you some video that we shot within the hour. This video we shot at Enchanted Way and Scenic Place, and we just drove down the block, and there are a couple of homes that are completely in flames. And as this fire has been throughout the afternoon, you've got right across the street, those homes have not been touched by fire, but unfortunately, A few have been taken over by the flames, and that's what we were seeing right there. Again, that's about a half mile or about a couple of blocks, quarter mile from where we are right now at Enchanted Way and Scenic Place. Let's bring you back out live here. I'm hearing some emergency vehicles. This has been, we see an ambulance. LA City Fire ambulance. That's the first ambulance that I've seen rush up the hill during this ongoing emergency. But for the most part, it's been pretty quiet. We've seen a number of emergency responders who have been out in the neighborhood between the LAPD, LA County Fire, LAFD. But that was the first ambulance that we've seen. Occasionally, like this vehicle right here, we'll see potentially a homeowner or a neighbor who lives in the neighborhood taking off. But for the most part, it's quiet and people are watching with anticipation here. But right now, the biggest story is this home that's in the distance. And we're going to continue to monitor this because it changes by the minute. And the winds, they are so unpredictable, and the direction of the wind is unpredictable too. So we're just hoping for the best in this story that is ongoing and dangerous right now.
All right. Alex was there live for us there. Now we are awaiting a press conference here by fire officials here set for 3:30. We, of course, will bring that to you live here on NBC4.
As we've heard from our reporters in the area there in the Palisades, the wind appears to be picking up. Our meteorologist, Melissa McGee, is here with more on that. And Melissa, you say it's not even the worst of it yet.
Not at all, Colleen and Michael. In fact, we're tracking the peak of those winds. They will likely move in later on tonight and into our Wednesday morning. You know, David's on deck. We've got Stephanie. Everyone's working together to give you the very latest information. We were talking about, as we're looking at the live pictures of this structure fire, this home fire, this is a perfect example when we talk about spot fires, when we're dealing with Santa Ana winds. You've got not only containment with the actual fire that's burning, but then you've got these Santa Ana winds that are bringing those winds and flying embers into different locations of unburned fuel. So this is a big concern as we track the conditions with the Palisades fire. I want to give you the very latest in terms of the observation data and what we're seeing very close to the Palisades fire here. We've got winds gusting up to 17 miles per hour in the Palisades. Santa Monica Mountains, winds gusting up to 58 miles per hour. And since we've been on the air, I've seen the relative humidity lower significantly from this morning into the afternoon hours. Earlier today, we had relative humidity numbers anywhere from 45 to about 55%. And now they're lowering into the lower teens there in Topanga Beach. So you've got all of those strong northeasterly winds moving down through the mountains, the canyons, and the passes from the northeast all the way down to the south and west. And it's really drying out the atmosphere. I want to show you the satellite imagery. This is a 2-hour loop here. And if you take your eye just to the west of Los Angeles, this is an indication of our satellite imagery picking up that smoke well up in the upper levels of the atmosphere here. So again, it's coming in from the north and east all the way down to the south and west, blowing out into the Pacific Ocean. Let's talk about wildfire triangles and what that typically means. We need certain things to help fuel fires. We've got the Santa Ana winds that are helping to make this fire more dangerous and more intense. So we've got the topography, that's the brush, the trees, the hills in the area there in the Palisades, and the fuel is also the dry conditions there on the ground. The weather we have outside right now, a drop in the humidity, and these strong, significant northeasterly Santa Ana winds, the most significant Santa Ana wind event we've seen so far this season. Also new this afternoon, we've got a wildfire smoke advisory. So this will stay up until 5 p.m. on Wednesday until tomorrow. This is for Santa Monica. You are included in that because of the Palisades fire back to the north and west through Calabasas and just to the north of Malibu. We're dealing with strong, smoky conditions, and the winds are everywhere this afternoon. It's not just confined to the Palisades. Look at some of these gusts. Santa Clarita, we've got a gust up to 55 miles per hour, close to 50 in Lancaster, 40 in Riverside, and then we look at gusts there in Los Angeles, 15 down to Long Beach, and at 30 miles per hour. So we're even starting to see these winds be an issue for some of our typical wind-prone and wind-sheltered locations. Let's talk about what we can expect. What's next as we go throughout the rest of tonight and into our Wednesday here. For the rest of this afternoon, we've got winds gusting anywhere from 20 to 50 miles per hour, blowing dust, debris, down trees. Power outages is a big concern in some communities. And then tonight, the peak of those winds will arrive anytime between 8 to 10 o'clock tonight through the overnight hours and as we wake up tomorrow morning. In terms of what you can anticipate with those winds for the coast and the valleys gusting anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour in some spots. And then the mountains will likely have winds gusting anywhere from 65 to 80 miles per hour, some spots higher than that for some isolated communities. Wednesday morning, we've got another burst of wind from Mother Nature that will be on the way. This is going to be slow going for the community. And of course, we're tracking the conditions as a result of the Santa Anas. You're seeing it here on your screen here, the trees, the palm trees in that location, just blowing the smoke, the ash, and we're seeing just dangerous spot fires in that area, you guys.
All right, Melissa, thank you. We want to remind you that we're waiting for a press conference from LA fire officials about the extent of this fire and what's happened. We're going to go, and there you see they're setting up for it right now. We expect that in the next, 10, 12, 15 minutes or so. We're going to go back right now to Alex Rozier. He's on Glen Haven and Lockman. Sadly, we were watching a house just in the distance burn there. Alex, firefighters haven't been able to get a hand on this?
Yeah, it's tough to tell from where we are, Colleen, but you know that we've been out in the general vicinity for about the last couple of hours, and it's really just shocking how fast things can change here in this neighborhood. I mean, we for the longest time had been seeing this home, and the flames had been close, and then all of a sudden they just took over this property right here. But I think that speaks to the importance of listening to these evacuation orders and because with the winds gusting like they are, shifting directions, this can change so fast, and that's what we're seeing right here. But it's really difficult to consider the realities of what we're faced with right here, and all these families, so many of them that have lived in the Palisades for such a long amount of time, and now these winds continue and they strengthen throughout the night. We'll be interested to see how the LA City Fire Department, what they have to say about the ongoing story out here. But I can tell you that we have been seeing crews pop up here and there, but frankly, with how fast the winds are moving, it's tough for them to do. They're jumping from spot to spot. They've got as coordinated of an approach as they possibly can. But right now the winds are so fast moving and so unpredictable, and it's led to what we're seeing right now. We have a fire in the distance directly to the east. And as I showed you in that video that we showed previously, a couple blocks behind us directly in the west, there are a couple more homes. And that's just what I've been able to see with my own eyes. So we'll be watching this as the night progresses and as these winds sadly get more intense. Colleen and Michael.
You know, Alex, before we let you go here, you spoke to a homeowner who was helping his mother-in-law evacuate not too long ago. And he says he's lived in different parts of the Palisades, but he has never seen this part of the Palisades burn before.
No, and he actually has made the decision now to evacuate. So Stuart, who we talked with earlier, has left, and I think everybody's just hoping for the best and hoping that the winds don't get any closer to these homes. As I mentioned, this home right here, we're standing with his blessing on the property of his mother-in-law's house. She's been here for 30 years, and so many of the people here have stories similar to this one. She talked about all the work that she's done here, and they're just keeping their fingers crossed. Yeah. You know, when we were first pulling up today, aside from the homes, you have the schools that are nearby. We were driving up Pacific Coast Highway into the neighborhoods here. We were passing schools and the kids that were evacuating. And I mean, no time is ever a good time for this, but it was in the middle of a work day, in the middle of a school day, and it's causing big problems as we get closer to the rush hour into the early evenings here.
You know, as we look at this, Alex, Michael, Melissa, this looks to be different than the Franklin fire. Yes, we have the winds, but this appears to be so much more a densely populated area. When we looked at the fire, the Franklin fire in Malibu, we could see brush on fire. As we look at this one, we're seeing mostly homes and structures on fire. Am I seeing that correctly?
Yeah, definitely. And that's, I think that's, you know, just from our vantage point in watching this home burn. I mean, if you look directly below it, there are a couple more roofs and a couple more homes and so many families packed into the Palisades here. And that's similar to what we were seeing earlier when we were making the drive on Enchanted Way in Scenic Place. You know, there were homes back to back to back, and we, you know, covering this fire today have to be watching very closely too, because as I mentioned, the winds snap, you know, change with the snap of a finger, and you know, given what we're looking at, the homes packed in, it could. So at this point, we're just really hoping for the best.
All right, Alex Rozier, live there for us in the thick of it here. And we have just gotten some new numbers now from CAL FIRE, Colleen.
Yes. Keep in mind, this fire broke out, what, 10:30 this morning?
Yeah.
The new number in terms of acreage burned is 1,200 acres plus. So when we say this fire exploded, that is no exaggeration.
No, not at all. Not at all. As we await now this conference here from LA City fire officials on where this fire stands now, and again, looking ahead, what we're in store for. Again, let's get to a homeowner that we spoke with earlier. We're told he evacuated even before that order came in.
I evacuated from the Pacific Palisades. We noticed fire starting up on the ridge probably around 10 or 10:30. It started moving very, very fast. We were watching the updates from LAFD and following the steps of ready, set, go. So by the time they said that it was a mandatory evacuation, myself, my family, all our neighbors, we were all already packed and in our cars and getting out of there. And it did come down. The smoke was getting thick very quickly by the time it was time for us to go. My spouse and most of the neighbors, were there for the 80 fire, and so it's part of the experience of living in Los Angeles. You don't mess around with fire. Fire moves so fast, and we're watching all of the engines coming in from all over the county and beyond, and we don't want to be under trying to do their work.
The one takeaway I have from that, and I bet you heard the same thing I did, you don't mess around with fire.
Not at all.
I know anybody who's covered fires out there, Chief Sam, they would certainly agree.
All right, we are going to bring in NBC4's Karma Dickerson. Again, keeping a very close eye on a very strategic firefight out there, and some valiant work here made by some firefighters. Karma?
Valiant work indeed, because they recognize that this house has burned, but they understand the importance of making sure that it doesn't nearby. So they continue a pretty strong effort to contain that fire, to contain some of the heat, they say. I want to walk you down the street. On the road down here. If you look in the distance, we can see on the other side of the street another fire. Now, we haven't been able to get very close just yet.
All right, so obviously having cell connectivity problems there with Karma. We will check back in with her in just a second.
Again, the winds continue to be an issue.
Okay, let's go to NBC4's Camilla Rambaldi. Again, we've established signals with her. Camilla, what are you seeing? Obviously, some active flames behind you.
Yeah, Michael and Colleen, we came across this home burning here on Doñate Way, and probably about 20 minutes ago, the homeowner of the home right next door came to check on her house, frantically, trying to get a hold of, fire crews right now. You can just see how close those flames are getting to this white home right here. My own photographer, Tommy Bravo, jumped in to help her with the hose, but those flames were just way too intense, and it's only intensified just in the last 5-6 minutes. You can just see those flames taking over the roof of this home and the intensity of that black smoke billowing into the air. It is absolutely heartbreaking to see, scenes like this in Pacific Palisades, and that homeowner who evacuated the area here. She told me she just grabbed some, her personal belongings, her documents, and drove away. But you can just get the sense, just the emotion, and just how heartbroken she was to just see how close her home is to this other home that is burning right now.
Camilla, can you give us the street you're on again? Did we hear you, Donata Way?
Forgive me, I may be saying it incorrectly. I believe it's Donaire Way.
Okay.
Donaire Way. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we still got you here. And just the intensity of these flames and the plumes of smoke that are coming out of this, and you can hear the alarm, some alarm going off in the distance
yes,
here.
The alarm. Exactly. You can hear that alarm in the background, like you just described, Michael, just the intensity of these flames, just how quickly they have taken over this home from the roof and now to the windows here, right toward the front of the home, as you guys can see. And there is so much brush as well surrounding this home, which is obviously very concerning with the intensity of these winds and those embers flying, these potential spot fires. And
Camilla,
these flames spreading to other homes.
Are there any firefighters, any first responders in the area?
At the moment, no. So we have not seen any crews out here right now. So the homeowner that I spoke with, who's next door, she was very, very concerned, hoping that fire crews will get here shortly. So we've just been watching this home burn here in the last 30 minutes or so.
Wow.
So that neighbor is still in the neighborhood. What about the rest of the neighborhood? What does that look like?
Overall, it's very quiet. We haven't seen anybody else out here. We did see at least one or two cars drive up here. It's unclear if, they live on the street, they came to check on their home. But again, just the heartbreak of this homeowner who came by and just started to see how close and intense those flames are, and how quickly how close they're getting to her home right now. And you can just see from our live shot, just the intensity of that smoke billowing into the air. Whoa, and you can now just see those flames, picking up right here at the front of the windows here of this home. And again, that brush, those trees surrounding this property, and just how close it is to other homes as well on this street.
Camilla, any idea what started this? Is the brush in the backyard burning up close to the house? Was it an ember? I mean, could you tell?
From our vantage point, it's very difficult to see. When we initially drove up, the flames were centered towards the back of the home here. There's some toward the entrance of the home, I should say. There's a little bit of a hallway. That's when we saw those flames initially, and then those flames just erupted, just picked up, engulfing the rest of the home here. But it's very difficult from our vantage point to see, especially with the amount of smoke that there is, where exactly this fire started, if it started in the back of the home and worked its way forward. So it's very difficult to tell right now.
Obviously, we're witnessing the tragedy of this home burning, but obviously the heightened level of concern for those neighbors on either side of that house. I mean, will their house be next? I mean,
and Camilla, did you mention the house to the right of that neighbor is there? Or does it look like everybody?
I may have lost you guys. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
I'm not sure she can hear us. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear you guys now. It's just, again, just so devastating to see this. This is one of several homes that we have seen here in Pacific Palisades burning at this hour. As we spoke to that homeowner, just hoping, fire crews will get here to spare her home, but obviously just very difficult to watch this right now. And it's only intensified.
I'm trying to see, Michael, the house to the right looks like there may be someone in that house. Is that what you're talking about, Camilla?
So on the right, or the house right here, there's no one inside. That homeowner evacuated that we spoke with, but we can't tell up the hill. There's another home. Just trying to get a better idea of how close it is to this home that's burning right now, but it's very difficult to tell.
Right. So the good news here in all of this is that the homeowner to the right of where this fire is burning has evacuated. So again, we were wondering whether in fact they were still on the property, but they have since evacuated. Again, just living with the unknown at this point.
Yeah, and at least at this point, it is contained to that one
just
house.
waiting. That homeowner, you said, yeah, living with the unknown is the best way to describe this.
All right, Camilla Rambaldi, we appreciate.
And now we can
sorry,
tell that I'm just walking up the hill here. You can get a better idea. It's hard from our vantage point, but just how close those flames are now getting to this neighboring home.
Right.
That is so sad when you look at it.
It is intensified there. Again, you look at the flame just billowing through the windows there. Again, the homeowner Camilla spoke with lives to the right of the structure that is currently burning now. And again, you can only hope with no ground crews inside, at least from our vantage point. Again, living with the unknown, as we mentioned, is a scary situation for that homeowner.
And as Chief Sam pointed out, the smoke is black, so clearly there is fuel inside the home or behind the home that is burning right now. This one, I hate to say it, on Donata Way looks like a total loss.
All right, we will check back in with Camilla here as our coverage continues. It is just after 3:30. We're continuing our coverage of the Palisades fire. Thank you so much for being with us. We've been live on the air bringing you coverage since 11 a.m.
This fire is currently burning more than 1,200 acres in the Pacific Palisades area. It's prompting closures, evacuation. An evacuation shelter, we can tell you, has been established at Westwood Recreation Center. They're going to transition that into a shelter, meaning people will be able to stay overnight. It's located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard.
Several homes have been destroyed, although it's unclear at this time just how many. I want to give you a live look right now at Will Rogers State Beach Park in Pacific Palisades. That's where California Governor Gavin Newsom is expected to speak, along with fire officials here. We, of course, will bring that to you live when it happens.
And we want to remind people, if you are headed to the area, the best word is don't. PCH, according to Caltrans, is closed between Temescal Canyon and Las Flores. Topanga Canyon Boulevard is closed except for evacuations in that area. And the I-10 at the McClure Tunnel is also closed to prevent any more traffic tie-ups out there. We're going to get back out to Karma Dickerson, who's standing in a neighborhood where we're watching another home go up in flames. Karma.
Yes, we're coming to you from the neighborhood where we are looking at multiple fires. The home behind me, you can see, is they're still working to make sure the flames do not make it any further. They are fighting it from multiple different angles. They're behind the home. They're on the side of the home. The idea is to try to make sure that this does not spread any further. But if you look just down the street over on the right side, we see a home that's covered in flames. And as you go up and down this main thoroughfare, Lockman, we see evidence. Firefighters just trying to do everything they can to make sure that the situation doesn't get any worse. If we take a look, can we show on the top of the home there, there's a firefighter on top of a neighboring home. Are we able to see him there on the roof? Keeping an eye on things, trying to understand the fire movement, the fire behavior, and giving directions down to the crews on the ground to let them know what he's seeing from that vantage point. Because it's interesting, because when you talk to the firefighters at each different home and you ask them about the bigger picture, many of them don't really have context for that. They're focusing on what they're seeing right in front of their eyes. And so to help them understand what the overall conditions are and what the bigger picture of the street is, you need someone with a bird's eye view, someone who can help put all the pieces together so they really understand what they're dealing with. We're on the same street where earlier today there was a gas leak. We're actually not far from that home. We did give that a good amount of distance, but that is another danger that firefighters are potentially encountering, and people who are still in their homes. We haven't seen any neighbors out on the street, but I have seen a person or two peeking their head outside of their homes, and really, based on the conditions out here, it's safer to stay inside. There are embers that are flying obviously the heavy smoke. There's wind and even branches that are coming down off trees. We were just steps away from getting hit by a branch not too long ago. So a reminder that if you are still sheltering in place, to do just that, keep the doors closed, the windows closed, and definitely keep your news on so you know what's next and you know what's coming. But the winds continue to fuel this fire down the street. At times, they'll push the smoke clear out and then you see a little bit of the sunshine. And then at times you'll get a wall of just black and you can't tell if it's night or day. So that's how things are changing here a little bit further up on Lockman. And so we're going to continue, of course, to follow firefighters as they do everything they can. Worth noting, the house that we're taking a look at right now, they've been working on this for at least 45 minutes, doing everything they can to beat back those flames, actively fighting the fire, but still just not making any progress in terms of keeping the flames back. The winds are not making it easy for them. They send shifts in and they send shifts in to do what they can to make sure that it doesn't expand, but the flames continue to come. And so just an idea of how difficult it is once something becomes fully engulfed under these conditions to get those flames down. And as you see, that black smoke and the wind.
We're going to interrupt Karma for just a moment. They're about to
which is
start this
approximately
press conference.
1,200 acres.
Let's listen in.
And to go into all the specifics, we have a list of 8 individuals that will speak for you today. After those 8 individuals, we'll have Spanish, and then we'll have follow-up questions. After that, we'll have one-on-one interviews and let you know when the next press conference will be. So we ask at this time, please silence your cell phones, turn down your radios, keep your sidebar conversations off to the side. But to begin with, we'd like to call up the fire chief of the Los Angeles City Fire Department, Kristen Crowley.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'll be giving you a brief on what your LEFD has done up to this point. So at 10:30 this morning, a brush fire was reported at 1190 North Piedra Miranda Drive in our local fire station here right behind us at Fire Station 23. Los Angeles is currently experiencing an extreme fire weather condition with red flag alert. At the time of the fire, the relative humidity 12 and the winds were approximately 20. Based on the red flag weather, your LEFD pre-deployed additional resources, made public awareness notifications, and issued parking restrictions in high hazard fire areas to ensure that the means of access and egress of our local fire stations and apparatus could move up and in around the area. First LEFD resources reported initially a 10-acre fire with 40-mile-per-hour winds and alignment heading towards the west or towards the ocean. The LEFD then requested all resources, including strike teams and aircraft from assisting agencies. We then went into an aggressive attack and focused our efforts on fire life safety operations, beginning with evacuations. Currently, the fire is at 1,261 acres and growing based on aerial reconnaissance. The fire is being fueled by a combination of strong winds and surrounding topography, which is making it extremely challenging for our personnel that are assigned to this incident. We currently have over 250 LEFD firefighters on scene, including 46 engines, 3 trucks, 5 helicopters, 4 brush patrols, 2 water tenders, 6 paramedic ambulances, 1 fast response vehicle, 1 advanced nurse practitioner unit, 2 bulldozers, 10 chief officers, fire investigators, and safety officers. Additionally, we're so grateful for the hundreds of law enforcement officers, partner agencies, first responders, and public work members that are engaged actively in this operation. PCH is closed from Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga Boulevard. Evacuation orders are in place for approximately 30,000 residents, including the Highlands area. North of PCH, south of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, east of Tuna Canyon Road, west of Seabreeze Drive and Surfside Drive. Our evacuation center is the Westwood Recreation Center located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard in LA. The population threatened is approximately 25,748. Households threatened is approximately 10,367. Structures threatened are approximately 13,208. At this point, we feel very blessed at this point that there's no injuries that are reported. We do have reports of multiple structures that are damaged. Since the beginning of this fire, I've been in constant communication with Mayor Bass, as well as other city leadership, who's working very, very closely. As you can see, this entire entity behind me, we're working seamlessly and closely to ensure that we are protecting lives and property first. So with that, we'll go ahead and introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Chief Crowley. The next speaker will be the Los Angeles County Fire Chief Maroney.
So good afternoon. My name is Anthony Maroney. I'm the County of Los Angeles Fire Department Chief. Shortly after the start of the Palisades fire, LA County Fire did assist the City of Los Angeles with a first alarm brush assignment. At 11:30 hours this morning, our LA County Fire Department went into unified command with the City of Los Angeles, and at 12:30, our CAL FIRE partners from the state went into unified command with not only LA City Fire, LA County Fire, and LAPD. Currently, LA County Fire is providing aerial resources to fight this fire, including our Firehawk helicopter, our CH-47, part of our nighttime QRF resource that we have, in addition to our CL-415 Super Scoopers. We also have 3 engine strike teams assigned and almost 100 LA County Fire personnel. I want to let all of the viewers and listeners know that we are not out of danger. The National Weather Service has predicted that the winds are going to pick up and get worse. We're going to have the most significant wind event between 10 p.m. this evening and 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So it's incumbent that everybody have a wildfire action plan for their home if they live in a brush-covered area. Please visit the LA County Fire Department website for ready, set, go information. So that's fire.lacounty.gov/RSG. And for the most up-to-date incident information and emergency preparedness information, go to lacounty.gov/emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. During emergencies, always by our side is our friends from law enforcement. So we'd like to invite LAPD Chief of Police Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much. We are here in a support role to our fire partners. Just a quick rundown. We have over 100 officers here deployed, another approximately 60 ready to be deployed once a mission is given to them. So far, the major job for our people have been evacuation, traffic control, allowing ingress and egress to emergency vehicles, and those can be helpful. I would have an ask that if you would, please do everything you can to open up the streets so we can get the resources we need to be able to deal with this emergency. Please take this wind emergency very seriously. As you heard from the speakers before me, this is something that is going to get worse throughout the night. So we all have to look out for each other. Areas of evacuation so far, about 30,000 people have been evacuated from a total of 10,000 households or 15,000 structures, to include businesses and other buildings so far, with no injury. So we're very thankful for that. But we truly ask for all assistance that we can get in making this as smooth as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief McDonald. I would also like to call up LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, please.
Thank you. My deepest thanks to the first responders who are working tirelessly to fight this Palisades fire. Moments ago, Chair Barger signed LA County's emergency proclamation for this fire, for the severe wind event, and all of the fires related to it. As the National Weather Service predicted, this is a life-threatening situation. To our Palisades and Topanga community under evacuation order, please leave. Ensure your home is unlocked, the power is off, and making sure first responders can easily access the structure. This is essential to keeping you safe and to allowing fire and first responder personnel to do their work. Incorporated communities in Santa Monica Mountains, including Sunset Mesa, Topanga Canyon, and Malibu, all under evacuation order and evacuation warning. Please ensure you are checking emergency.lacounty.gov and heeding all door-to-door information from our LA County Sheriff and Fire departments. Thanks to our partners at the Topanga Coalition for Emergency Preparedness, who work year-round to practice evacuation drills and emergency preparedness, and they're working tirelessly right now to ensure information is shared across Topanga. For those with livestock, the evacuation location is Pierce College. For those needing small animal evacuation location, the Agora Animal Shelter is available to you. Thank you to Governor Newsom for your quick support and coordination. Thanks to Mayor Bass, to Councilmember Park, and all of the council members in the city, and all of our partners, city, county, and state, unified and working together to keep people safe and address this fire. The county and city of Los Angeles have a lot of experience in unified command. This emergency is no different. We're dedicating every resource we can to urgently contain this fire. I want to extend my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Fire Department, the Sheriff's Department, the Office of Emergency Management, and all of our county partners. I know LAUSD officials also wanted to be with us, but given the conditions, that was challenging. A few school updates. Topanga Elementary at Woodland Hills Academy will be relocated all week. Palisades and Marquez Elementaries will be relocated at Brentwood Science Magnet for tomorrow. Paul Revere Middle School will be relocated at University High tomorrow. Pali High School is not in session this entire week, and Canyon Elementary will be relocated at a location to be determined. To those affected by the Palisades fire, I know today is terrifying and it is painful. Please know that you are not alone. The County of Los Angeles and all of our partners are here together to stand with you and be in support of you. Thank you again to everyone who is contributing resources to this incident. Your partnership is appreciated and it is essential to keeping people safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Next, we'd like to bring up Los Angeles City Council President Marquis Harris Dawson.
Thank you so much. I just want everybody to know that since this morning, about 7 a.m., I've been in direct communication with Mayor Bass, who's on her way home from a diplomatic mission on behalf of the United States government. She will be here within hours. Also, we want everybody to know that the city is well prepared and has a tremendous emergency management infrastructure who has been on the case since 6 this morning at the beginning of this wind event. I'm proud to say that we have some of the best men and women anywhere in our fire department, our police department, as well as their partners across the state and across the county. I am also want everybody to know that as acting mayor and president of the LA City Council, along with the county, and we'll hear from the governor later, the city of LA is declaring a state of emergency through this wind event, and we'll have all resources on deck. And our ask, our personal ask, and we'll hear from the council member from this district, but if you can stay off of our roads, please do so to allow emergency vehicles to go across the city. And also remember, we'll continue to drive this home. The worst and most severe part of this wind event is yet to come. So if you're around the city and you have been spared, be thankful, but also be on guard. Bring your lawn furniture in. And again, help us by staying off the roads. And I will ask the council member from this district who's been on the street since early this morning, making sure the neighborhoods have the information that they need and resources that they need to come to the podium, our own Councilwoman Tracy Park.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And Council President Harris Dawson,
I want to begin by thanking all of our public safety partners. LA City Fire has over 250 firefighters on the front lines in the hillsides right now, actively fighting this fire, supported by more than 100 firefighters from LA County Fire, as well as additional resources from Orange County, Ventura County, CAL FIRE, and neighboring cities, including Arcadia and Santa Monica. I also want to thank our partners in law enforcement for their terrific coordinated response with us today. LAPD, LA County Sheriff's Department, CHP is here, as well as our park rangers. Obviously, the scope and scale of today's fire here in the Palisades has been terrifying. We are so incredibly grateful for the swift response. And to my constituents here in the Pacific Palisades, I want to reiterate, this is not a drill. This is an actual public safety emergency. Areas west of Mandeville Canyon and north of Sunset have been ordered for evacuation, so please make sure that you are packed and ready to go and complying with all directives being given to you by law enforcement and our partners at the fire service as well. LA City is activating emergency shelter at Westwood Recreation Center. People in the Palisades who have been displaced by today's events are invited to go there. We are working with animal services to receive and care for pets that are being displaced as well. And as additional resources come online, we'll be providing those updates for you. Local residents should follow along for additional information and updates through official city channels, as well as LAPD, LAFD, and LA County updates, as this is a dynamic situation. This is a fast-moving and growing fire at over 1,200 acres at this point. And with the predicted wind patterns and continued weather event, we expect the situation to continue through the evening. It may take our partners at Fire a couple of days to get the situation under control. It may be some time until people are allowed to return to their homes and residences. Please bear with us through this period as our public safety partners work hard to protect lives and property and ensure that this area is safe before people return. In the meantime, if anyone needs additional assistance, I would welcome them to reach out to me and my team. All of our contact information is at cd11.lacity.gov. Thank you to my friends and constituents, and thank you to all of our partners, including Governor Newsom, for being here with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We'd like to now ask Council Member John Lee to please speak.
First of all, I just want to thank all the firefighters who are on and first responders that are fighting this fire right now. Also, a big thank you to all the organizations throughout the city, county, and state that are assisting our firefighters in what they need to do today. As chair of the Public Safety Committee, it's my job to monitor situations all throughout the city of Los Angeles. And the most important information that I can share with you today is to all of our residents. As soon as we get any new information, we are trying to disseminate that as quickly as possible. It's important that you listen to that information. As someone who represents a district that is commonly affected by fires, I'll tell you one of the issues that we ask our residents to do is, if you're asked to evacuate, if you're asked to stay outdoors, whatever it is that we're asking you, if you're in one of those affected areas, that you don't create additional problems for our firefighters, so our firefighters can focus on what they're supposed to do, and that's getting this fire out. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Council Member. And now we'd like to ask the Governor, Gavin Newsom, to please speak.
Thank you, everybody. Hell of a way to start a new year. Again, let me add my voice, the voice of so many others, and extending deep appreciation to the men and women in uniform across jurisdictions. I want to thank, in particular, Chief Crowley and Chief Moroni for your outstanding leadership, Police Chief, Sheriff's Office, all of our local law enforcement agencies that work hand in glove There is simply no better mutual aid system anywhere in the United States of America. And you're seeing it now at scale once again here in Southern California. I say once again because we were here not too long ago, the Franklin fire, a few weeks prior to that, the Mountain fire, November, December, now January. There's no fire season, it's fire year, it's year round. And it's incredibly important that we heed the warnings, the calls, that we're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. You may feel at home that you're fine down in Riverside County, San Bernardino County, down in Ventura County, other parts of the state, but there's a reason we pre-positioned hundreds of assets and personnel on Sunday in anticipation of this wind event. 110 engines specifically were sent down, 45 by CAL FIRE, 65 through our mutual aid system through the Office of Emergency Services, water tenders down here, 7 new helicopters we brought from Northern California down to Southern California. We just brought our C-130 down from Northern California and already just had its first drop. By no stretch of the imagination are we out of the woods. You heard a chief say 10 p.m. tonight till 5 a.m. tomorrow will be peak winds. And having just quite literally an hour or so ago gone up the canyon and saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed, not a few, many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, we're just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders. We've all been to memorials. I've never been to a memorial for a building, but for family members and loved ones. I know you cannot say this enough. It's foundational. One other thing I want to say, because you can't say it enough, is expression of gratitude. The President of the United States happens to be in town. It didn't take more than a text message to get the FMAG approved, which means we're getting reimbursed for the vast majority of these costs. No politics, no hand wringing, no kissing of the feet. President of the United States said, yes, what else do you need? Emergency proclamations being drafted as we speak. And I just want to thank the president because that's something I don't take for granted and something we should not take for granted at this moment in American history. So thank you, President Biden, as well. Final point. We encourage you. You heard all those websites. I don't want to burden you with any more except one. Fire.ca.gov. And why do I say that? Nothing like it in the country. It's nothing like that we've seen in any jurisdiction around the world. 3D maps and live cams on fire.ca.gov would also show you the evacuation orders. I encourage people to take a look at that site for information. And of course, ready.ca.org to make sure that you're prepared as we work through yet another extraordinary month in this fire year, perpetual fire year here in the state of California. Thank you again to all of the folks behind me and the outstanding leadership of all the elected officials as well. And forgive me, one point I'd be remiss. Thank you to Mayor Bass, who was on the phone immediately this morning, making sure even in absentia that she's here organizing everything she can to make sure we're successful as well.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate that. We'd like to open this up now for Spanish, and then we'll go to questions. So we'd like to have Public Information Officer for LAFD, David Ortiz.
Buenas tardes. A las 10:30 de esta tarde comenzó un incendio en la comunidad de Pacific Palisades en el municipio de Los Ángeles. Este incendio rápidamente se propagó a más de 700 acres. Han habido la orden de evacuación para 30,000 personas en esta área y pedimos al público que siga la dirección.
We've been listening to the very latest on the Palisades fire. It is 4 o'clock and we are continuing our coverage of the Palisades. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. Thank you so much for being with us. We have been on the air bringing you live coverage since 11 a.m.
It was fire whipping all around me. I couldn't believe it. You know, I had to evacuate when there was the Woolsey fire and several other fires in the past. I've never, ever been this scared or this close.
People in Pacific Palisades forced to leave their homes as flames from a wildfire close in. Traffic congestion making it difficult for some to get out.
So this has got to be people's worst nightmare as they are out here, basically stuck in their cars, not able to move, that they will be caught in something like this.
Firefighters are racing to try and stop the flames from spreading. NBC4 News at 4 starts with breaking news.
Well, that fire is currently burning more than 1,200 acres in the Pacific Palisades area, prompting closures and evacuations. More than 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate.
We also want to let you know an evacuation shelter has been established at Westwood Recreation Center. That's located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard.
We have live team coverage as the peak winds are still to come. Melissa McGee and David Bigger are standing by. But let's start with Robert Kovacic live on Sunset Boulevard, where people abandoned their cars. Robert.
So where we are right now is we're on Sunset, just near Palisades Drive, and you can see the aftermath of what certainly was sheer panic as this fire just exploded this morning. So what you are looking at here are a number of cars, I would say over 24, and what has happened here, a bulldozer, we understand, has had to shove them out of the way so these firefighters could get to this blaze that continues to burn. And as Scott Weber pushes up, you can see right there on the hillside, just another home completely gone from this fire. So this morning, picture these cars trying to get out of the Palisades. This is a condensed neighborhood. This is an isolated neighborhood just off Sunset. These homes are close together, and then the rush to leave suddenly had to abandon their cars. When they abandoned their cars, they left them right here on Sunset, and then they had no choice, but the fire department had to take a bulldozer and just clear these cars away. Since we have driven here this afternoon, and it has taken some time because of the roadblocks, the endless roadblocks that they have set up. Once you hit Palisades Village, the wind picks up and there is fire on both sides of the street. And their fire continues to burn on both sides here. We've got fire crews here. We've got a number of LAPD officers here trying to clear people out of the Highlands, which is right there at that intersection. The majority of the smoke and the flames that you see right now coming from the hillsides, but continues to burn on both sides of the street. This is what you see right here. This is Sunset Boulevard, everybody. Here on the west side of Los Angeles, rarely do we see fire coming down the hills like this, but this is completely charred here. The homes that you see up on the ridge have been managed to be saved, and you see firefighters. You see that one firefighter there in the smoke that you can barely be able to see him. They are still doing structure protection up on those hillsides. But again, structures lost as we have been covering throughout the day. And you see a major property up there, Scott, behind us, that we have just watched continue to burn. So the Highlands here continues to be where the area right now that they seem to be focused on in one part of the Palisades. If you are trying to get out and if you are looking for ways to get out, just keep in mind that Sunset heading east is basically, it is just a gridlock of cars trying to still push out from this neighborhood as they still try to leave. But these are the people, Michael and Colleen, that couldn't leave today, that were panicked enough to abandon their cars and have to leave them here on Sunset Boulevard. It is a remarkable sight. I will tell you, in all of my years, never seen anything quite like this. And we've really never seen a fire that has started to chew up this area that is so close to Sunset Boulevard, so close to Palisades Village. And the fire is just licking this area right here, and it keeps trying to come down the hillside. As we drove in today, we saw it heading up into Will Rogers at State Park. There's plenty of brush to burn there, and it's actually moving into the right direction in that area because there aren't a lot of homes here. But right now, homes continue to burn. The fire department has done what they've needed to do. They have cleared out an area of Sunset Boulevard, and these abandoned cars, many of them damaged, have been able to be cleared to make room for the firefighting effort.
All right, Robert, thank you for that. That really does speak to the narrow roads and the closely confined ingress and egress areas in this fire area. We want to let you know, too, the picture you're seeing on the right side of the screen, I believe that is a home on fire on PCH, Getty Villa Drive. We now understand this fire has burned all the way down to Pacific Coast Highway.
Acreage has grown over the past few hours, now up to 1,200 acres. Again, we continue to monitor this. Good time to bring in NBC4 meteorologist Melissa McGee to time out these winds. We talk about the peaks of these winds.
Yeah.
Now, approaching just hours away.
That's right, Michael and Colleen. So that will be the issue, even though we're dealing with strong winds as we speak, as we're battling the Palisades fire. The winds are only going to strengthen and intensify later on tonight. We heard it during that press conference around 10 p.m. during the overnight hours until 5 a.m. on Wednesday. And just looking at the images, you know, Colleen, we were on the air talking about the Franklin fire close to Pepperdine and the difference you were talking about between that fire and this fire. There was a lot of dry brush and vegetation. There are hot spots in the path of the current fire that we're dealing with right now, creating more problems, more destruction, and unfortunately more damage. So let's talk about the latest observation data as it relates to this fire this afternoon. We've got winds in the Palisades gusting up to 20 miles per hour, Topanga Beach 16 miles per hour. Then look at this in the Santa Monica Mountains, up to 66 miles per hour. This is the strongest I've seen it this afternoon. And also we're starting to see the relative humidity lower as well. So winds with a drop in the humidity, not the best combination because that continues to dry out the atmosphere. Relative humidity down into the low teens there in Topanga Beach. And aside of this fire is that we've got wildfire smoke advisory. So this is new this afternoon. This will stay up until 5 p.m. on Wednesday because of the blowing smoke and the blowing ash in the area. So Santa Monica off to the west in Calabasas and Malibu, you are included in that. The winds aren't just for the Palisades. They are all across Southern California. That's why this is a very rare event for us this afternoon. Look at some of these winds gusting up to 51 miles per hour in Santa Clarita. We've got a gust there in Van Nuys up to 43 miles per hour. Haven't touched much on Orange County and the IE, but still very strong there. Ontario close to 50 miles per hour. And we've got a gust in Lancaster up to 44 miles per hour at this hour. Storm reports new this afternoon. We're getting reports from the National Weather Service that a tree is blocking the road close to Beverly Hills. This is what we were talking about in the sense that we're also seeing those winds being very destructive in areas that are typically wind sheltered. So this is right now Beverly Will Drive in between Cisco and Beverly Wood Street. Rancho Cucamonga, a semi overturned on the roads there. Running Springs and areas in San Bernardino County, we had winds gusting anywhere from 74 to 77 miles per hour. So it's the Santa Anas and that red flag warning up until 6 p.m. this evening. Strong Santa Ana winds coming in from the north and east all the way down to the south and west. It dries out the atmosphere as it warms and compresses at the surface, and we're starting to see extreme and rapid fire growth. One thing I want to share with you, this is very powerful imagery that we're getting with some of the computer data that we have, satellite imagery showing you the smoke plume from the fire in the Palisades coming in from the north and east all the way down to the south and west. Significant Santa Ana wind event that is on the way. That's the very latest. We talked about the peak intensity later on tonight. I do want to bring in my colleague, meteorologist David Bigger, to talk about what's next as we go throughout the rest of the evening. And David, we'll talk about that now with you.
Yeah, and Melissa, it was amazing to see in that satellite image. You had some wave clouds as well as the smoke plume. So one quick check of the winds, and then we'll get into what we're looking at over the next couple of hours. Melissa was just pointing this out. 66 mile per hour gusts across some of our peaks. That is our primary concern as we get into the overnight hours tonight. We're going to develop what's called a mountain wave, where we have just the right flow in the atmosphere over the mountaintops, and you end up almost with a very similar waterfall effect. So the winds will then descend down the backside of the mountains, and any of the communities, such as Pacific Palisades and other areas right along the foothill locations, would be potentially looking at some strong wind gusts. So here's an example of when this might happen. So this is just the next couple of hours, and this is just a sampling of the wind gusts. Keep in mind, we might have the occasional gust a little bit above some of these numbers that you're seeing. But as we go into the overnight hours tonight for Pacific Palisades, you can see 6, 8 p.m., we're looking at gusts in about the 30 to 40 mile per hour range. But it's suddenly right as we get closer to midnight that you see the numbers jump up briefly around the Pacific Palisades area, gusting up to 45, potentially 50 miles an hour, even stronger, before it sort of drops back down, but it stays very gusty well into tomorrow. So let me show you some other regions here to kind of give you an idea of what this mountain wave looks like. So here's a look at the wind gust futurecast, specifically zoomed in around the San Gabriel Valley. 6 p.m., look at some of these gusts already in the 35 to 45 mile per hour range. But as we get closer to midnight, here's where that mountain wave picks up. This red coloring on our map, that's wind gusts above 60 miles an hour. You can see the Duarte, Glendora, or even Pasadena, looking at wind gusts 50 to 60 miles an hour. This is the kind of wind that starts to down trees. And so we're likely going to start to see that as we go into the overnight hours. And it stays that way through the early morning. 5 a.m., you can see a lot of this purple coloring still on the map, and that's 40 mile per hour gusts or stronger. As we bring it toward the west a bit, now we include parts of Ventura County. Here's the Santa Monica Mountains. Topanga Beach would be the closest observation site to what we're going to be showing for Pacific Palisades. You can see that by 7 p.m., we've already got some pretty strong wind gusts. Look what happens when we get closer to midnight. We start to develop that mountain wave effect. We've got now gusts above 50 miles an hour throughout parts of the Santa Susana Mountains. We're getting that wind gusts up above 60 miles an hour for Burbank, areas near the Verdugo Mountains as well. And that will continue through the morning. So by 7 a.m., look at the gusts around Camarillo. Look at Point Mugu, gusts above 50 miles an hour. We're seeing that for Malibu as well. Still very gusty through where the fire area is. And that is, our primary concern through the next couple of hours is that we're looking at these very strong wind gusts tonight. So that presents the possibility of what we call long-range spotting, where any of the embers that get thrown up by the fire can be carried not just a few hundred feet, but potentially miles out ahead of the fire, sparking new spot fires. And that makes it very difficult for firefighters to get on top of because, again, you're popping up fires left and right, guys. And that means that now firefighters have to go over here, they have to go over there, and it quickly becomes a situation that becomes difficult to control.
Game of cat and mouse. All right.
Exactly.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you. We want to turn now to NBC4's Tracy Leong live along PCH near Will Rogers State Beach. Tracy.
Yeah, Michael, and just the visibility out here is horrible. We have our goggles on right now, but I can feel my eyes watering because that smoke is just seeping through. As you mentioned, we're along PCH where you can see that fire has made its way down the hillside. This is the bluffs right here. And just a moment ago, you can see those palm trees were starting to burn, and we saw the fires move up that hillside towards these homes, and it's burning just along. I mean, there's dozens of homes right here, and you can see those flames just burning out of control right along the highway, and you see these cars going by. And now driving through this, Michael, is just so difficult. My photographer, Sean Browning, and I, as soon as we hit this area in the bluffs, it was so difficult to see on these roads. But as you can see, everyone is evacuating right now. They are trying to get out as quickly as possible. But take a look at the smoke. It has just covered the entire sky. We are next to Will Rogers State Beach, and you can see that smoke just blanketing the ocean. It is so eerie out here right now. You can see that glow of orange coming through, but this entire area is smoky. We have seen people come out here just to watch what's going on, but it's really not recommended to be out here without a mask, without goggles. These conditions are horrible to breathe in. They're horrible to just be in right now. Sorry, it's even hard for us to talk as we watch this come down. You know, we've seen crews just passing us. The highway is closed. Pacific Coast Highway is closed in this area. But of course, if you live near here and you need to get out, that road is open for you to leave this area. But yeah, as you can see, it's really difficult. I know it's smoky right now, but that house looks like it is about to go up. You see the flames, it's burning that side, that wall. The flames have already hit it, and we can't see the backside, but the flames were coming up just behind it. And the ashes, they are just flowing down. It is so difficult to breathe. It is difficult to see. And as soon as this house goes up, you know, these winds are so strong. It just jumps quickly from structure to structure. Thousands of structures are threatened out here. So this is, you know, just a really big concern. But that's the very latest out in Pacific Palisades. Back to you in the studio.
Tracy, we're going to let you catch your breath for just a moment there. In the meantime, we're going to switch live to Darsha Phillips, continue our coverage of the Palisades fire. She's at Sunset and Temescal. You can see, Michael, the wind really looks like it's picking up there. Darsha.
Yeah, it is really picking up here, Colleen. It is difficult to stand it sometimes because of these gusts. They're so strong. I want to show you just down to Mescal Canyon. You see a car is on fire. We see tons of these spot fires that kind of erupt because of these very strong winds that are blowing through the canyon here. That car caught fire just about 30 minutes ago. And Colleen, I do want to tell you, we were here about 45 minutes prior to that. It did not look anything like what we're seeing right now. You're seeing this thick black cloud of smoke just billowing through the intersection here of Temescal Canyon and Sunset Boulevard. Now, I was also told by a city worker that Palisades Charter High School is on fire. I don't know how damaged it is right now, but that was where we saw lots of fire crews rushing to try and save the school down there. We're just less than a half a mile away from the high school. Now, you also do see people still evacuating, because when I say how quickly this fire came through here, it was 45 minutes. We could see the sky. It was not that bad. And then all of a sudden the wind shifted and it blew through here. And it's like a blowtorch. When that happens, you see this very thick smoke. We have fire at the high school. That just beyond that gate is where that high school is. And then we also saw fire jump to Mescal Canyon and get onto this apartment complex. We did speak to one person who had to evacuate very quickly. He didn't think that it was going to be that bad. He stayed, and then he looked outside of his window and saw the skies this dark and decided, you know what, I'm getting out of here. Just up the street, literally half a block away from where we are right now, there is a senior living, assisted living center that had to be evacuated. We were there as the care workers were rushing to get their patients, these memory care patients and senior patients, out of that assisted care living center and to safety. They were able to evacuate everyone. When we spoke to them, they said everyone was out and they all left as well. But this is how dynamic this situation is. When the wind is blowing this hard, with this much force, with fire and embers, you can see how fast they're able to move, why this fire is able to jump a road and light fires on the other side of these big concrete barriers. It is a very difficult situation for firefighters to actually get a handle on, because these spot fires, they can't concentrate on them. They have to go and fight the larger fires that are burning through buildings and damaging and threatening homes. So the situation out here, very dynamic. And right now we're just seeing a lot of thick smoke, lots of fires, cars that are on fire, and people really, Colleen, just trying to get out of here as fast as they can. We'll send it back to you guys.
Are there any firefighters or first responders that you can see of in that area?
Absolutely, Colleen. So what's interesting is the smoke is so thick, you can't see them, but you can hear them. That is how thick this smoke is. But we have seen tons of first responders, firefighters, and police officers going door to door, knocking on these apartment buildings, knocking on the businesses, and making sure that everyone is getting out. Because when I say how quickly this came through so fast. People were looking at blue skies or cloudy skies, and then all of a sudden it turned dark within a matter of seconds. Here's one of those fire engines heading, I believe, toward the school. Earlier, just before you came to us, we saw several of those fire engines heading toward Palisades Charter High School, which again, a city worker told us had caught fire just moments ago.
All right, so we will, again, try to get confirmation on whether that is actually true or not. But in the meantime, Darsha, stay safe. On the phone here with us now is Mike Meadows, who's near the Mastros there on PCH. You got a view of the flames in the hills just above there, huh?
Yes, sir. I was here. I saw a spot fire start right along Pacific Coast Highway, and in probably 7 to 8 minutes, the entire hillside was just really roaring with fire. I don't know if you can see the glowing embers up there now, but at the top of this mountain are 3 beautiful homes, and of course you can't see them now. The 2 Sikorsky twin rotor helicopters came in and tried to put this fire up, but it was no good. We've got about 40 knot winds blowing down PCH right now, and this fire is well over by Topanga Canyon Boulevard right now.
This is really, I mean, other than Tracy Leong's live shot just a moment ago, and this is the first confirmation that we have that the flames have reached PCH.
Absolutely, Colleen, and I mean they reached it in a hurry. Like I said, it was just a simple spot fire, and I drove down to the parking lot to see if it would spread, and it certainly did. I got this entire hillside. I mean, it was really spectacular. I've been at this about 45, maybe 50 years.